stopping me now. I'm taking back all of my freedom, 'cause I know there's only one crown. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. You know I'm living in freedom. I got the keys to the kingdom.
With the teams from the grind being mixed in the pool, we saw the wave of competition reach new heights, ladies and gentlemen. But now only one question remains. Who will ride this wave all the way to the top? Welcome to day number 3 of round 2 BGIS 2024. This is Super Johnny, joined by my co-commentator Necro alongside with me. And Necro, we've had an exciting few days in round 2 so far. But what are your expectations from today, day 3?
I mean, especially what I witnessed yesterday from WSB. Now, my expectations have been amped up. 23 elimination points in one single game. That, too, not been able to wrap up a lot of positioning points. They only had 3 position points, so that's like 26 points in total. But still, after witnessing what happened yesterday, my expectations are amped up by a mile.
Of course, it's a nuclear performance, and all of it came from a team that joined us from the grind itself. And again, we have a lot of teams from grind joining us in this round 2 of BGIS, ladies and gentlemen. We made it clear this was about to happen, and as we move forward in round 3 and round 4, a few more teams are waiting for that opportunity to step into the battlegrounds. But it is day 3, and we have a lot of big names joining us for a new party today.
That is true. New party today. We've got Team X Park joining alongside. Of course, in the past, even Scout used to be a part of this team. And speaking of Scout, actually, yesterday we saw Team Zero play as well. And for some reason, Team Zero wasn't able to put on that performance that we expected them to. We expected Team Zero to end up somewhere in the top 3, but instead they're on the 5th spot with a decent amount of points. But still, I guess, as long as you're going to end inside of the top 7, that's all that matters.
Exactly, because right now it is all about the qualification, ladies and gentlemen. The goal is to make it to the grand finals, where you get to compete for a massive prize pool, 2 crore rupees on the line for the 16 teams that actually make it to the grand finale. And of course, we always talk about that lion's share, right? The winning team walking away with 60 lakh in the bag.
The champions, that's what we call them. 60 lakhs rupees up for grab for the team that ends up on the 1st spot. And then, of course, the team that ends up on the 2nd will be getting 30, and then the 3rd one will be getting 20. In general, all the top 16 teams will be getting some sort of money in their hands. And then you've also got the special prizes down under. The MVP of the tournament getting 2,50,000, most finishes also getting 1 lakh. You've also got the lonesome survivor getting 1 lakh, and then the player who managed to go on a rampage, even he will be able to get his hands on the 1 lakh.
Of course, and we are still waiting and keeping an eye on these individuals as to who they will be once we eventually reach to the finals. But as you mentioned, only the top 16 teams get to compete for that prize money. So the goal is simple, as we said, make it to the grand finals and you get something to be happy about. But how do you do that? I mean, points earned in every single game is how you qualify, how you stay in the top 7. Right now, in round 2, that is the criteria, and this is the point structure that we have been following for a long time.
Exactly. 1st spot getting 10 points, the 2nd one getting 6, the 3rd one getting 5th. Of course, this change has really brought in a lot of changes inside the battlegrounds too. And as usual now, teams are focusing a lot more on the elimination points, and yesterday was a prime example of that. Actually, in general, the round 2 has been a prime example. Remember Kemen Esports? Even they try to do the same thing. Bot Army, even they were doing the same thing.
And I think it is pretty clear. As long as you're getting those finishes every single game, 5 to 6 finishes every single game, you will qualify. I mean, you were talking about Team Zero, right? We spoke about them quite a lot yesterday. They maintained their average of 7 to 6 points per game, and they made it through. But then again, ladies and gentlemen, the 16 teams that will take the stage today are in front of our screens. We start off with Team Vibes, one of the best performing teams in terms of how they played in round 1 in this particular group, followed by X Park. You have Ready for Domination, Mysterious Esports, Infinite Catalyst, Clue Esports, Shoot at Sight, Neon X Esports. We have Matrix, Enforcers, Explosive, Rich Esports, Team Gladiators, Vampire Esports, India, One Hype Veterans. And then, last but not the least, is a team that joins us from the grind. Straight away in round 2, it is Claw X Pirat. Necro, you had a lot of expectations from this team in the grind. But
I did, and they somehow let me down. But now my expectations are amped up once again. Seeing them back inside of the round 2, the expectations are even more. But we've also got today's schedule in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. No changes inside of the schedule. The same schedule will be repeating today as well.
Yeah, it is going to be the same schedule, I think, for round 2, as we are going to have one more day tomorrow. But Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and then Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel, the last map of the day. Of course, all 6 matches played by the same group, so we will witness the same 16 teams in all of these 6 maps, ladies and gentlemen. But Necro, as you were having a discussion about being let down by Claw X Pirat, let's talk about a team that did let down a few of their fans during their run in the grind, but in round 1, they did recover. I'm talking about X-Pac, the biggest name in this lobby, one of the biggest names in the BGMI circuit in this country.
That is true. I mean, X-Pac, they have went through a decent amount of changes in the past as well inside of the roster, right? The addition of Spray God coming in, then we also saw a change inside of the IGL. So definitely, these changes do sort of affect the team's play style, but let's just hope that they have got enough time to practice and know exactly what's going to be on the horizon. Because as I mentioned, as the rounds keep on progressing, the competition is just going to get amped up. And yesterday was a prime example. Once again, I'm saying that.
Yeah, and I think one more discussion we need to have is the competition being amped up because of the addition of the teams from the grind? Because yesterday as well, it was WSB who were able to outperform everyone else. Or is the competition being amped up because all the other 15 teams apart from the team that joins in from the grind have finally realized, like, all right, it will take that extra bit of oomph in order to qualify to the next stage?
You can say a little bit of both, honestly, because even the undergods are now realizing how to play inside of these type of lobbies. Because in 2023, you can't say a lot of teams were in general newer for the T1 circuit, but now slowly and steadily teams are adapting to the T1 circuit, knowing exactly how to counter some of the known teams. But ladies and gentlemen, there's so much to talk about, but after this short promo.
First spin of the day, just at 10 UC, ladies and gentlemen. If you are lucky enough to get that companion, I like to challenge you. My companion is a little better.
I mean, listen, I haven't really gotten that companion yet, my friend.
I was talking about you being my companion.
Oh, I mean, I'm not really the lion, but I, of course, try to be the lion. But yeah, jokes apart, you know, another thing that I would like to talk about is that companion looks amazing, and whenever my teammates, they tend to die inside of the game, they instantly transform over to the companion. They just start annoying me. And it's one of those things where I feel like, why am I not able to be the lion myself?
Oh,
because I just don't have it.
That is going to be a question for a lot of these individuals as well after their teammates get finished off inside of the game today. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, a lot of excitement in the air considering there's going to be, again, as I mentioned, Team X-Pac taking the stage. And of course, Claw X Pirat. What will this team do as they begin their journey of round 2, ladies and gentlemen? But as I say that, it is time for us to begin our journey towards the action. And here are the 16 names once again that will be taking the stage in a few short moments.
Even you, ladies and gentlemen, do let us know which team do you think is going to be the one to take this first game home, because as we know, first game, if you're going to have a great start, that's all that matters. It's all about the wind in the sails, and the first game is something that can grant you that. So far, talking about some of the top teams inside of the lobby has to be Team Vibes.
Oh, yeah.
Considering they managed to secure 45 points in the round 1 itself. Team X-Pac, they managed to get 44.
And I really like Vibes. I mean, as you mentioned, 45 points were secured by Vibes. X-Pac was on 44, but we also have to remember X-Pac, major chunk of the points came from that last game of Sanhok, where we saw that iconic dive in the car from the cliffside. And Well, an amazing winner-winner chicken dinner moment for the side of X-Park. But Vibes, I really like this team. I mean, just based on the numbers, look a little bit more balanced. 27 finishes were secured, 18 position points were secured as well, and that was how they made their total tally of 45 happen. And all of this, they accomplished all of this in 3 matches with no chicken dinners. So that showcases how consistent this team can be. Because if you're not getting that chicken dinner, that means your best performance only grants you 6 placement points.
That is true. And then you switch on forward towards Claw Expirat, right? Now, there's going to be a stark difference between the points over here. And for Claw, one thing is for sure, they definitely need to amp things up, beat aggression, beat overall positioning points inside of the game. Consistency has been a problem for Claw since 2023. And if we're not going to be seeing any sort of changes for Claw once again, then it's a really big red flag. Because there's so many more teams inside of this group that have been able to perform consistently well.
And again, so one more story, or in fact a returning story this time around in this BGIS in particular is, well, we keep talking about X-Park, right? So if you remember what happened in the last BGIS, they tried the level best in the grind, could not make it work, and then the comeback happened, making it all the way towards the grand finals, and the performance in the grand final was also pretty amazing. So now the question is, are we heading down the same path? Is it again the risky terrain that they have chosen, a terrain filled with a lot of hardships for them, where they have to face elimination again and again, and then struggle their way all the way towards the grand finals? Is that going to happen again?
You really got to do it to them like that. I mean, just put the salt on top of the wounds once again. Just remind them what exactly happened last year.
They played pretty well in the grand finals, to be fair. I mean, if they have that going for them again, hopefully.
I mean, what matters is the first spot, though, the champion. That's who's always going to be remembered, and we know who the champions were last time. It was Gladiator Esports.
Yes.
And this time, yes, of course, we also saw a complete revamp inside of the roster. That team's not able to play that well. That's a whole other story, though. But focusing on X-Park for now, yeah, I mean, being there inside the grand finals, they had so many fans cheering them, but still not being able to be the champion. It was definitely sort of like a missed out opportunity. And now, once again, X-Park, they're back up with vengeance in their hearts, right? They're on the path for redemption. This new lineup that they've got, it promises a lot of stuff. They've got so many assaulters.
Yeah, exactly. That is what I was about to say. They have so much firepower in their lineup that they can brute force their way through majority of the complicated positions inside of the game. But the only problem is, like, do not wait for Sanhok again. Do not wait for the map to allow you opportunity to bring that aggression into play. Sometimes you have to make those openings happen.
Look, I'm just going to say one thing, all right? Sanhok is a good map for Team X-Park. Sanhok is a good map for Team Zero. That's it.
All right, and we're going to leave this hanging up in the air.
Yeah, we're just going to leave it hanging up. It's up to you guys to figure out what I meant to say. But yeah, I mean, going back towards Claw Expirat now, right? We've got some of the known players inside of this lineup too. PMW IGL, last time as well, he was there. And this man is quite good. I would say he's an all-rounder. But I genuinely feel like inside of Claw Expirat, they should try and switch up roles a little bit. You know, just try and switch it up, see what happens, see how things can be, if they are flexible enough or not, to adapt quickly enough or not.
I mean, maybe, but switching roles can be extremely tricky. But I would say, yes, adaptation or changes need to be brought in how they engage into fights. Majority of the times, it is PMW IGL who we see holding the flank or majorly trying to find the first opening from the distance, and then the team follows up. Maybe a switch up in how they engage into team fights can help them chime above everyone else. But ladies and gentlemen, the first game of the day about to begin, and the plane is about to hit the skies. Here we go, game number 1 of Group 3, Round 2.
Exactly, and off the rip, we have the plane flat path in front of us, starting all the way from Sosnovka military base towards hospital. Now, this plane flat path tilted all the way towards the left side if the teams do want to move in towards Milta, Milta Power, Yasna Polyana, even Rozok's going to be out of contention. So that means Team X-Park, they're up for a problem here.
I mean, they can be up for a problem, but let's not forget their secondary drop is towards the northwestern quadrant, so they can still make it work. But the big question is, Necro, we have seen a lot of awkward cluster drop clashes in very unorthodox positions in round 2 in particular, because, well, you would expect teams to try their level best in order to stay alive in this tournament. But this time around, a huge wave exiting the plane very early on in the flight path. I mean, looks like a lot of the teams are heading towards that eastern half of the map.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing those pit stop drop locations. And inside of those pit stops, there's a chance we might just see the collisions happen too.
Of course.
And those are one of the most awkward collisions because only the lucky ones, if they're able to get their hands on the guns, they can have a chance to stand their ground. That's what I meant to say. But yeah, I mean, in general, it's all about luck sometimes as well.
That is true.
if you get your hands on the better gun, you will be the one to come out on top this early inside of the game. But so far, let's just see if we're going to be seeing any type of drop collisions off the rip, because that's what it seems like. It's a massive wave of teams just moving in towards that spot.
Yeah, and I think it's 4 teams dropping in over Epnoy, or at least close to the bridge. So, I mean, that early drop clash, that cluster we were expecting, it has been delivered by the lobby itself. And of course, there is 3 teams dropping quite close to each other in towards Pharma. I think there has already been a drop clash between 2 of them, although no fights, no shots have been fired yet inside of this match. But all of that is about to change, because there is no way those teams haven't spotted each other out and not recovered some weapons to initiate an early fight against each other.
I mean, looking at it so far, as I mentioned about the pit stop, right? This is what exactly is going on. It's the pit stop, a drop collision that's happening. And we've got the players of EXP in front of us, Explosive. Definitely looking forward to explode some vehicles as they're trying to cross on over to the opposite side. Look at this man, just waiting for the right moment to strike. His position's noted down. Dude's got his hands on the red dot as well. He finds the first eject. Knocks out the man. The other one's quite exposed too underneath the vehicle, but what a peek that was. Uzi up close and personal, shuts the man down easily. And once again, Sorov saves the day for his team, but then the entirety of Explosive, now even they're trying to close on up to the situation.
I was just about to say, this is such a brilliant opportunity created by that man for his teammates, but no follow-up, and Neon now, they have an opportunity to recover. Sorov has done a brilliant job in negating all the early pressure that was being built by the players of Explosive. But this revive, it can be extremely tricky. The players, well, they almost made their way towards the shoreline, and now they're running back. So Explosive, they've chosen to disengage Necro, and this plan of theirs might backfire, because Neon X Esports, well, they have weapons in their hands. They are armed with those guns. Saw a VSS as well on one of those players.
Indecisive. That's all he can say. Explosive, that one single man who tried to initiate the fight, the position that he got was really bad. He had a good position initially towards that gas station. Then later on, he changes on forward towards the bus stop, which I'm not sure why he did so. But yeah, I mean, because of that, he also got compromised quite easily by the players. And these are some of the pit stop drop collisions that I was talking about initially. There's still so many teams around that area that there's a chance another burst might just happen.
I mean, I think Neon X Esports have traded places with Explosive already, and they're looking to move towards that Milta city. But look at the map. I'm worried about what Team Explosive is doing. You see Ghost heading towards Milta Power, quite close to the players of Claw X Pirat, and that is a big name that you will try to avoid, at least in the early stages of the games.
Indeed you will. I mean, at this point in time, inside of the first game itself, no one would want to face off against the T1 teams, right?
Yeah.
They've already got the experience. They have been inside of these type of battlegrounds so many times. You talk about the newer names, though. They've never been over here. So there's always going to be those jitters. So Claw, on their merry way, just towards their drop location, trying to be as peaceful as possible, just rotating from the outskirts towards Lipovka. It's all good in the hood for that team. We do see another drop collision, too, towards Milta, though.
Yeah.
But we haven't really seen the initiation just yet. And as soon as I say, we've got the teams in front of us.
Of course, again, as you were talking about Milta, this was a little bit of a reposition from both these teams. Well, Neon X Esports in particular. Team Gladiators, they made their way into these compounds a little bit earlier than the competition, but how much loot do these two individuals have upon themselves? It will be a 2v3 situation, so they have to be extremely cautious with how they engage. They haven't moved so far, so they've denied information to the opposing side. And I think Neon X Esports, they do not realize there are two individuals from the side of Gladiators waiting on these compounds. Arcadius, along with his teammate, both of them, they've just managed to stay hidden inside those corners.
I think so they do realize that. I think so they know that there's some players around him. Considering the compounds were already looted, the players are definitely aware. There must be someone around him. Maybe they do not know exact position of the players, but Fraggy can definitely be caught. But hold on, they're actually unaware of that fact.
Yeah. They're completely unaware. And so what you said is correct. Considering they should have noticed, like, all right, all of the important stuff has gone missing over here. They could have actually assumed, like, at least one person to be around in these compounds. But Fraggy runs indoors and gets taken out. A bait and switch, and Gladiators, well, they have their first finish.
There we go. Already striking back the opponent. Getting the man advantage in the hands. Great way to kick things off. And once again, for the future stages now, Gladiators will just have an advantage inside of the fight.
Yeah.
Nothing to worry about just yet.
Also, second player lost from the side of NeonX Esports early in the game.
Rough luck. I think so. It was someone else completely who took down that player. And now NeonX taken down at just a two-man squad. That's even worse. It just makes things even more worse. And yeah, look at this. Another team in front of us. That's going to be Explosives once again. Engaging inside of a fight against the players of IC. A complete new team this time. And there's a chance the man can be knocked out. He's so low. He's on critical condition. Utilities being exchanged from both the sides. And Ghost now this time tosses one out too. Goes for the patch-up instead. He's got no meds, Johnny. That's a big red flag.
Yeah, Explosive. I mean, the way they've started their day is a big red flag itself. That early fight being engaged without any follow-up available. You lose out on that individual. Yeah, lucky for you, you found that first pick, but now the team is split. And Ghost, he's doing something all by himself, by the way. His teammates, they are at least 200 to 300 meters away from him. There is going to be absolutely no follow-up in this fight. And because of that, Infinite Catalyst, well, they have a free frag lying in front of them. The only thing is they are being cautious. What if his teammates, they have a line of fire available for him from the distance?
Oh, look at what's going on. The toes!
Yeah.
And that too, the monster truck in the front. Yeah, that's it. The man cannot really stand his ground for too long. He was isolated. I'm not sure where the backup is, though. Explosives, a big blunder from them. I'm not sure the teammates were still in the back lines, not even caring about providing the backup to the fallen comrade. And yeah, I mean, they're busy with their own battles.
I don't blame his teammates. Ghost was the one who moved out early. And all of this happened while his teammates were taking that no rep noi bridge fight. But we'll come back to that in a bit. Aryan OG. Wait, what is this team doing? Stage 1 comes to an end in about a minute. And Aryan OG, he still has nothing on him. Not a single piece of loot.
Thanks to the plain fly path, Explosives do not really know how to adapt in these type of circumstances. Once again, this is a sign of a complete new team inside of the pro circuit.
Yeah.
They just do not know how to adapt to the lobby, how to play inside of these type of T1 lobbies. And yeah, even the wall of death closes in. Aryan OG is going to be taking some damage considering it does not even have any meds to back him up, so that's even worse.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, for Team Explosives, at this point in time, might as well just say it's done and dusted.
I mean, you never know. We always witness those miracles every now and then.
A complete new team, though.
You can still play for survival, secure like 2-3 elimination points towards the end. All you want is not to start your day off with a 0. That is all you would want.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Explosives, they had 15 finishes in the round 1 and only 5 placement points. In total, they only had 20 points. So you can't say this team barely qualified inside of the round 2 from their group. So probably the cutoff was really low in that group that they were playing. But still, Explosives, man, you guys need to realize it's round 2. You need to buckle things up as quick as possible.
Look at how the circle is shifting towards the western side, though. I think we will be having a lot more interaction between the teams in the mid-game stages. And as we talk about Explosive, Milan seems like he can be caught off guard by the players of Infinite Catalyst mid-rotation, and that could be the final nail in the coffin for the side of Explosive as well, because there is no way RNOG survives for long. He is quite close to the opposing side, and I believe as soon as he tries to get up, make a run for his life, he will be finished off. Although, as you were talking about averages and the teams and their groups, if you look at the finish numbers for all the teams in this particular group, I think we will have a little bit more tactical performance from this particular lobby today, rather than just raw aggression that we witnessed yesterday.
Oh, I think so. Team X Park will bring in that raw aggression. Just wait.
What do I wait for? Sanhok?
No, just wait. It's the first game. That's what WSB did as well, right? First game, they waited it out.
That is
true,
They
got completely dismantled, and then later on, that's where the real wrath began. So yeah, X-Park for right now, just trying to test the waters, know exactly how the temperature is going to be looking like around him. They do see a couple of foes in the front lines going for that rotation, and X-Park is one of those teams that's not going to let them pass by just like that. They see the enemy teams, that's like a piece of candy. And yeah, X-Park, considering it is one of those teams that has pulled off some incredible moments in the past as well. You mentioned that Sanhok moment, right? Where the players just dropped down from the vehicle underneath, and then they got that elimination point, and that's how they secured the chicken dinner as well. That was one of the most stylish plays from this team.
Yeah, but talk about style points, and Ninja Jord this time kicks things off, finds the first opening knock for his team. Should be an easy frag for the side of X-Park. And as you mentioned, always with the evil shenanigans from X-Park. This time they're trying to block the military bridge, and they have successfully done so as well. Shoot at sight. Well, they are being shot at sight this time by the players of X-Park. First knock secured, the second one as well. Should be easy conversions, but the question is, do they try and hunt down those other two individuals, or do they go along their merry way, just satisfied with these 2 early points? And as you were talking about that play in Sanhok, Necro, for a second I forgot I was watching BGMI. It felt like a movie to me. That one moment, that dive from the cliff.
It's all for the family, my friend. It's all for the family. And that's what the players of X-Park did. It felt like a scene from Fast and Furious. And the same thing feels right now, too. Chasing down the opponents. The man's running away with the hard disk. Catch him. Do not let him go.
And these are some amazing cars as well.
Yeah.
Oh, the spray from Spray God. He gets a tire.
The spray's there.
I think he's gotten a tire, maybe. No.
No. The vehicle's still pretty good. I mean, he was able to scratch up the vehicle a little bit. Definitely some critical damage done, and that's why you see the player of Roar. I mean, Roar instantly just moving away. At this point, can you really even blame the players to shoot at sight?
No.
I had a conversation with Maisie. I had a conversation with Maisie, and he actually predicted this team.
Oh, so do we blame Maisie for this?
Yeah, we do.
All right. We're blaming Maisie for this early exit, ladies and gentlemen. But kudos to X-Park. I mean, this level of confidence, man, I love this. And it wasn't just blind confidence in their own skills. They planned this out. They've gotten 3 frags. It's just one man from the side of Shoot at Sight who has managed to escape. And he's on the main island right now. But as I was saying, this was planned. This was premeditated assault onto the players of Shoot at Sight. They saw them drop on that military island. And then they were like, all right, we're going to block the bridge for them.
I told you, just wait up. It's X-Park. They're just testing the waters in the first game. They're probably going to amp up the heat 100%. But yeah, this is the exact moment we're talking about, right? We'll showcase you guys that moment soon enough in the future. But the moment, we had a conversation about that, a full-blown conversation in the pregame segment inside of the game too. And I just want to see some more of those moments once again from the side of X-Park. I want to see some vehicular battles. You remember Team Insane back in the day?
Oh yeah, corporate squad.
Yeah, the corporate squad. All the 4 players would just roll inside of the individual vehicles, and they would just start surrounding like vultures.
And it was scary. I mean, back then they used to be, that was a scary team to go up against. You saw those 4 black Aston Martins and you know you are about to meet your maker in the game. But anyways, I think it's going to be a similar story for X-Park in this group, at least with how they have started things off. I think you see those Bugattis, you see those Bentleys around, you will start running for your life.
You will. I mean, inside of the game, we still have some more cool skins coming out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that I'm really missing in my collection right now is a really nice 40-look skin that I just want. Maybe McLaren and Aston Martin can actually suit my inventory. If any of the Crafton employees are listening to this.
I thought you and I were going for a Bugatti, Necro.
I mean, even that can work. Bugatti's, of course, my personal favorite. I like that. But yeah, for now, you've got GLD X Fury taking shots against the foe in the front. VPE. I mean, the player...
Oh, nice shift.
He had the zone taking shifts, once again playing the mind games with the other teams. Before now, the players of VPE, they're taking constant shots. The man was able to escape from all those bullets, but still, the danger zone is on top of them.
There's another team that is closed in right behind them on the blue, so the players from the side of Team Gladiators, they need to find a way out of this. They need to find a way around Vampire Esports India, otherwise they are going to be in a world of hurt. But Gladiators, they're turning towards the threat coming from the rear. They've managed to deter the opposing side, force them to move away from this direction, which actually does work out quite well for the Gladiators. But now Demon has been delayed and he can be isolated by the team pushing in from the back lines. And in fact, there's one more squad which as we talked about, the Vampire Esports India, they are also tracking this isolated individuals from the side of Gladiator as well. I think I have a gut feeling now, this Gladiator, we're not going to see him in this game for long.
Uh-oh. I mean, Demon right now pulling off some stunts. Yeah, we're definitely not going to see this man for too long. Yeah, especially with the motorcycles, got to be careful. I've been there. I've had a crash myself before now. We've got two teams duking it out. MYT up against the players of Clue Esports. MYT inside of the compound. They've got the hard cover to play with. For Clue, the backs are completely exposed. There's a chance we might just see a third party as well from another team. Clue Esports, slowly and steadily, they want to take control over this compound. But once again, the players of MYT, I don't think so they've got any intentions of backing away.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Mysterious Esports quite mysterious with how they want to take this fight. And Clue, they've already lobbed a lot of utilities indoors, trying to see if they can find that first knock. Just position checking the players of Mysterious, but apart from just a few ticks of damage, nothing significant has been accomplished by the players of Clue. There will come a time soon in this fight where they will have no other option but to charge indoors and take that fight. And I think Clue, they have enough information to realize that Mysterious, with how they have positioned, it is isolated individuals that they can pick apart.
It is. Utilities being tossed in the front. Kaka Boy has pulled out a nade in his hand too. I mean, so far, none of these guys is able to find any sort of hurt on the opposition, and that's a problem. It's really starting to make these teams a little bit more impatient.
Yeah.
And that's why I see the players of Clue Esports taking that slow and steady approach inside of the fight too. Finally, the two players engage, and both of those players, they've got their hands on the shotgun. All it takes is one clear-cut shot to the chest, and the man will be instantly brought down. And the man from Mysterious Esports, up close and personal, still trying to pull off something. This fight is elongated for too long, and I'm not a big fan of this, because there's just a chance now another team's going to pull up and go for the third party.
We see them on the radar as well. It is the side of Vibes, and by the way, Vibes, they had a great start to the day. They were able to pick off one of the individuals from another squad quite early. In fact, 3 pickups by Vibes in the early stage of the game. But Clue Esports, the push comes to shove, and they just wipe the floor with Mysterious Esports. And Mysterious Esports, the first team to be eliminated in this matchup with just 1 finish to their name.
That was pretty quick, though.
Yeah.
I mean, the fight elongated for too long, and then later on, when it escalated, Mysterious Esports, they got eliminated instantly. I mean, they were looking so strong, right?
Yeah.
Especially when they went inside of the compounds, and then later on, with a quick burst, they just got taken out. You talked about the players of Vibe, and they're just holding down this bow, but hopefully it's not going to be converted into an explosion bow.
Well, we'll see. We'll have to see how things turn out for Vibes, because that does happen, right? These trenches in Gatka.
I'm not a big fan of those. I'm always anxious whenever I hold those down.
It depends. I mean, if the zone sticks around on top of those trenches, then they're the best position to play. But in a position like this, when the zone completely forces you out, exiting becomes a massive challenge. Because you are exiting into open fields, and as soon as you peek, if the opposition has even an inkling of information about where you're coming from or where you were positioned before, they know exactly where to line up the crosshair, and the first shot will be right in your head.
I was just looking at Team X-Park while you were speaking.
Yeah.
And they've already made it inside of the zone, and just look at this.
Perfect position.
The luck is also favoring them today.
True.
Inside of the zone, they've got so much terrain to play with, so much map control. So already you can't say the players of X-Park, they've got a big advantage. All they need to do now is just beat them up and clean up the floor.
Of course, and the best part about this position, as you mentioned, the map control is there. They will be able to gather a lot of information. But along with that, all the threat is in the front lines. They just have to focus fire in the front, and that is it. They can rack up a lot of eliminations, but talk about eliminations, and I think Vibes, they are looking for a few to bring their numbers back up as well. Decent cover found by the team, but shots connecting on Leader's car. He's going to be forced to run indoors soon.
I really want to see what Vibes have got. We've seen all the other teams, right?
Yeah.
You talk about the performing teams. We've seen X-Park. Of course, we know that team's going to be performing. But we've never seen Team Vibe. It's a complete new team inside of the competitive pool, and I want to see what they've got.
So we saw Milan from Explosive Esports a few moments ago. He's the last player surviving first team, and he's just hiding right behind the lads from X-Park.
Oh, yeah, he is.
This is quite interesting. I don't know how he found his way inside the circle, but it is very impressive. There he is in the distance.
And that too is behind Ninja Jod.
Yeah.
The danger man. He's someone you would not want to mess around with, Milan. You better keep your position anonymous. The best. Team X-Spark for now, they've got a solid hold. They've got so much cover to play with. A lot of that landmass is being controlled by the players of Team X-Spark. Ninja Jod all by himself this time gets caught. Vibes is going to be the one to start things off. Team X-Spark, this might just put him in a big state of discomfort, considering Ninja Jod's a little bit too far away. And looking at the fight that's happening in front of us inside of Pachinki, two teams going off against each other, ENF versus VPE. And off the rip, they already do get the confirmation. VPE, nicely done. ENF, though, even they find a return knock, but it's just one last man surviving Wolf, and I don't think so he can pull off a lot.
Well, he's trying his level best. Nades lobbed out, one outdoors, one to follow up on the stairs. Denying the push to the players of Vampire Esports India, but they are vampires, so Wolf might just have this life's essence pulled out from him.
The only way you can't take down vampires by incinerating them.
Yeah, with daylight, but problem is there's always day on a angle. These vampires are used to sunlight now.
Oh. Then we might just call them the advanced vampire.
Yes.
The level 3 vampires. Higher the tier, the more stronger you get. But yeah, for now, one last man, which is Wolf, up against the players of vampires. And that too, Wolf can actually feel the footsteps. He can actually feel his death approaching him. Before now, another fight erupting in front of us. IC up against the players of LD. And Gladiators, they've already started things off. And just like that, it also ends.
Blink it and you miss it moment over there. What a slam. And I think it is quite lucky that they just lost Demon a few moments ago. Fury knocked out. Should be an easy revive though. And it's a good position for Team Gladiators to hold as well, the northern edge of the circle under their control. But, again, you see that red spot towards right-hand side on the radar. That is X-Spark, ladies and gentlemen. Too much map control available to them. Ninja Jod, he has been brought back into the game as well. It's a big point of concern for all the other teams. Majority of the teams right now are lurking outside the safe zone, Necro. And it's quite late in the game to try and take a fight inside the blue.
Look at the split that's currently going on.
Yeah.
It's a 2-2 split. Ninja Jod and his teammate playing with each other, and then Shadow 7 and Spray God playing right next to each other. So Spray God is on the top with Shadow 7. So they're going to be having the high ground, so that means gathering the intel is going to be their job. And the team that's underneath, gathering the finish points is also going to be their job. So I like that little bit of a balance these teams have going on for themselves. Team X-Spark, as you mentioned, they've got so much map control to play with. At this point in time, they do definitely seem undefeated with the way they have been playing. But let's just see, you never know. A team just sneaks up from the back, they get the advantage, and that's where the entire thing can just come crashing down.
So we just saw Infinite Catalyst take an exit from this game just now. 5 eliminations secured by them, so off to a decent start to the day, I guess. But again, would have definitely appreciated those placement points as well. Along with that, Clue Esports, what is happening? They had no clue where they were headed, and Vibes, well, the team was vibing. They end up wiping the opposition out. Forced out of the game early with just 4 eliminations, Clue Esports.
Yeah. Look at the play zone. Even it's taking part inside of the action.
Oh, wow.
Wiping out a couple of teams itself. I like that. Some of the teams not being able to be quick enough on the feed to make it inside of the zone. There's still one team all the way towards Pachinki if you can't see on the minimap. And even that team gets completely wiped out. Vampire Esports not able to stay alive for too long. Looking at the elimination feed for now. Claw X Parat. Meanwhile, even they're taking a lot of damage. Neon X, even they're taking too much. On the verge of getting wiped out. Neon X trying their best to stay inside of the game, but Claw X Parat, they're just making things even worse. And then you've also got Spray God on the horizon.
And he's trying his level best. The backup from across the field has been enough to keep him safe for a long time, but Spray God needs to fall back. Shadow 7, he's about to join his teammate on this hill. Maybe a rescue mission. It's not going to be easy though. Claw X Pirat waiting on the sidelines, and they do find the number. In fact, the location of the players from Vampire Esports India, and Criminal. A crime being committed takes down PMWIGL. Zod,
oh my god!
Well. And out of nowhere, it is Claw X Pirat who are forced outside of this game. Spray God getting that last finish onto Phoenix. Wow.
Criminal doing some criminal stuff. Taking down 2 players all by himself. And then the last man just gets third-party completely.
Yeah.
But yeah, Vampire Esports being able to stay inside of the game to see another day. And talking about Team Gladiators from the top, even they're raining down death and destruction, but they've got another team on the top above them. So problems are there for every single team that's currently inside of the game. But look at Spray God. This man is not stopping spraying. He's just continuously spraying down the teams in the front. He does not even care the amount of damage he's taken at this point in time. He needs to prioritize the zone, and finally that's what he's doing. But he's taking too much damage. He needs to move inside of the safe zone. He's finally going to be reuniting with the rest of his teammates. And yeah, Spray God, good for now.
Well, at least just for now. Shadow 7, though, he was knocked out in that shack quite close to the players of Neon X. It's not going to be easy for X-Spark to get that 4th man back inside this game, but 4 teams remaining, 8 players still alive, 4 of which belong to the side of X-Spark. And now Neon X Esports, that is a big blunder. You do not reveal your position like that. X-Spark going for a big punish, a big play, although Spray God also takes a hit, gets knocked out. Could have been much cleaner, but they have Ninja Jord in the front lines to deny any aggression from any of these competitors. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a 4 versus 1 versus 1, and the game being ruined for X-Spark by the side of Matrix.
And that too, it's Reynald. Oh, the nade's being tossed to perfection. Reynald's taking too much damage.
He's
Finally
done.
repositions once again, but the man's out in the open, and it's going to be someone completely from a different squad. Team Gladiators being able to secure that 2nd spot inside of the game. In my opinion, that's still quite a solid start for Team Gladiators. Nicely done. But yeah, off the rip, it's going to be the players of X-Spark to get this chicken dinner secured. Nicely done. As expected, the known teams, they kick things off on a fantastic note.
Of course, I mean, an X-Spark, a lot of expectations from them. The first win of the day is a big one. Well, bringing in, I believe, 15 eliminations in this match. It is a big number. And again, all of the confidence being displayed in how they rotated, how split they were playing, how they were approaching those fights. We saw in those final moments, Spray got isolated on top of the hill, Shadow going for a rescue, realizing, all right, he's got this. He tries to fall back and then gets hunted down by Neon. But they still made sure that he never got finished off. X-Spark ended the game with all 4 players standing.
Exactly. And as expected, X-Spark just dominating that entire field. But now let's just focus on some of the newer teams, right?
All right,
Team Gladiators doing really good. We also saw the players of Neon X wanting to get a spot for themselves. Kalau X Parade, once again, they were not able to do anything inside of this game. They were there in the late scenarios, but still, with the way they got wiped out, that push that they tried to make, I'm not sure what they were thinking.
Me neither, but I think we have to wait some time for Claw Xpera to come online. I mean, I think they like to take their sweet time. It's a team that starts off very slow, but they pick up the pace. I think maybe in the next game they're going to try and step things up, considering Miramar does allow them the breathing room in the early stages of the game as well. But I have to say, one team that I'm very intrigued by what they were doing and what they were trying to accomplish in the game, and I hope they make a comeback in the next one, is Explosive Esports, and in particular because of what Milan was able to accomplish till the mid-game stages. It was an impossible situation to survive in, and yet he made sure he was inside 3 different circles. He rotated in all 3 of them.
And that too is right behind Ninja Jod, right? And speaking of Vibes too, another team, right? It's a complete new team. Vibes as well, sort of making a name for themselves in that first game. You can't say that's a decent start. And right now, you can really compare a Team Vibes to another teams like Sinners that we witnessed yesterday. True. Right, Sinners was another one of those teams that was really consistent inside of the round 1, but then they later on transition on forward towards the round 2, and the transition wasn't really looking that great. Hopefully the same thing's not going to be happening with Vibes.
Yeah, hopefully, but I would say if I was to draw parallels, I would wait a little bit more because I want to see where Vibes head, because if you look at how they started their day, right, initially just on their numbers you would see like, or you would at least feel like T7 official would be a much better parallel, right? Both the teams did the best in the round 1 in the groups they came from and were looking quite solid in their matchup in round 2, but then again off to not the start that they wanted or not the start that was expected from them, but by the end of the day the total tally did bring them in a decent enough position.
Yeah, I mean in general for T7 not being able to qualify was definitely a big bummer. But then once again, with the performance that they were able to put up inside of the round 1, and then the transition that came in forward towards the round 2, I think so it's just all down to the pressure for these newer teams, right? Facing off against some of the top dogs definitely puts on a little bit of more of that pressure, and let's just hope that the same thing's not going to be happening with a lot of these teams, because we also saw Mysterious, if I'm not wrong, right? All the 4 players, I'm not even sure what they were doing. They were completely on a different tangent.
It's mystery. It's a mystery what Mysterious was up to. But ladies and gentlemen, here are the moments from the winner chicken dinner. And of course, I think Arcadius taking that 1 point away from Ninja Jod. It could have definitely been a lot more finishes for the side of X-Park, but towards those final few moments, I like the fact that they knew when to turn the aggression down, when to take a step back and try to protect themselves. As soon as Shadow 7 left to join Spray God, that is when Ninja Jod and his other teammate, they just took a step back, stopped shooting, and went into cover, went into hiding, because they knew it. If they go down, they lose control of the circle then.
I just want to see how many elimination points did they manage to wrap up at the end of the day, because
50.
even Spray God was all the way in the far frayed, right? It was at the top, just raining down death and destruction. He tried his best to get a lot of these elimination points, right? At the point where even the wall of death was moving up, this man did not stop spraying. He was still going for the constant shots on the teams that were rotating inside of the zone. So one thing is for sure, Spray God was like a turret that they kept on top of the hill, and Spray God's job was just to get the information and rack up all the elimination points that he sees in front of him.
Of course, but talking about eliminations, we have to talk about that one individual who's putting in a lot of work for his team and securing a lot of eliminations for his team. MVP of the game is, well, Ninja Jod. Was this a question, Necro?
Absolutely not. We had a conversation at the start of the day as well, and I put this point up too when you asked me, who do you think is going to be the MVP of the day, right? I said, it's not even a question. It's, of course, going to be Ninja Jod. This man has been the MVP since 2023, and now move on forward towards this year too. He's still resembling the same stats inside of a complete different banner.
Yeah, I mean, the performance never changes. You know what they say, right? Form is temporary, class is permanent. Well, Ninja Jod, he is a classy player. 6 eliminations, as you mentioned, on the board. And it wasn't just him. It was the entirety of X-Park who were performing out of their minds in this matchup. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Sarang also joining his teammate on the list of top performers from the match. 6 eliminations for Sarang as well. Then we have Preet from Team Vibes, 3 eliminations secured. Infinite Catalyst represented by Aman OP with 3 eliminations to his name. And Gladiators represented by Arcadius has 3 eliminations, but I believe more than those 3 eliminations, it is the fact that he made it into the top 2 of the match, and that is why he deserves that position right there on the 5th position.
Of course he should be there, man. He's the only one just carrying that banner forward, right? And considering it is also one of those newer teams, you really got to give this man the props. Because imagine the amount of blood that's going to be pumping through your veins.
That is true, and considering Gladiators as well did not have any outworldly performance in round 1, I think this is a great start for them.
Yeah, of course it is. I mean, for Gladiators, I just want to know and see how the upcoming games are going to look like, because you never know. This might just be a fluke, right? Just like the players of BB that we witnessed.
Exactly. So the jury is still out.
Yeah, it's
for
still
what we expect
in
from
general, today's day is going to be filled up with a lot of mysteries. We do not really have a lot of known teams. We do have Claw X-Park and Team X-Park. That's it. Other than that, we do not really have a lot of known teams inside of the lobby. And moving on forward towards the point standings, right? 25 points in total secured by the players of Team X-Park, looking really good. A solid start, you can't say. Team Gladiators with 11 points in total. Team Vibes with 8 points. Matrix with 7. So in general, you can't say the top 5 is all good.
That is true. The top 5 is all good, but I think with how the finishes and the position points are divided and what the total tally looks like and what the history of these teams have been in their previous round 1 matches, and of course for Claw X-Park, their matches during the grind stages, I think it is going to be a very closely contested group today, Necro. X-Park might be flying above everyone else like the overlords that they are, but everyone else in the lobby will be contesting each other very closely, and I think today maybe the cutoff is going to be over 35 or maybe even 40.
Oh, you think so? Because yesterday we saw 40 points till the top 5, and then later on we saw 28. That's a big drop-off. Do you understand? I thought the cutoff is probably going to be somewhere around 35 or 40. But no, that was not the case. Instead, the cutoff was not even 30 exactly. But yeah, towards the latter half of the board, the teams that were not able to perform, Clue Esports is one of those, ready for domination, suit at sight. Of course, Maisie was the one who went for that pick. And then Mysterious Esports, Explosives, Rich Esports. Yeah, I mean, all these teams on the latter half of the board, right now it's okay. We keep on saying it's completely fine. It's just the game 1. But just like that, you know, if the games keep on slipping by from your hands, it's really big problem because the room for error now is even low. Yeah,
we've had the same discussion again and again every single day. Room for error when you're working with 6 matches in a day is 2 games. You get to mess up just 2 matches. And with the that we have in this tournament right now with the new point structure introduced by Crafton India Esports, that room for error as well has been decreased even further because bottom 8 teams, they get no placement points, so you have to be aggressive even in the matches where we say, all right, this is going to be a big blunder. You need to make sure that you're finishing that game with like 2-3 finishes at the very least. Otherwise, you are in trouble. If you get 0 points in a single game, you are in a massive, massive ditch.
That is true. I mean, in general, 7 points per game. We had to talk about this,
That's
right?
for the top teams, though.
Yeah, that's for the top teams. But still, in general, you just need 7 points per game. You mentioned this, right? The cutoff's going to be even higher.
Yeah.
So I would just say, just to be on the safer side of things, 7 points per game. I mean, right now, there's a decent amount of teams who managed to rack up 7 points. It was Vibes as well, one of those.
True.
And right now, I'm not really going to be putting in a lot of faith on Vibes themselves because knowing the fact what exactly happened with Sinners and T7 officials, yeah, I'm just going to be backing out a little bit on that team for now.
We got to stop committing to teams too early, Necro. That's our problem.
True.
We get attached too soon, man.
Yeah, we need to have trust issues.
Yeah, we need to have trust issues. But ladies and gentlemen, we have entertainment issues right now because we have a lot of exciting stuff lined up for you guys, and this is one of them. Again, first spin of the day at 10 UC. For all of you, have you tried your first spin today?
I have been trying it every day since the last 2 weeks, and can we just move on, please?
All right, let's just move on. We're not going to make Necro any more upset than he is already. But again, let's bring our conversation back to the teams who do not need anything for their performances. All they need is themselves and their weapons. And, of course, X-Park right at the top. Vibes, we were a little bit concerned about what the end result is going to look like. But again, another big team, or in fact, a team that we expected to put up big numbers on the board, ready for domination. No domination in this game, and I mean, did we even see them in a lot of fights? No.
Yeah, we did not. I mean, Ready for Domination is one of those teams that we have been witnessing since the previous years.
Yeah.
And the same thing can be said for even Clue Esports, right?
Yes.
I saw this team in 2023, and so far I'm not really seeing any type of change in the performance.
True.
Clue Esports is still struggling. I really want those wolves and those jitters to go away, but I'm not sure how long it's going to take.
Yeah, hopefully it happens in the next game because, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to see the schedule of our day on our screens. And, of course, the next map, it is going to be the map of Miramar. But, Necro, what do you expect to change in the upcoming game?
I mean, I expect to change a lot of stuff, right? I want to see Vibes amp up the aggression, too. One thing is for sure, X-Park, after getting that chicken dinner, they're going to be feeling on the Cloud 9. But then the real expectations will also be there from some of these newer teams. I want to see Mysterious Esports perform even better. I want to see Explosives not repeat the same mistakes that they repeated last time, or that they made last time. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of a switch up on the panel. I've got Fixes joined alongside with me. Fixes, what are your predictions going to be for this upcoming game?
If you are really asking me about my prediction, it is going to be thunderstorm in the desert of Miramar. Because, hey, outside it's quite sunny, but for how really X-Park started things off, I'm really loving it. Because, you know, this is exactly what we were concerned about, Necro. Really felt that this was missing. That spark, that one little spark was missing. Yes, Ninja Jord was performing. Yes, Arang did play well in round number 1. It was Spray God and Shadow. Questions marks were on them, but I think they finally learned from their mistakes.
I mean, the problem with Spray God is that Spray God, yes, his name is being justified right now, but he's not able to connect a lot of bullets. He's just spraying down the opponents, right? And Spray God, something down line, I still remember in 2023, this man was such a good player.
Yeah.
He was able to rack up some insane amount of elimination points, and these days inside of Team X-Park, he's been struggling. I'm not sure what exactly is going on with this player.
I mean, in All-Stars, he was the MVP, we're at Global, he's done so much, and yeah, that was from a different team. That was from 7 Seas, if we remember.
Yes.
But again, now this is a mixed bag of emotions for me, to be honest, because now we know that Team X-Park, 25 points already secured. Pretty much, they've already qualified.
Yeah,
but
they
for
have.
the others, you could have seen that, you know, they were kind of a little worried, everybody being a little bit more reluctant, nobody really trying to contest for the center.
if you do manage to sustain a spot or defend a spot down, then that's really good. It's definitely going to be helping you quite a lot in the future stages. For example, over here, we can take Global Esports.
Okay.
It's one of those teams on the map of Miramar. All they do is prioritize the high ground off the rip, and they try to rack up as many elimination points as possible. And 90% of the time, of course, the circle moves away, but the amount of elimination this team has racked up, it's completely fine. The other teams can try to do the same thing as well.
That's the point, right? Not every team is global esports, and you need that confidence. And clearly, you could see that lack of confidence in all the other teams, and that's really worrying for me, because I really feel like the way Team Xpark has really begun, it's just a small trailer, because the entire movie is yet to be played. But then again, we need to get the other participants also inside. I think Team Vibes, they played quite decent. Certainly were kind of helpless considering how the zone just went against them, and they had to fight the circle with especially Xpark holding the center spot. It was quite difficult, but considering how good they were in the early stages of the game, I think Vibes has a good chance of making a comeback.
Team Gladiators too, my friend.
Oh yeah.
Been able to finish on the second spot, so you can't say that's a solid start for themselves. A complete new team coming inside and getting decent amount of points accumulated. You had a conversation about Vibes too. There's so many teams that we are going to be looking forward to. But ladies and gentlemen, enough of wait for now. Miramar's going to be booting up on the screens as the plane flat pat's going to be in front of us soon enough, as the plane's going to hit the skies once again. And the plane flat path starts all the way from Monte Nuevo towards Impala. This plane flat path is pretty perfect. You cannot really try to bring out a lot of flaws.
Yeah, really not much to complain about, and already the fans of Xpark have been elated, and they want to see that second and maybe the hat-trick to be coming forth. And the last time we did see them playing in Miramar, if you remember, they had a contestation happening around San Martin. But today as well, if you remember, they changed their drop location. They went down towards Novoripnoi, a secondary drop spot for Xpark, and maybe, who knows, they might be trying some new things whatsoever. But for Pirat Esports, Necro, that is where I'm sort of starting to get worried, because this is one of those teams that did qualify from grind, came into round number 2, and not really a good start.
You can't say. 5 points to kick things off, considering it's just the first game of the day. Maybe you can't say the jitters are now taken away from them. So yeah, I would say that's a decent start, but still, it's not something you expect from a big banner like Pirat, right? You want them to dominate as well, right next to Team Xpark. But yeah, going back towards the conversation we're having, right? Map of Miramar, rotation's going to be quite easy for these teams. Collisions, considering these teams have never performed against each other in the past. Where are they going to decide to drop?
I think still sticking to the basics is what I would recommend for all these teams. And really need to keep considering that Team Xpark, they're just another team. You really cannot let that pressure get on you. And we do see a little bit of that traffic around Los Leones. And we've seen this happening in the past as well. So many of those teams drop down, and still all of them sort of manage to escape away without even a single scratch. But this is where things get interesting once again. It's a Southern Circle. And look at Vampire Esports India. Now, this is one of those teams. I think one of those players, Criminal, he was amazing. But Team Xpark, all right from the very start, you've got the players of Clue Esports. Kaka Boy just hovering around with his buggy. Is he aware that Ninja is around him? Because Ninja, he does not want to be a part of this.
Just driving around for now. And Ninja, of course, would not want to be a part of this, because the man just does not have anything to back him up. And yeah, finally, his teammate comes in, scoops him up, and now they're going to be their merry way towards their drop location, which will be San Martin. Team Xpark, all good for now. Focusing on some of the drop collisions, though, there's a couple of drop collisions inside of the Los Leones city itself.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we did discuss about, right? You've got Enforcers, you've got Gladiators, certainly Gladiators being one of those interesting prospects. And every now and then, we are seeing one of the players of Gladiators really come up. You know, even the team, as a matter of fact, yesterday we had IBV Gladiators. But the talk of the town, I think, for the headlines tomorrow has to be around how good Team Xpark has had a start in round number 2.
Oh, and right now, they're just going to be going super aggressive. And this is the exact moment we're having a conversation about, right? Xbox from the top, the zone shifting away from them, and we all had a question mark. How are Xbox going to get the chicken dinner? How are they going to drop down? But then a man pulls up with a vehicle from the back, and they just straight up take a dive underneath, and they secure that chicken dinner. One of the most stylish chicken dinners that we've witnessed so far.
Yep, quite a gutsy move whatsoever in Sanhok. And this was one of those games that propelled them up and ended up on the very top and were the king of the hill in terms of the stats well. Because even during round number 1, if you remember, Miramar game, they went big. Of course, the chicken dinner, they could not get that. But I feel like this is a different Team X-Park that we get to witness. And, oh, this is bad news. Because whilst all of that was happening, Ninja Jord, he's done and dusted.
Well, I guess this time someone else got a chance to steal that MVP thrown away.
All right.
Maybe he just did it on purpose. He's like, you know what, Spray God, now it's your time to shine. It's been a while.
Who knows? Maybe Sarang could be one of the competitors there.
Oh, yeah. Forgot. Maybe soon enough, even Sarang's going to get eliminated.
I know, but look at this. Gladiators, they really want to pick this fight. For Neon Esports, in the previous game of Erangel, we did see them engaging in a couple of fights, and towards the end, it was the circle that sort of went against them. For Gladiators, they've been feeling quite confident, getting 10+ points already. Surely they want to commit. Now, this is one of those compounds, Necro, which is very technical when you want to make an approach, because it's way easier to defend than really to get in for that push. You need that first initial knock, and Gladiators just swapping this thing off, trying to make sure they've got every nooks and crannies checked before maybe they kind of try and initiate the fight.
The initiation would still be quite far away. No one's going to be able to find that initial knock right. That's what everyone's looking for. Neon X, Sorov is playing quite safe. He's trying to be as safe as possible, just at the top, and to go towards the top, the players will need to vault out in the open. That's where the staircase is going to be. And Gladiators, of course, they're not even going to attempt to do so. So in my opinion, Sorov's going to be okay for now. No issues whatsoever. Gladiators, for them, it's better to just disengage from this fight, because at the end of the day, it's just going to be a massive stalemate.
RCD is one of those players. In the previous game, we saw him survive for quite some time. Was one of the reasons why Gladiators got the second position to themselves and should be the one really carrying on the torch for this team. Whilst all of them got picked off, he still decided to stay, still decided to live, and got them quite a lot of those valuable points. But for Neon Esports, I really feel like this is a very good setup, especially with Thakur. He's got all of that vision. He's got Arcedius on his crosshairs as well. Just waiting for that right opportunistic moment, because Saurav, he's just trying to bait the players of Gladiators into making that wrong move. And I really have a bad feeling about this, especially if you are a fan of Gladiators.
I'm not even sure what's going on at this point, my friend. I mentioned this. It's going to be a stalemate. To find out that initial knock, it's going to be way too tough. Neon X, they're of course not going to gift away the knockout. Sorov, it's better to just disengage, my friend. Just back away from the fight. Just jump on the other side of the building. Just do it. That's probably going to be your safest bet for now. Because the more time you keep on wasting inside of the city, the more loot you'll be missing out on. You can see he's only got 50 spare bullets in the mag. So yeah, the struggle will definitely be there for the future line, but talking about the circle, considering these guys are still inside of the zone, it's all good.
No, I feel otherwise. At least for Saurav, he's got no other chance, because the moment he takes that leap, surely somebody is going to take those fire. I think Thakur has to be that pivotal element, right? He has to play that key role, but the push has really come to sharp at this point, and Saurav delivers, gets that first knock, has the other player also softened up, and goes for that jump, but eventually gets traded out.
Crosshair placement, not too good. But at least the traits are there on the board instantly. Neon X, they've already lost out on one of the players, but two players from the side of Gladiators, too, even they've been knocked out. Oh, look at the man out in the open. I'm not sure what exactly is going on. Thakur completely tunnel vision on the players at the top while his teammate gets knocked out from underneath. And Nikhil, nicely done. Neon X taken down at just a two-man squad. This entire fight indeed is just going to be a 2v2. The MP45, Fraggy taken down so low. And the man instantly just backs away. Tastes the lead a little bit. Goes for the revive on the fallen player.
He needs to patch himself up, but Nikhil, that was atrocious. Had to be punished. Fraggy with barely any HP. Still managed to take him down, and Arcadius again. Big responsibilities on his nimble shoulders. Does not have a single med to work along with. Just those bandages to patch himself up. And for Neon Esports, they can really look at getting that reset that they've been looking out for.
I mean, Neon X, as you mentioned, the reset they've been looking for. Finally, they've got that. I mean, what exactly just happened to the players of Gladiators? I mean, from swinging back to life, just completely being taken down to a man disadvantage. Now it's going to be a 2v3, and probably there's a chance the players of Gladiators, they're also going to be overwhelmed by the presence of the players of Neon X. Considering one of those players have also got his hands on the DBS, and you talk about the opponent's Gladiators themselves, well, the last man, the only weapon that he's got for up-close and personal combats is going to be the AKM. And I don't think so it's going to stand a chance against the trusty DPS. So yeah, it will be a tough one. And looking at the man himself, Arcadius, things are looking really tough.
Starting to get really worried about him at this point. The previous game was left fending all for himself, and this game as well. Puts big question on how well synergized they are. Really, things aren't working out. Desperate attempts, at least by this young lad, but Neon Esports, they want to piece this together.
Oh, the
playing
AKM.
around with their food, and Arcadius, it's just moments before he gets wiped out. We've seen this happen even in the past, and there you have it. Fraggy comes in from another angle, gets that finish. With that being said, all right, a little bit of that BM. You like it though.
Yeah, just making sure the man's dead. He's going to be staying underground.
Sit down.
Yeah, because I mean, they definitely did give them a run for money.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
for sure. Gladiators, that fight was way too scrappy. But yeah, transitioning on forward towards X-Park now. This team's been deactivated for a while inside of this map of Miramar, considering Ninja Jod was taken down. Now this team's taken down with a 3-man squad. The team that's going to be up close and personal is Clue. And for Clue Esports to take a fight against a known name like X-Park, I don't think so that's going to be that good of a choice. Shots missed from Sharang. Initial opportunity was there to get that elimination, but instead it's completely okay. Team X-Park, they anyways just send it.
Yeah, absolutely bullying everybody they kind of see and chasing them down, getting that revenge on their fallen comrade. Now Team X-Park, they're enraged. They want to find every single player of Clue Esports and make them feel clueless of why they even tried to do something like that. Tried to take their star player down. But, you know, in the grand scheme of things, for Team X-Park, we know the kind of a body language they're coming in. But for Clue Esports, considering the fact that Team X-Park, they've pretty much been on the hunt. Even in the previous game of Erangel, we saw how they went after shoot at side, just trying to isolate all their players individually and picking them off. But as the circle has taken a rather southern shift, you could see the players of Vampire having a good position over there. Even for the players of Claw Pirat, nothing much to complain.
Vibes is now starting to move in from the right side too. You can see the players finally breaching inside of the safe zone. And I like the fact that the circle is also shifting down south. I want to see a Pertrona ending. What do you say?
Why not? Just bring it on, because I don't think we've ever casted a Pertona circle. Would love to see that happen. Even truck stop. We've seen zones go around it, but nothing really ending. But look at this, ready for domination. Now this is another one of those teams that was quite impressive in round number 1. Kind of trying to surround the players of Neon Esports. We did talk about a lot of those teams just dropping down at Los Leones. Neon Esports having won one of their fights, but are they ready for the next hurdle?
The hurdle.
Oh no.
It seems quite tough to overcome. And you talk about tough things. X-Park, considering they know they already took down one of the players from the side of Clue Esports. Now they want to press up on the charges even more. Clue Esports, doors being knocked, and that nade was placed to perfection. Sarang able to find that opener. The second one instantly follows up too. What is going on? Team X-Park, at this point in time, they're not even serious with the amount of pushes they're making up against the foes. And this push was one of the most unorthodox pushes, but still it somehow worked out. That one single initial nade from Sarang was able to find that opener. And now even Shadow 7 from the outskirts is just tossing that constant nades just to chip out a little bit more damage on the man. Another nade being tossed. It actually does get the confirmation too from Sarang. But yeah, I mean, you try to follow it up a little bit more. And Kakaboy, I'm not sure it's going to be able to get a lot.
Kakaboy feels really helpless at this point. Does not have a lot to work around with as he keeps on continuing that spray, but Sarang shows no remorse. Puts the final nail in the coffin, and that's all she wrote for Clue Esports. All they could get was just one finish, and that was Ninja Jot. But this is Team X-Park getting their revenge, and in style, with interest. They've been these high school bullies, and I think that's just going to keep getting worse from over here.
He wanted to jump outside of the window, and he just missed that jump completely. That reminded me of myself.
And how did you picture yourself that?
I mean, when I play the game.
You do that?
Of course. What are you talking about? Forgot how I carried you?
All right. That's a really strong statement coming from a player who's just been enjoying his Marmaris X-suit. But hey, Necro, let's be honest. I mean, the lobbies that we were playing in were kind of pretty, you know, easy.
The newer lobbies, you can't say.
Yeah, the newer lobbies.
Players.
We need to have you ranked up. Get into Ace Dominator pretty soon. Maybe a Conqueror push next season. That would be something worth remembering. But now, you know, this shows the body language of the players of Team X-Park coming into play. I'm pretty sure. I think a lot of those enemies watching those finish feed out there, they're starting to get worried. How do they stop this force? I think somebody to be reckoned with. Even if Ninja has gone out of the picture, you still have so much of the firepower. You've got Sarang, you've got Spray God. Once he gets alive, I think there's no stopping this team.
I mean, in general, once again, another one of those teams that is completely focused on the firepower. A Soldiers-oriented team, you can also say.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you've got Spray God, you've got Sarang, you've also got Ninja Jot, and then you've also got Shadow 7. Yeah. In general, every single player, they do pack a massive
X-Park, they're giving a run to the players of WSP for their money, considering how aggressive they've been playing with WSP. This was the game of Miramar where they started to lighten things up. And from there onwards, they never saw behind. But for Enforcers, after getting those 2 finishes early on into the game, they find themselves in a little bit of a pickle.
Enforcers, I mean, Gal being able to get that confirmation. This is another one of those teams that did not really get a lot of limelight in the previous game, right? Enforcers Esports, the name definitely seems quite solid. But let's hope that they're going to be justifying that name too. Gal and his teammates, they are slowly and steadily being surrounded by a lot of these teams around him. But considering the spot that they have gotten, it's inside of a little bit of a dip, so they're not really getting a lot of information from just being in that spot. They need to spread out a little bit. Rudra Jod taking constant shots against the team in the front, and he actually does manage to nail those shots too. One man was knocked out, the second man tried to escape away, but he instantly gets caught too. There's no escaping from that explosive.
Yeah, the similar fate again for explosives. Nothing really explosive about this team so far. Have really been pinned down, hurt, buried, and always screaming and yelling for help. But this time it is going to be Enforcers trying to enforce their command over them as the final player also bites the dust and gets turned into ashes. As now Enforcers, this is looking quite solid from them, considering 5 finishes already, 11 teams still alive, 41 players inside the lobby, and look at this circle shift and shoot at side. This is what we were discussing about, right? All they need to do is piece everything perfectly, and this game could be theirs. Because for Team X-Park, I've got a feeling in my bones that says they're going to overextend, and somebody, could be Neon Esports, to punish them.
Oh, Panther. I mean, the prone spray is looking pretty good. And Saad, as he's trying to close on up, he will actually do so quite easily too, considering Panther was way too far away. So getting the knock was a little bit too tough. Claw good for now. All 4 players will be back up on the feet. Enforcers, I like the fact that even this team is starting to make some waves inside of the game, right? Racking up those elimination points, moving in edge by edge. But once again, to breach inside of the upcoming circle, it's going to be even tougher. There's so many teams guarding that edge line. There's going to be so many teams just being a defensive wall, and to crack that defensive wall open, they would need to find the initial knockout. For now, focusing on Team MYT in front of us, and MYT for them, they've got some more troubles going on. Mysterious Esports, the nade just sails in and finds the perfect knock too. Vampire Esports being able to start off.
Yeah, taking the wind off the sails. Mysterious Esports in a whole world of trouble right now. Worthless. I do not know what he was doing out in the open like that. Whilst if you talk about the other 3 players, they're on the back lines. Completely distraught, completely in a disarray. You've got Yuhai, beautiful grenade, but an instant raiding comes from the players of Vampire. Now this is one of those teams, I think Criminal was one of those players to really look out for. And for now, it's going to be Invader and Ranger trying to close in. But it is also the players from Rich Esports from the backlines. Now Mysterious, they're in a really troubled waters.
Rich Esports. Hopefully it is one of those teams that believes that money is probably going to be the solution for every single problem in your life. But this time the solution is going to be bullets. And they're tossing out the utilities. Oh, this nade might just find the connection. Sails too close, but unfortunately the cook wasn't that great. Another nade sails in, a little bit too deep on deep. But Deep is still alive for now, but the wall of death is closing up. Hopefully he's already started to pop that first aid. He's taking too much damage from the zone, and he gets knocked out. Unfortunately for Mysterious Deep, he gets knocked out. The rest of the players, they're still trying to move inside of the zone, but then Vampire Esports, they're not going to make that journey that easy. Mario P, he went for the constant shots. The spray was there, and the opponents now, which is of course Mysterious Esports, they're getting dismantled slowly and steadily.
But look at Team X-Park, they're still answering back, still fighting back, as now Vampire could be the next on their death note. Mari from the backlines, he's getting wiped off in Shadow. He wants to push through, he's read the finish feed, he knows exactly what's happening. Holds on, spots out Criminal, and this time he would not miss his spray. Gets those knocks, would want to get that final confirmation, but still jiggles and jaggles, bops and weaves a little bit over there. Out of utility though, still has that Molotov to work around with. But now look at Team X-Park. They're taking fights absolutely everywhere.
17 finishes wrapped up from X-Park. A nuclear performance on the horizon with just a 3-man squad. They've got so many elimination points. That's Spraygott this time. This man's definitely taking the charge in his hands. He's able to do so much damage against the foes. Now this time it's turned for Neon X. And Thakur and Fraggy's in the back lines, but the nade's going to be tossed to perfection from Spraygott. This man is on the path for vengeance. Thakur is the only man left over, and Neon X, they can probably feel the death approaching them, and this man is almost on the verge of being completely incinerated to death. Shotgun pulled out from Spraygott up close and personal, but then he backs away. But he still does hear the footsteps of the man from Neon X. A shot being connected up close and personal. Spraygott's taking a lot of damage. He goes with a patch up upon himself. But I like the call, even from the side of Neon X, going back to get the revive back up on the fallen player.
Spraygott, he still wants to take this fight. With the circle starting to close in, there you have the grenade getting that confirmation. And Thakur, he's been dealt with by the players from Ready for Domination. That grenade landing into perfection, but for the Enforcers, look at that. Still alive, still doing well, but for how long? That's the big question. As the commotion really gets even worse, Wolf is already down and out, and Rudrajot, the last player surviving, and I think to a dead man walking.
The utilities are doing constant damage from Team X-Spark, and Enforcers, they have been showcased the gates of hell. As now even Clawix Parade out in the open, even they do not stand a chance considering they just do not have a lot of cover to play with. And Team X-Spark from the top, they're just raining down hellfire. X-Spark, they're getting so many elimination points converted, 21 so far, and they constantly keep on doing a lot of damage to the lobby.
Yeah, just too easy for Team X-Spark. As now Sarah, he spotted out the players over there. Oh, I see one of them already being picked off. The second one in his radar, almost down and out. Still, just barely surviving by the skin of his teeth as Hitman. He's being pushed at, and this is atrocious, preposterous, criminal, illegal. Should not be happening right now. But for Sook Noob, you got to feel for this young lad. What does he do? How does he face this force of nature? Barely surviving, barely even breathing, trying to fight, but to no avail. Team X-Spark, they do not discriminate, going after everybody in the lobby. Seems like it's just Zod that's breathing.
Catalyst being showcased the gets as well, and now it's all down to Zod from Clawix Parade. Clawix Parade being able to end things on the second spot is definitely quite a great ending, but X-Spark, what a game that was. It was not a spark. It was a complete fire being ignited inside of the lobby, and they just did not stop till the end, constantly just hammering down teams after teams, and it is something we expected from a banner like X-Spark.
Breaking records like this, I'm already having a headache. 26 finishes, chicken dinner. Team X-Spark. They've made an absolute mockery out of this entire lobby.
I mean, yesterday, WSB, they were the one to sort of set a record, and then instantly on the other day, X-Spark just breaks it down like that.
With style, chicken dinner also.
Exactly. I mean, 26 elimination points secured. How can you not be satisfied with that performance? I just want to see X-Spark against the known teams now.
Yeah, just give them an
They're ready
to
for the grand finals. I think so. They're ready for the grand finals with the performance they showcase. Yeah. But yeah, jokes apart, still a lot more stages are going to be there in the future. But X-Spark, a solid performance, of course, focusing on some of the teams that we had expectations from. What exactly happened to Vibes? They just got evaporated into thin air.
I think it was just Team X-Spark. The idea was to try and isolate Shadow. All of the 4 players kind of were tunnel vision. And whilst they were trying to do that, you know how Spraygott started things off, took one of their players down, and that is exactly what Team X-Spark need, right? That one opener, and they rush in like bullies, just wipe everybody out.
Infinite Catalyst too, just getting eliminated on that 3rd spot. I generally thought Infinite Catalyst can be the one to stop that wrath from Team X-Spark, considering it was going to be a 3v4, but then the players needed to move out in the open, considering the zone wasn't really favoring them. And X-Spark at the top, they just the drone view on everyone. So of course an uphill battle is something that's going to give you so much of a disadvantage that due against a firepower like X-Spark. So in general, yeah, I mean, it was X-Spark's game. They got that game secured. But now we're going to be moving on towards the game of Sanhok, and this is also the stronger suit for X-Spark.
Yeah, they did manage to get a chicken dinner, but you know, I've got to be honest, they made it look so easy.
Yeah.
Right? Considering how spread out Team X-Spark were, considering there were so many teams around them, and even when you see the chicken dinner moment, right, they just were kind of relying on their numbers, get that one knock, and you could see that confidence from their players. Every single player already high on it, and just going with that push. No remorse whatsoever. And, for the opposition, you're starting to feel a little bit more worried because, they're like, oh, it's X-Park. And suddenly they start to tremble, and that is where the cookie crumbles. And Team X-Park, I mean, even if you look at that 4th or the 5th zone shift that we had, Necro, I mean, you could have seen all their players. They were all on different flanks, right? Everyone individually taking on another team. Now, how often do you see that happening?
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at that replay, right? I'm so sorry. I was just focusing on that replay completely. Yeah. And I just noticed Spray God single-handedly had 10 finishes wrapped up. And then Sarang had 9 finishes popped up. And with that, I was just mind blown, so I completely just lost track of what you said. But yeah, in general, the game that they just proved out to be, it was incredible. But honestly, at this point, I just want to move on forward to other teams because we know this is something we expected from X-Park, and it's probably going to keep on happening over and over again, even on the map of Sanhok. It's going to be a farm fest for that team. And let's move on forward and look at the MVP, which is going to be Spray God.
Undoubtedly. I think, why do we even have to call it out? It has to be Spray God. Those 10 finishes, and look at how... must be feeling just 38% finish contribution. You had one of the players, I think Sarang was on 9, Shadow had gotten 7.
Yeah.
So you kind of goes on to speak volumes of how good Team X-Park are today. And raises question, is the lobby easy or are they just getting better?
For them, the lobby's easy. That's all he can say. For the other teams, the lobby's not easy. I mean, you can see the players of Enforcers struggling quite a lot. Clock's Parade is a prime example. The team's not even able to stay alive till the final few moments with all the players, so even that team's struggling. So in general, the lobby's definitely quite heated up. But it's just X-Park. For them, the lobby's too easy. And we've been mentioning this, right? The team, if they do have the firepower, they're going to be the one to come out on top. And WSB as well should be a prime example of, considering WSB is not one of those teams that has a lot of experience, but still been able to dominate so much just on the behalf of the firepower. I would say all thanks to the new point system.
Yeah, I think the new point structure really favoring a couple of those teams that are kind of frag heavy. Our Team X-Park being one of them, and even in the previous BGIS, they did manage to get the second runners-up position. And this time, I think they're aiming directly at the trophy. And again, are at the right path. The only complaints that we had was over the IGLing, which I feel like has been sorted out. At least maybe in round number 3 or in the next subsequent rounds, they might get truly tested. But the point standings kind of goes on to show how one-sided this matchup was. Now look at that, 36 points. I'm pretty sure even for the viewers, guys, brace yourselves for some really low cutoffs.
That is true. I mean, the vacuum is already being created. 36 points in one game. That's the most amount of points so far in 2024.
And in the previous game, they managed to get 25.
So yeah, I mean, already this team is crossing some insane numbers. I do not even want to
61.
calculate because I'm not too good with that. So yeah, you've already done that quick maths. 61 points in total in the span of 2 games. Man, what am I even witnessing? But you know what? The real judgment of these T1 teams will really happen up against the T1 teams in the grand finals, in my opinion, because that's where all the other teams will also be super experienced. They will also be sort of dominating the lobbies too, just the same way. Because so far, all the T1 teams that we witnessed, right? Kemet Esports, that team was going super aggressive. Bot Army Esports, even that team was going really aggressive. WSB, another aggressive team, and X-Park. Now imagine you put all these teams inside one single lobby. How tough the competition will be.
It certainly will be, one hell of a show, that's for a fact. But again, you know, now, as much as we are trying to not make it just about Team X-Park, they've pretty much been stealing the show, right?
Of course.
Which sort of brings us into the another discussion about a few of the other teams that really played well. Cloix, Pirat, again, good position points coming in from that particular team, and a nice recovery, especially after that flat fall in the first game. But then when you look at Team Vibes, right, especially in the previous game, getting around 5 points, this time getting nothing. Same goes with Gladiators. They survived till the very end in the map of Erangel. But this time, trying to pick on a fight, getting a little ahead of themselves, I think that was their Achilles' heels.
Once again, making me wonder, was that really a fluke of a performance in the game 1? Because that's what it seems like, especially if you're not able to sustain your spot inside of the map of Miramar. And does not really follow up, then that should be a big question mark being there. And yeah, even the same thing can be said for Reach Esports, another team that's returning back in 2024. 0 points in the second game too. That's a big red flag right there.
and even for Mysterious Esports, we could see how they were caught between a rock and a hard place, and they were trying their level best. You know, from the back lines, you had the players of Ridge, from the front lines, it was Vampire, and everybody just trying to take them down. And whilst they were fighting, I think it was the Cats, it was Team X-Pac. They came out of nowhere and snatched everything away. When we talked about the circle, when we looked at it, right, it was supposed to be shoot at sight, but look at what X-Pac did to them.
I mean, shoot at side at least got some sort of points, right? This time, in the previous game, they got eliminated on 0 points. And now inside of this game, at least they got some sort of points. So you can't say a little bit of an improvement from them. And you can expect the performance just to go even uphill from now on. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, let's move forward and look at this nice promo we've got lined up for you guys.
Make sure they know. With a new Royal Pass, get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
I mean, the teams that we're expecting to play well, my friend Fixes, they're struggling so far. And I guess you know what's going to make them feel a little bit better? When they go back to the lobby, spend 10 UC, get that spin. If you're lucky enough, maybe that's going to get your mind refreshed a little bit.
Now, sometimes when you do not feel lucky either, just get the Royal Pass. At least for the viewers, you know that you're going to get that 720
That
UC
is true.
rebated. And you still would have enough creds to get the Royal Pass for the next season, along with all that beautiful skins.
Yeah.
Especially, have you checked that Thompson? I was meaning to get a new Thompson, and it is an upgradable one.
That's what I was saying, man. This time, the Royal Pass is really clean. I love the textures on the skins that we've been seeing so far. And I would say Royal Pass is probably some of the safest bets you can take inside of the game. So yeah, just move on forward, buy that Royal Pass, and you'll be able to enjoy all the skins that are in there. But yeah, moving on forward towards the conversation now. X-Pac, they're dominating. Vibes not being able to dominate, that's a big concern. You also have expectations for X-Pac. They're slowly and steadily moving up with snail's pace approach, but I don't think so that's something we expect from a name like Claw X-Pac. That's what I've been saying.
I think right now, considering how the schedule is just about to be on our screens, and we get to talk about how this could be one of those games where Team X-Pac could finally get the hat-trick, the second hat-trick of the BGIS after Carnival Gaming. They've already done that. But for X-Pac, I think it's all about getting things done in style. Now, when you talk about the map of Sanhok, I think the only idea for all these teams should be, you know, you spot Team X-Pac out, just stay away from them. You know, fight with the other teams. Try not to give those finishes away, because if you're going after X-Pac, then you better be prepared for a wrestling matchup.
Of course.
Yeah, and you know, that being said, right, you've got Johnny on the desk, a little bit of a switcheroo. Johnny's getting really excited over here, and he kind of is really starting to feel bad for the other teams. Now, Johnny, you were on the sidelines. You were trying to watch the matches, and you were trying to break down what could the other teams have done in that particular situation. Did you come up with any solution whatsoever?
Yeah, it's a simple step, right? You join your hands and you start praying.
All right.
Start praying that you do not run into X-Pac. That is the only hope that is left for the other teams. But, I mean, to be very honest, I mean, we were expecting a few teams to put up a tougher fight against the likes of X-Pac. Vibes was one of those names. Claw X-Pac was one of those names. And, of course, based on their run in round 1 itself, Mysterious Esports could have been that name too. But, unfortunately, it's a mystery how all of these teams are just falling apart left, right, and center. You were talking about Sanhok and the other teams making a comeback, right? Did you forget? This was their best map in round 1. Talking about X-Pac, this was their biggest performance.
Now, what I'm going to really hope is that the zone shifts away from them. Because if you remember, the chicken dinner they managed to get, it was a Camp Alpha circle.
Yes.
This time, take it towards the eastern side. You know, get something happening around the docks area, maybe around the caves. I do not care. I want somebody at least throwing a punch back at Team X-Pac, because at this point, it is just synonymous to bullying.
Yeah, I mean, it is. A little bit it is, but I think...
Little bit?
Yeah, just a little. It's just 2 games now, Fixes. We still have 4 more left.
61 points already on the board.
Hey, you started it. You started the day, or in fact, I mean, our discussions began off with the fact that, oh, WSB has raised a challenge to everyone, and X-Pac is like, all right, what challenge are you talking about? that thing, yeah. And half the job is done in just 2 matches. But again, before we jump into this map of Sanhok, I think it is important to note that Xpark, their playstyle, at least in the early game, is a little bit predictable. That Camp Alpha drop can be countered. And as you said, if the circle moves away, who knows what's going to happen. But ladies and gentlemen, that is what we are here for. We are here for the answers, and all will be revealed when the match concludes. But before that, we are about to take off over the map of Sanhok. Here's the plane and the flight path. An interesting one. It starts off from Camp Alpha Island itself.
Yeah, and that just makes things easier for Team Xpark. I really hope somebody drops down on them, or maybe really puts up a challenge at the very least. Would love to know from the viewers what they think.
Of course.
Who's going to win this one? Is it going to be Team Xpark's hat trick, or is it going to be somebody just stealing it under their nose? Whatever, the mystery shall be unraveled in the next couple of minutes. But for now, I think really want a Kampong or maybe a Cave Dog Circle, because that hasn't so far happened in BGIS.
Yeah. One zone I think that has never happened in Sanhok, but I would love to see that is Bantai. We've never seen that southern shoreline coming into play, and I don't think anyone even drops in Bantai anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the good old days, if you remember, when we had those healing meta going on, just drop down on the southern belts and the southeastern belts. We could see the players of, I think, Entity, Team Exo, currently Revenant, trying to replicate that. But yeah, they were the good old days. But for now, oh my god, where is Team Xpark? Hatin is where they decided to drop down on. As Mysterious, they've taken control over the shrine and the hills. With that being said, look at Gladiators. Got the players of Crew right in front of them. I'm pretty much telling you, they've got a little bit of that rivalry going on.
Yeah, I mean, something has happened between these two lineups, and differences will be settled within the game itself. Nikhil, he's going for a push. Oh, that's such a smooth opening. He just saw him run around the corner, and now he knows where the hunt is on from. But it is going to be the side of Clue who find the first knock in this fight, and all of a sudden, Nikhil is the man who finds himself running for his life.
Again, quite cocky, just not paying off. Now Nikhil having the Tommy gun on him against a DPS. I really do not fancy his chances. And that is why this weapon is so scary, Johnny, isn't it?
Oh, Gladiators, they're getting destroyed now. It seems like the arena they have entered, they have no clue the monsters that were waiting for them on the other side. And someone change his name, because with how he has performed, this player is definitely not a liability. He secured 2 early frags all alone.
I mean, as long as their boats float, I have nothing to complain. But ready for domination. They find themselves in a little bit of a kerfuffle, especially Ruler. He's lost his throne, he's lost his home, and down he goes. What an explosive start, nonetheless, to Sanhok. Now, talking about it, kind of reminds me of my fellow Maisie. All talk, no show. I think so far, I think that has been the case with Gladiators, don't you feel? Like, the first game, yeah, they were good. The second game, they tried to initiate that fight against Neon, and they again flustered up. And this time also losing out on those players. But for Team Xpark, I think it's just a walk in the park.
Yeah,
Dragon, yeah, he's been dealt with.
And Mysterious, I think, are now finally, they have been made aware of the big threat that's lurking around them. For a few seconds, if I was, or in fact, I assume, when Mysterious dropped on that temple hill right on the summit, they might have assumed, oh, it's empty, no Xpark, this is our game. And then these lads just show up out of nowhere yet again. First man picked off, Yuhai has been spotted out as well. And Ninja-wise, Crosshair is just pinned around that cliff. He's expecting a repeat, gets it as well, but this time not really able to connect the shot. Although, you were talking about an explosive start, and it is the side of Explosive Esports who have been exploded. They have lost a player early into this match.
Yeah, and it's Vibes doing the deed over there. After falling short against that fight with Team Xpark, they really need to rack up those points. And there you have it, Lucy getting the better out of Ghost. But for Team Xpark, if we know, they're going to go in for the hunt, aren't they? Already having secured that one finish, and Yuhai, he's just barely counting his moments. His shadow comes in out of nowhere along with Spray God. He decides to drop down, but before he could even do that, Ninja, he is spitting fire. Did get eliminated pretty early on, and now he wants to also rack up those numbers.
Was the car stuck on there for a second, but well, anyways, Team Xpark, they do not fumble the ball. The player was dropped extremely low, but these lads are circling the opposition like vultures now, Fixtures. As you said, I mean, just toying with the opposing side, toying with the players, with their minds, with their dreams, their hopes, their emotions, everything. And there it is. One more. It was Worthless who went out. And it was Worthless to take a fight against X-Spark. You're not coming out on top in this. It was a 1v... Wait, what? It was 1v4. Spray got all 4.
Yeah, just getting all the 4 frags over there. His teammates acting as bait, and he's been just entering in, kind of trying to get that confidence that was sort of missing in those previous rounds. And Spray God looks fresh as a dew, at least as of now. There's good signs and really good things going on for Team X-Spark. Imagine the amount of confidence that gets instilled in the players. Now, these were the concerns that we were having about them. Their entry hadn't been really good in the previous rounds. Shadow, he was kind of looking indecisive in his shot calling. But I think they've figured their way out, right? You know, you've got 3 assaulters. They've been working on how they've been engaging in those fights, and they've fixed it.
Yeah, I've noticed one thing, Fixtures. Teams really don't like it when you specifically critique them. You talked a lot of stuff about Team Zero. They did quite well for themselves. You talk about X-Spark, and X-Spark, look at them. Look at them pop off, man.
You know, it's a good thing that they've learned from the mistakes. Now, for Team Zero, I'm still not satisfied because, again, with that team, you kind of expect a little bit much more. I mean, I'm not expecting domination like Team X-Spark, but certainly you need to get those top 3 position, especially these are the earlier rounds, because the road from here on, you have been talking about how difficult it is going to be trying to making those waves.
I mean, it will be, but this is the problem that I have with the most experienced players, that they know exactly how much needs to be done to cross the threshold and be on the other side in a safer position. And with the veterans, especially in the earlier rounds, for some reason, sometimes they refuse to overexert themselves. As soon as they know they have enough points to qualify, they're like, all right, now we start relaxing. Now we can experiment a little bit.
But that is kind of quite in contrast to how Team Zero were playing yesterday, if you remember. Quite defensive, especially when they line up. They've got players who can really pack a punch. And trying to overthink. I think overthinking was one of their biggest problems. And that is one of those issues that still needs to be resolved for me, because I feel like Team Zero, they can do much better than this. They're still trying to, you know, piece everything together, get everything in line. But for now, ready for domination. Now, this is another one of those teams, Johnny. Just before the day began, we were talking about them. Round number 1, they were phenomenal, getting all those finish points for themselves. Previous game, they were showing signs of it, but felt like they got overshadowed by X-Spark.
I mean, of course, I mean, they are ready for domination. They haven't been given the signal to go for domination yet, so I think still waiting. Maybe it's the green map of Sanhok, that's the green signal for them as well. They have spotted out a squad, a 4-man roster right in front of them. Spray is committed, but it's still an early fight. Sticking in the blue, not a lot you have to worry about right now. I think getting yourself an armor and a helmet would definitely be advisable at this point, especially considering your team is going for a split play. So just a few hits and you are going to be done for.
At this point, for ready for domination, they've realized that it's better just to keep aloof from the zone, stay outside the blue, and let Team X-Spark wipe everybody out. Eventually, we're going to just play for positions. As much as I hate to say that, but it's been a one-team show so far. As now, it's just going to keep getting worse. But for Claw Pirate, a bit of that recovery in that previous game. But for Infinite Catalyst, I think it's been a whole different story. I mean, they did survive till the very end in the previous game of Miramar, but they got clobbered down by the players of X-Spark.
I mean, that sentence just fits everyone, right? Got clobbered down by X-Spark.
It's like that Hulk mode, just go smash.
Yeah, I mean, see, 64 players in a lobby, 4 from the side of X-Spark, that is 60 players. They had 26 finishes, fixtures. That's more than 1/3 of the lobby.
I think they're just going to try and beat their own record. 26 already collected with Ninja still in play. Who knows that tally goes up beyond 30.
That was the best part, that they were down 1 player the entire time. And they were down their best player. Their best player got picked off. And as Necro also pointed out at the start of the day, that the team has a lot of firepower available right now, and they utilized it perfectly. But so does Claw Pirate, as you mentioned. They have a lot of firepower within them. We are yet to see Phoenix, Zeref, and Zord pop off. Zeref in particular has been one of those key players for this lineup, although today they have been a little bit on the quieter side. But this could be the game. I mean, Sanhok, we know, is that opportunity for the teams that have been underperforming throughout the entire day to turn things around and bring themselves back into the competition. Maybe this could be the opportunity Claw Pirate were waiting for.
I think for Claw Pirate being one of those teams that made it from the grind itself, landed them that round 2 spot. Even if you look at the numbers, right?
Yeah.
They've just got 11 finishes, 16 position points, and kind of goes on to show the mentality of the players, right? The idea is always trying to have a good position inside the circle, and if you have that position, then maybe go for the finishes. And that is where my concern really gets alive. Now, for Team X-Park, motion.
Yeah.
They've heard that Rich Esports, they're around that ruins area, taking a fight against Clue. Now, what are they going to do is just go after both of them.
Yeah, sure, why not? It is X-Park, of course. But I think Clue might actually look to disengage. This is a very awkward position for them to fight and not enough cover available to actually re-engage or deal with a push. A hard commitment if it happens from the side of Rich. And of course, considering major chunk of the circle does favor that bootcamp area, the map, the part of the map between bootcamp and Query, I think Clue might utilize this opportunity to actually cross over to the other side towards the island on the right-hand side. Just a safer play, a safer option than just staying there and hoping for a fight to happen.
Really taking nothing away from Clue. Did have a decent start in this one, especially
Yeah.
Liability. Went after the players of Gladiators, and kind of really think that if the teams have really not scrimmed against each other, and this is what I was talking about, the first piece of the puzzle just driving over. It's the IGL Shadow, gets the better out of Deoxy, but there you have it, no response whatsoever. Spray God comes in from the backlines, takes one more down.
He has taken all of them down. Spraygod had 5 eliminations, and up until that point, he was the only player from the side of Team X-Park who was getting those frags, but now Shadow and Ninja George start to chime in. 1 elimination secured each, and they have 7 already inside of the game. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, stage 3 of the match has just begun. It has almost just begun, and we are already down to 14 teams, but 47 players. So many individual players being lost by a lot of these teams. Clue, all of a sudden, they're down to their last man. Gladiators, they've been down to their last man for a while now.
And I'm starting to ponder, what is Liability thinking at this point? You know, he's not the liability for his team.
Yeah.
He's still the last player surviving. But look at Hitman from Infinite Catalyst. He's got the players of Enforces trying to circle him around. He's got a little bit of that backup though. So anybody trying to make that push, they might get shot from the backlines. But for the Enforces, did have a decent start in the game of Miramar. I think a couple of good points collected. I think that is the idea, right? Considering how Team X-Park, they've been sweeping the lobby. I think the average should be around even 4 to 5. I think you're good to go.
Maybe you're going to find that out, right? But yes, I think if the vacuum just becomes a gargantuan black hole, taking away all the finish points away from everyone, then
Look at
at 4
X-Park.
to 5 average points, yeah. What do you mean, look at X-Park? Anyone who looks at them apparently just turns to stone. This team is just built of Medusas all across the board. No one has a fighting chance. Well, at least a few teams do, but so far no one has cracked the code.
Somebody needs to fight back, and I'm looking forward to that one team. Rich Esports, look at how Kid just gets slapped, smacked right on his face. And now just the final 2 remain. And Spray God, oh my god, this should not be even allowed. Just goes out in the open, throws that grenade. You cannot give Team X-Park that sort of freedom.
This is too much. He's running out in the open.
No way.
While cooking up a nade. So, again, showcases how much confidence is filled within the lineup right now. And again, as you mentioned, I think their qualification was already done. So this is just more freedom for the lads of X-Park. Look at them run indoors. 11 eliminations on the board fixes. Also, by the way, this is a hat-trick opportunity, if I'm not wrong, right?
Yeah.
Second hat-trick within 3 days of round 2.
We've seen Carnival getting it the first one, but for now, Vibes and Vampire, they go up against each other. Leader with barely some HP remaining. Criminal. He's been a criminal, at least in that map of Erangel, but can he replicate that in the rainforest? That's the big question over here. Leader managing to patch himself up over there. Criminal still trying to get those couple of finishes, but Vibes, oh my god, this is trouble in paradise for them.
Well, he is a criminal after all. Takes away that frag, takes away that player. Leader, He's hiding behind the smoke. Nades exchanged from either sides, but which one of these lads will be able to connect? Neither, actually. He's being quite cheeky. He's holding the edge of the smoke, using that third-person perspective to just try and peek around the corner. Wait for Criminal to overcommit to this fight. But repositioning, very critical. Hides behind the rock, tries to protect himself from the line of fire. But look on the radar, Fixers. In a few moments, the backlines will be compromised, and that is when there will be trouble in paradise for the side of Vibes.
Usually, May is considered as the month of the Taurus, month of the Bull, and Team X-Park have been the epitome of that. With this circle shift, I feel like it has gone against them. They've got no more bodies in front of them,
Yeah.
hence they go out for the hunt. It could be the players of Neon, and this is one strong team they have to go up against with, and look at how they land right on their faces. This time also getting that early success.
I'm pretty sure if Necro was here, this would have pained him so much to see that happen and how it happened. He's a big advocate of teams not traveling in the same car, and that is what X-Park was doing. So it was a big gamble, but it does. Although with Neon X, I believe they're down to their last man. Thakur is the last survivor for the team. Now they have one more man who's hiding in boot camp, so Thakur is the second last man surviving for his team. If he gets taken out by X-Park, the next target will be the lads of Claw Pirate, who are hiding in those compounds down below. And X-Park, with all the commotion they've heard just now, are aware of that squad as well. And as you mentioned, Fixers, the only time X-Park moves forward is when they are done finishing everyone where they are currently.
This map has already turned red. It's a red zone, and Team X-Park, they are bringing that Hail Mary to every single one of them. The opposition absolutely rattled down. No answers whatsoever. Look at Sarang. Oh my god. This is absurd at this point. So much movement freedom. Johnny, this should never be happening.
Yeah, I mean, this only happens when you have someone who is just way, way, way better than everyone else. And X-Park, they're just here to prove that point exactly to every single one that has been critiquing them all this time. Trade knocks found. Spray God did go down, but Shadow was right behind him for the cover. So Claw, they are the ones who end up losing an individual from their side. But Shadow needs to connect this nade. If this fight all of a sudden turns into a 4 versus 2, Claw are done, and what a perfect grenade from Shadow. Right in his feet. Knocking him off his feet, of course, but now it's just down to those two individuals. Sarang picks up the frag, and Shadow goes for the push.
I'm feeling sorry for Ninja, just sitting at 2 finishes, and this is best. Pray God.
Ouch!
He just wants finishes. He just wants bodies lying down. Does not matter, does not discriminate who it could be. And what? Did you just see that through the smoke? He just continued with those taps, and it connected.
Did you see how they're getting the revive in? They're right outside the door. The door was open. And then they get a Molotov lobbed in the face. The push comes in. Phoenix, he's trying to survive. His teammate gets finished off right in front of his eyes. But again, it's too many bodies. He's still finding the frag. Sarang gets finished off. But X-Park, they get their revenge. The first man taken out is Sarang. They've lost one player, at least Fixes. So things won't be as easy as they thought they would. But they still have 17 eliminations on the board.
And I'm telling you, Ninja's gonna feel happy about this. Finally,
no!
my time to shine.
No!
And now, just to make matters worse, the gods of BGMI really want Team X-Park to rule, don't they? And now with Shooted Sight, look at the numbers already dwindling for Enforcers. They're doing the smart thing. They're the only fox in the lobby. They just want to keep aloof off of Team X-Park.
Like, alright, where is it quiet on the map? That is where we are going to be. Because every time we hear a gun go off, it is X-Park. And someone else is getting finished off, guys. So avoid this team. We automatically win. Let them do all the hard work. And this strategy actually can work out. I think so, at least. Oh, no.
Or maybe not.
You gave them the idea. Enforcers are there.
No way. He's not even peeking. He's just standing in front of the door. That's utter disrespect. Finally, somebody needed to answer back.
Vibes.
And it's the players of Team Vibes. And now this time, for the first time, I really feel like Team X-Park, they seem vulnerable.
I think they might be done now. Vibes, they have a big advantage. They have made sure that the players are going to be split up. But Ninja Jod, well, he is an absolute god when it comes to BGMI. And right now, switching to the Ninja mode. Has gone completely prone, hiding his presence, but Gets up, makes a small little dash towards that first aid, and in fact the crate that is there in front of him. Here's the opposition, sees him completely, takes him down, leader out of the picture. But Xbox, they're down to their last 2 players, so the chicken dinner finish, it's going to be extremely difficult to pull that off, but they can still rack up at least 20 eliminations from this match.
Yeah, Ninja playing it carefully, piecing it together for his team, has managed to deal with another. Lucy, the last player standing in front of him. They've lost out on Shadow as well, but look at SprayGod. He goes in, he gets that finish, and he gets the job done. But now it's a race against the circle, and he makes it. Oh, with just a sliver of HP by the skin of his teeth. And right now, Team Xbox marching ahead. 21 finishes already on the line. And now, shoot it sight, they could be next.
Well, yeah, it's going to be a big ouch moment for anyone, but I think from here on out, going forward, Xbox, the struggles are going to continue. The only way I can see them winning the chicken is if Shoot at Sight and Enforcers end up colliding and fighting each other at the shoreline. And the probability of that is quite high, because look at the radar. Both the teams are quite close to each other. It's that small little hill between them that separates both the sides. And Ninja Jord, he is backed up by Spray. Till now in the game, there's one more on the board for SprayGod. 12 eliminations just by a single player. A few teams, all 4 players combined have 12 sometimes. Not even that.
He spotted Panther out as well. And look at that, 4 grenades still on display. The way he's been taking down bodies.
It's perfect.
Yeah, it's absolutely perfect. Panther with barely any response and reply. As SprayGod, he does not care. He does not need any assistant over there. As now, Panther, what does he do? There you go.
Wow. As you mentioned, no assistance required. Enforcers down to their last man, Rudra Jord. And Ninja Jord in the meanwhile. I wonder if it's just how much information he has about the players of Shoot at Sight.
I think it's about Team Xbox trying to pick individual fights. You know, they've kind of had this unspoken discussion between themselves. You deal with the Enforcers. And for Ninja, it's going to be the players of Shoot at Sight. Do not touch my prey. The 2 lions inside the jungle, and there you have it. Ninja already softening things up against the players of Shoot at Sight. Everybody trembling in fear as Team Xbox 24 finishes already, and surely they can beat their own record.
Oh no, he doesn't know. Doesn't know where Rudra Jord is. SprayGod is trying to be careful. Peeks around the corner, goes out. Finally, I think this might be the game where the chicken dinner is denied to the lads of Xbox. The best performing man is out of the picture. And it's a 2 versus 1 situation. But Ninja Jord, he is not stopping at all. Still over 250 rounds left for that M4. He can spray all he wants on the opposition, not allowing them a single moment to breathe. There's a smoke laid out. And the line of fire should be perfect to spam at least at the players of Shoot at Sight, but he's going for a move, needs to get inside the circle, needs to find some cover at least to survive for the next few moments.
He's drawn so much attention. Look at the smokes, right? Shoot at Sight need to capitalize on this one. At least Rudra Jord needs to find that angle, needs to thread that needle. Has that golden window of opportunity. Ninja Jord in front of him. Still goes in for the spray. It whips his shots, and that is all Ninja requires to inch in that gap. Does not even want to heal up. Instantly decides to push right at his face. Rudra Jord having that DBS showed his heroics against SprayGod. Did succeed, but against Ninja, he shall fail.
What a frag! Just the perfect peek around the corner. Waited for the perfect opportunity to line it up, and the finish was just cherry on top of that very tasty cake. But finally, down to a 1v2 we go. Molotov lobbed right in his feet to isolate him into a single corner. Nade lobbed out. Ninja Jord, can you clutch this out? A big question. The stun to blind him of any vision, any information. Does not see a single thing. And again, taking damage from the utility. Shotgun switched over. Lines up the player, but still whiffs the shot. 2 individuals still waiting for him. Either sides of the rock. Nowhere left to run. Nowhere left to hide. He has to take this fight. But will they or won't they? Xbox, is this a big hat trick that we are about to witness in round 2 from a big name of BGMI in this country, Exploser? He's waiting for an opportunity, waiting for that time, but the blue zone damage, it swings the fight in the favor of Ninja Jord. Exploser, he's going for that first aid, buying himself at least a few extra seconds in this fight.
It's the patience game. Exploser, he's low on HP. Ninja goes outside the blue, wants to take that shot from the backlines. It is going to be Roar trying to provide the cover fire. Ninja against the world as Exploser. He puts the final nail in the coffin, denies Team X-Pac that delicious hat-trick, and shoot it side. After those two really terrible games, they finally managed to redeem themselves. A 5-pointer chicken dinner is what they get. But when it comes down to Team X-Pac, 25 finishes again, and those 6 points, 31. I think they're just going to beat WSP's record after game number 4 ends.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, all right, 5 points, 5 finishes and the chicken, but what do you do when the team at the second position has 25 eliminations alone? So, a big move from the side of X-Pac, but hey, finally someone denied them the chicken at least. And shoot at side, again, composure was needed. They were so lucky that Ninja was out of utility at that point and he did not find any crates when he ran behind those rocks. Otherwise, who knows what could have happened. He could have just lobbed, they were so close to him, he could have just lobbed a nade and forced them to step out into the open. He did not even have to pre-cook that nade. He could have just tossed it behind the rock and be done with it.
You could still feel like how intimidated they were, right? The players over there for shoot it side, white-faced, even after throwing that stun grenade, knowing that you got that audio cue where he stunned. Neither of them decided to push. They were like, no, we're not going to do that against one of the best mechanical players this game has ever graced.
I think in a few moments we will have a recap of that winning moment, and I think it was his own stun that blinded.
It was?
I think so. He threw something towards Raw and then he got stunned. I think it was the last piece of utility he had left. So yeah, trying to use whatever we have in the game.
At this point, you know, truth be told, this was supposed to be Team X-Pac's game. Had Spray God just not went off his own ways, trying to take down the players of Enforcers. I mean, had they played it together, it was still their game to lose. And they kind of threw this one, but does not matter, right? When you're looking at the bigger picture, 31 points, I'm going to take that with open arms. And, you know, this is where Rudra, somebody had to finally stop Spray God. Because this man, he was on a mission.
Yeah, but this was my favorite finish of the game. He just stood there and waited and waited and waited for Rudrajot to overpeak, because that is what you are going to do with the shotgun. Either you will just go for a quick in and out around the corner, or you're going to try and swing wide if the opposing player does absolutely nothing. And Ninja George just baited him over there by standing in a corner, repositioning constantly to avoid the line of fire. He made him swing wide and then got for the finish. But then again, I mean, it was just Ninja George. That's not even the player who's popping off from the side of X-Pac, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look at the MVP. Or should I say, let's have a look at Spray God's stats.
13. The previous game, he managed to get 10. He's getting a 13 finishes. Not a chicken dinner though, but still, I think he's trying to break those records being created in those official tournaments. And what a comeback, I must say, from this one player, right? Especially when so many fingers were pointed out at him. It feels like he's just kind of trying to take out that frustration. And yeah, it is Spray God's wrath all over the lobby.
So I don't know what fingers you're talking about, because even the last time I think he was one of the best performing players in the team. So again, the performance from this individual has been there. It was just the changes that we were concerned about. Like, all right, how is this going to function? Now you have a lot of assaulters, you have a lot of aggressive players, but then like all of them do like to play quite individually. We did see that in the final few moments. Who is covering who? So all of those discussions, I think, was what made the tactical side for the team a little bit more complicated. But you have Shadow for that.
You certainly have Shadow, and Shadow is one of those players. Is again kind of really helps and aids in how Team X like to play. Initially, when this team was formed, I think we knew, right? This was an all-stars lineup. You've got 3 of the best assaulters in the country. You've got a Nigel who can also assault. And the only problem was for them to try and secure the circles. And I do not know if that has been really fixed, but I think they've found a fix in the form that, you know, just spot out players, go after them. Now, for Spray God, I think it was a huge fall after getting that showdown MVP, and after going towards Marcus Gaming, we could not even see them call. And after kind of changing those realms and coming into X-Pac, this is finally where he's stepping up.
Yeah, it is a brilliant way to make it happen as well. But let's have a look at the points of this particular match, because I want to see what the differences actually are. All right, so from 31 for X-Pac, we go to 15 points for shoot at sight. That is just 50%. Right off the bat, and then it's Enforcers with 11, Vibes with 11, Neon X with 6 points. Even though they tried their level best, look at that, they have 4 placement points, but you notice where the finishes are going, right? All in the hands of X-Pac.
Yeah, sure, it's side still, like we said, right? A little bit of that recovery, much needed.
Yeah.
Especially even after having such a good spot in Miramar. It was Team Xbox's Thunder, and they kind of felt that, but still getting that chicken dinner. But Enforcers esports, I think, from Miramar, transition into Erangel has been pretty decent. They managed to get some 7-8 points over there as well. So they're definitely building up those numbers. For Vibes also, those 11 points certainly comes in handy, especially after they fell flat in Miramar.
Yeah, of course. But one more team that has fallen flat, and I'm still waiting for them to recover, is Claw X Pirate Esports. Lot of expectations, considering, again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the one team in this group that has joined us directly from BGIS The Grind. So, again, out of 256 invited teams that were there, this is that one name that was amongst the 64 others that was able to survive that entire bout over there. But, oh yeah, I think this is not what we expected from them. A little bit more of a step up into the upcoming matches. They have 3 more remaining on the board, and they need at least 1 chicken, because just like it's the same conversation we were having about Team Zero yesterday, right? It is a team filled with a lot of talented players. They have potential, they have decent experience under their belt, so you obviously expect them to be somewhere around the top 3 or the top 4. You do not expect them to be qualifying to the next stage with like just 1 extra point from the team on the 8th position.
I really want to see the IGL of Claw X Pirate get really conditioned. You finally understood how the lobbies are really panning out. It is Team X-Park. They've been unleashed. They're going all over the place. I think the right measure to do right now is try to play a little bit defensive, stay aloof from those fights, do something like Shoot It Side just did right now.
I mean, Shoot It Side were very patient, and I think that was one thing that helped them secure the chicken dinner. But again, I mean, there's a lot more to discuss, especially we have one more map of Miramar to head towards. Before we do that, have a look at this.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
अरे यार, कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। इनका आज का दिन कुछ टफ सा लग रहा है। Just like every other day. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
तुझे भी नसीब चमकाना है, बस स्पिन करता जा और फ्लेक्स कर गोल्ड स्पिन का ऑल न्यू लुमिनस म्यूज सूट, अपग्रेडेबल वेपन्स एंड एपिक सेट्स। पहली स्पिन कर 10 यूसी में और बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
It's the new Luminous Muse set, ladies and gentlemen, and as it said right there on your screens, first spin of the day at 10 UC. So it's time to get spinning, but we're also going to spin ourselves and head towards the next map in a few moments. But before that, do you think in the last 3 games, are we going to see the same thing, X-Park dominate everyone else? Or will finally teams like Claw, X-Pirate, Vibes, teams like Ready for Domination, are they finally going to start stepping up, realizing like, oh, we just have 3 games now?
I feel for Team X-Park, it is sort of written in stone. For Team X-Park, it is sort of written in stone. They are ought to dominate. It is, the storyline has to be what the other teams, how are they going to react to their onslaught?
And I think that is what we are going to do. Even we are going to shift focus and stay focused on those other 15 names from now on, ladies and gentlemen, because X-Park, their journey, their movement up into round 3 is already guaranteed with this sort of a pop-off in the first 3 games themselves. But what about the other 15 teams? Who makes it through? Who gets left behind? Well, we still have 3 more games to go, and the next map is the map of Miramar, which will happen match number 4 for Group 3, ladies and gentlemen. And after those 2 chicken dinners, 1 taken away from them where they still did finish second, X-Park, I think, will look for another big win on this map of Miramar, or at least that is what I would expect. But I would like to see what a man who has been celebrating on the sidelines quite a lot, because he's definitely enjoying this aggression. What does this man have to say? And of course, I'm talking about none other than Necro. How are you doing? How are you feeling about the upcoming game?
I mean, I'm already feeling quite electric, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
I'm loving what's going on inside of the lobby, off to a fiery start. And X-Park, of course, doing something we all expected. And I'm feeling the spark, that's for sure. But yeah, now focusing on the other teams. Claw Parad, you guys were having a conversation about all the 15 teams that are left over to still qualify and make a spot for themselves. And I think so, if you talk about the adaptability and how they're supposed to adapt inside the lobby, just let X-Park clear the floor. Do not even be a part of the fights. Just stay quiet.
That is the best plan, and I was thinking the same thing in the previous game.
Yeah.
Like, why not just stay hidden, get those first aids and start healing? Because, well, this team, in a matter of minutes, is going to destroy half the lobby
Exactly.
in the first 2 zones itself. So all you have to do is just survive that initial onslaught, and if you survive that initial wave of culling, you're good to go.
I mean, if I was inside of the lobby, I would just hold down a compound, sit over there, not even make a single noise, and yeah, just wait for X-Par to clear the floor, and then later on be a part of the action.
Yeah.
Just take a lot of meds so you can also tank in some damage from the blue itself. And that's going to be some free positioning points that my team's going to be racking up every single time consistently. So if X-Park really do want to outwork themselves, well, it's good. Because so far, it feels like X-Park has stepped inside of a classic lobby.
Yeah, I mean, they are making it look like that,
Yeah.
right? But it is, again, going to be a big challenge because even if you leave that one man for that heal battle, what if that one individual gets caught off guard? If the entire team stays back, then
That
you're
is true.
missing out
Yeah.
on those finish points. So things can get very, very tricky when just one name is there on that finish feed because it's the same conversation of getting suffocated from those finish points. And finish points, it's the same discussion you and I were having at the start of the day.
Yeah.
They are what is the most important thing in the new format and in the new point structure right now.
I mean, all of that is fine, Johnny, but then even Vibes is not able to step up, right?
No one
That
is.
transition from the side of round 1 to the round 2 itself,
Yeah.
it's just completely gone away. And one thing is for sure, this new meta has been about just going for the eliminations at this point.
Yeah.
You might as well just try to shift the game strat completely, or as I mentioned, just rat it out. Just wait till the final few moments and then sort of start striking down teams, because that's the only option that's left over. Because whenever X-Park hears any sort of sound, they're instantly just ramming their vehicles on that spot. And you talk about the cutoff as well. It's going to be even less. So qualifying inside of the top 7, it's quite easy now.
I mean, I would hope so, because otherwise this is going to be very, very intense with how these teams are going to be required to move forward going into those last 3 games, right? And with what X-Park has been doing, getting those finishes again is going to be difficult. So, as you said, the cutoff will be low, so getting those frags means those extra points. You do not want to rely on that tiebreaker situation where you have to wait for the placement points of the other team or your placement points to be higher than the other teams. Get those finishes, make sure you have those guaranteed points, and that is the easiest way to move forward. But then again, there's a huge roadblock standing in your way. And talking about the teams that we were expecting performances from, going back to the older conversation, one name, we haven't discussed about them, but they had a brilliant run in round 1 was Mysterious Esports.
Oh, yeah.
And mysteriously, they are nowhere to be seen in these matches.
I mean, they are indeed a mystery. You had a conversation about this at the game 1 itself,
Yeah,
and you mentioned this. Mysterious Esports, they have been a mystery themselves. And I really wanted to throw a question at the audience. Do let us know which team was going to be the one to come out on top, but somewhere down the line, we all know the answer. It's going to be X-Park. So at this point, is the question even relevant?
Who do you think is going to be second, though?
Oh, I think
That's
it's
a
Claw
question for the
X-Parad. Let's go.
All right, let's see. Necro still believes in Claw X-Parad, ladies and gentlemen, but you guys do still believe in them. Do let us know in the chat section. But of course, the game of Miramar is live in front of our screens. The plane has taken to the skies once again, Necro. And I love this flight path, to be honest. It is leaning towards the western half of the map, but not entirely. It's still quite fair to everyone.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, the plane flat path's looking pretty clean. No issues going to be there for any other teams. Last time, when we moved on forward towards the map of Miramar, we witnessed a drop collision inside of Los Leones. And hopefully the similar type of story is not going to be happening, because we never know if the circle is going to be shifting down south, if it's going to be an up north circle. So yeah, I mean, the stalemates, I'm not a big fan of those. Going back to the conversation about the teams, though, another team that's not able to perform is Clue Esports.
That is true. And again, Clue also, we had a lot of expectations from the side of Clue. Even though they aren't as frag heavy as the rest of the lobby, this is a team that knows how to maintain balance. But at this point, I mean, considering what the story has been till now in the first 3 games or after the first 3 games, it's no wonder even Clue are clueless about what needs to be done.
But I still feel like adapting is still not that easy. Considering X-Park is dominating so well, even if you do try to rat it out, you never know if X-Park's going to be choosing your compound to straight up ram in.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I mean, adaptability is still going to be a question mark. But somewhere down the line, you just need to put your put your trust in yourself. That's all I'm going to say.
That is why I did kind of like your strategy earlier, the theory you came up with, like play for survival, play for placements,
Yeah.
and then maybe just secure a few extra finishes during the late game stages, because you never know. Going up against X-Park right now is like signing your own death sentence.
Yeah.
It's become that heavy of a domination from their side, and you do not want that. The only way to avoid it is to avoid every single action in the game, because you do not know who you're fighting until you are eliminated. That's the problem.
I mean, at this point, it's just better to stay hidden. Straight up.
Yeah, run for the hidden caves of Los Leones.
I mean, you might be seeing X-Park approach inside of the elimination feed, right? When you do see them or hear them around you, I would say just stay quiet. Let the fight be. Do not even think of third-partying that entire thing, because you might be able to get at most 1 or 2 knockouts, not more than that. And then after that, X-Park will be activated completely. And you talk about the explosives. Right now, they're on the screens, and Vibes is going to be the one to come out on top probably, because Milan's all by himself, up close and personal. And yeah, somewhere down line, Vibes, they can definitely feel the vibes of them coming out on top inside of this fight.
It does have a shotgun to work with and the M24.
There we go.
In close ranges, it's going to be difficult, but Explosive Esports, the backup has arrived. Now, Milan not alone anymore. He has Ghost to back him up. Vibes, though, all the players huddle up in a corner. Now, this can get very difficult for them if a nade connects. I believe Explosive did not have a lot of loot on them as well.
Yeah.
They're still trying to just guess, or in fact check where the players from the side of Vibes are. They don't have enough information to work with.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Still the early phase of the game, so you're not really going to be having the utilities to counter this.
True.
So it's completely fine, even if you do just end up completely balling yourself inside of one single compound. Vibes for now in that one single building, or you can't say in that one part of that building. While the players of Explosive, they've got so much room for error. They can keep on moving around. They can try to engulf the players of Vibes as well, slowly and steadily. But the fight now escalates. The first contact has been found, and the first man gets knocked out as well. Return knock from both the sides, and the confirmation yet it's not there from Explosive. But Vibes, they've already lost out on one of their own players. And Vibes, they've also managed to get the knockout and the confirmation on one of the players, so you can't say the guns now retrieved back in the hands of Cole. Cole looking good for now.
What?
And Vibes slowly and steadily getting strike down themselves, but the damage is still being dealt on the equal level. Explosives too, they're taking too many heavy blows at this point in time, and Luck is almost on the verge of getting knocked out himself. The man in the front so low, and just like that, Explosives, they have been exploded out of this lobby.
Yeah, and a brilliant readjustment from the side of Vibes after losing out on leader, to be honest. And of course, I think in this particular fight, Preet, he has to be the MVP for his team. 3 eliminations secured. And that second knock from Preet was the most important thing, Necro. He barely had any HP, and if he went down, then this would have been an even Steven 2v2 between Vibes and Explosive Esports.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Preet was just too precise with his cross. He still has not recovered his HP, by the way. Has the boosters running, but it's going to take a while.
In my opinion, that's a really good start for Vibes.
Yeah, it is.
They should keep on moving up with this. But now just follow my game plan. Just stay quiet. Stay hidden inside of the lobby. Be a rat.
Now this works out. Now they can actually pull it off quite comfortably. They have 4 eliminations on the board. And even if they pop their heads out at the very late stages of the game, get 2 more 6 eliminations, 16 points from the match if you walk away with the chicken, it's perfect.
Yeah, in the first 2 games, Vibes was not doing too bad, right? So
True.
they at least managed to secure around 5 or 6 points per game, if I'm not wrong. So you can't say even that average is sort of going to help them.
Yeah.
And if they keep on moving up with that average, and imagine if they do manage to secure themselves a top 3 in this game with these amount of elimination points, that should still be enough if you move on forward with that average. Should be enough to keep them in the top 3.
And there's so many thoughts running through my head right now. Well, I assume it's the same for you as well. But again, we're not that great with numbers. Not a strong suit, Mats. Although Claw Expirat, I mean, look at them, Necro. All the way towards the western edge of the map, going for a split play. A 3-1 split. Phoenix still hiding in ruins.
Yeah, just stay hidden. Why would you even want to peek out? That's my question. Just stay hidden. It's understandable why the man's hidden for now. Team X-Park towards San Martin. Even that team's chilling. There we go. Finally out on the prowl, my friend. They spotted out a couple of players in the front line towards that entire area. And I think so it's going to be the players of Clue Esports once again. Clue, they've already been struggling, and Clue's on a run. They do not want to be a part of this fight. But X-Spark, they're like, no, we're not going to let you run away this time, my friend. We're here to catch you guys off guard. Sarang almost could have been knocked out in that scenario. And Sarang's in a really awkward spot for now. Goes prone. He's also getting shot at from the back. I like that tactical maneuver that Sarang pulled off, but then still even Shadow 7's getting knocked out. Slowly and steadily, the entirety of Team X-Spark, this time, they're coming crashing down.
Yeah, the overconfidence in that push, it backfires upon them. And X-Spark, Sarang, he needs to be careful. Liability in the backlines has a brilliant flank available for the play, but it is Ujwal with a nade who finds the frag. And finally, it is a big shutdown for the lads of X-Spark. Ninja Jord is the last man left. Maybe he can be the miracle worker for his team, but takes a lot of damage, backs off, hides behind the generators, has to go for a reset in the fight now.
Oh, Ninja Jod is cooking that nade for too long. Might just overcook, actually. And now it's getting charged on by two of the players, UMP45 and a DBS, up close and personal. Ninja Jod, I'm not sure how much chance is going to stand. And there we go, nail in the coffin, and Team X-Spark, they have been sent back home. Clue Esports, nicely done. But even Team X-Spark at this point, they just do not really care. You saw the way they took the fight as well. It was so unorthodox. It was so immature. But, I mean, you just cannot really blame them, right? They know they've done it, so they're just chilling inside of the lobby.
Just one mistake from their side was just assuming that all players from the side of Q were hiding inside the factory. But that wasn't the case. I think the main playmaker that we have ignored from the side of Clue is Liability. He was sitting all the way across the road on the hill opposite of this factory area, and from there he was able to dish out that extra bit of damage that because of which Sarang was taken out of the picture. Shadow was forced to run inside the line of fire of the opposing players, and they could not have done a lot from there on out. So again, Clue, a brilliant setup, a brilliant bait and switch strategy, and it just works out quite nicely for them.
It does. I mean, Liability, it was not a liability in that fight.
He's not been through the entire day.
Yeah. I mean, so far he's got 0 eliminations, though, unfortunately. Liability, though, but still, he played a big role in grabbing all that attention from the side of X-Spark. And now the lobby does not need to hide anymore.
Oh, yeah.
You can't play however you want. Try and rack up some more elimination points. Now we're in search for another Team X-Spark in the lobby.
And I think with how the teams are starting to commit for those fights, I think they realize it as well. Points up for grabs now in this game. This could be that one match that makes it or breaks it for one of these teams, helps them qualify in the top 7 or keeps them out because they did not perform.
This could be also one of those matches that can bring in the cutoff a little bit more.
Yes.
So the cutoff can be higher from this because the vacuum's not going to be there anymore. So yeah, definitely cutoff being rised up. It can also be a sign of concern or also a sign of good thing for a couple of these teams. Vibes still inside of the blue. Vibes is actually following what I said.
Yeah, they're playing as slow as possible. They are trying to protect themselves, protect their position, and playing for survival. As you said, it will be important for them.
It's useless for now, though.
It is Vibes. I think this team can still pick up a lot of late game frags. So I think that might be the focus for them, maybe. In the meanwhile, though, look at the cluster that's building up towards the northwestern edge of the circle, towards Ladriella. There's like 5 different teams charging up.
As you mentioned, yeah, there's actually a massive wave of vehicles just moving in from that northern side, right?
Yeah.
And one of those teams that is actually quite outstanding is going to be IC, right next to the players of MYT. Mysterious. You wanted to talk about this team, Johnny, and moving in from round 1 to round 2, their stats were really good.
Yeah.
26 finish points and only 8 placement points. Now, that's a stark difference in the scoreline itself, but still they made it work.
They somehow did manage to make it work, and I think it was all thanks to those elimination numbers that they were able to secure. But this time, today especially, has been a big struggle for Mysterious. Although they have spotted out the players from Rich Esports right in front of them, and I believe one of the players was just tracking the individuals, but ready for domination. Look at what is happening over here, Necro. They find themselves up against the Matrix. Without the Neo, though.
I mean, Matrix, they've got Joey this time. Interesting, right? Neo being switched up to Joey.
Yeah, maybe, if you're gonna run around the Matrix saying, how you doing?
I didn't get it.
You've not seen the Matrix.
I haven't seen all the parts, but yeah, focusing on the fight, Matrix, I mean, the spot they have gotten is not too bad, honestly. They can definitely convert some stuff from here, but the only main concern is going to be the backlines. But looking at the position that Matrix has, there's a high chance they're not going to be backstabbed. But yeah, we've got a little bit of a replay rolling up on how exactly Team Xpark got completely vanquished from this game. Considering they made such a weird and an unorthodox push, that's why they just did not really stand a chance. They just straight up pushed inside of that city.
And again, I think in that fight in particular, you had to pay attention to the radar itself because you constantly saw the pressure that was being built up by liability from the other side. And of course, the other lads from the side of Clue Esports did handle the fight against Xpark quite perfectly as well. But the panic that was caused, all right, who's behind us? That panic was one of the big reasons why Xpark fell. But yeah, he's crawling out in the open. Exploser quite exposed. And why is he not confirmed yet?
Even Catalyst is knocked out. Shoot at sight after having a good game in the previous one. This time, the players are slowly and steadily dropping
misses.
dead. It's fine, though. It's completely okay. Right, finally, the confirmation's going to flow up.
It's always cooler when you get it in one go, though.
Yeah, that is true. But even I miss a lot of times, right?
Because you don't know how to drive.
No, honestly speaking, though, it's really tough to run over a knocked guy. For some reason, it's really tough. You can easily knock a player over who's standing on his feet, but the knocked guy is really tough for some reason.
Don't like the easy things in life, Necro, do we?
I mean, you must relate to this, right? Sometimes you hit some of the most easy shots, or some of the most toughest shots, and then you miss the easy ones.
Yeah, true. Unfortunately, though, it's always those easy misses that everyone sees.
Then it's called the biggest whiff of 2024. But yeah, for now, it's one of the replays that just is popping up on the screens. And Vampire Esports, even this team got sort of eliminated. The last man was able to back away from the action, so he's the only player left alive, but still you can't say this team is completely eliminated from the game. I'm not sure how much that last man's going to be able to pull off.
Yeah, especially considering like he is being surrounded by right now. So last man from the side of Vampire Esports that Necro was talking about, ladies and gentlemen, he's trying to push towards the center of the circle right now. The problem is the center is extremely cluttered. So playing for survival in a position like that can be a big challenge. Although we are going to find out what eventually happens to Ripper, the last player from Vampire Esports. But Vibes on our screens now finally found their way inside the zone, haven't we?
They have.
Yeah.
They're feeling the Vibes too. Not in that bad of a spot, honestly.
True.
Looking good. And they're actually using the same strat I asked them to use. I like that. Vibes adapting instantly inside of the lobby, but they should also realize that Xpark is not there. So they can definitely try to play for some intel if they want. They can try and scratch up some teams here and there if they want. But I guess Vibes, even their confidence is going to be flown all-time low.
I think no one realizes what has happened in this match apart from Clue, because they were the ones who made it happen. And again, look at the radar. Clue, they did close in on Ripper's position, but I believe those few extra shots have made them aware of an individual hiding in this tower. So they do back off, but there's a freedom in how the team is moving around on the map now. There's a new sense of confidence that Clue Esports are filled with in this game.
And this is something Clue Esports really needed to,
yeah,
right?
Desperately.
First 3 games, a complete bomb. And Clue Esports now finally been able to put a nail in the coffin against the best team inside of the lobby, that 2X Spark. Man, that's going to be a major subsider.
Yeah, but look at this shift of the zone now. Clue, they are going to be quite lucky, but they will have to deal with all of that pressure that's going to try to breach that eastern edge of the circle. First of all, kick things off is going to be Vibes moving in. And look towards the northern side as well. You have Mysterious. They've just breached the zone from that northern edge. We see on our screens Claw Expirat as well, breaching the zone from the southwestern edge. In fact, they might just run into the players of One Hive Veterans. Or maybe the other squad towards their right. They are heading towards One Hive Veterans. This is an unavoidable fight.
I mean, in general, the terrain that circle is now forming, it's really weird.
Yeah.
So far, the circles have been enjoyable inside of the round 2. In general, in the entire BGIS, the circles have been really good. Even in the grind, we witnessed some of the most weird circles, and now the same thing is happening over here too. And I'm a big fan of these type of circles. Latriella is also a part of this entire action, but considering there's not a lot of teams around that area.
Oh, no.
Meanwhile, there's another fight erupting in front of us, actually. And it's going to be the players of R40 finally waking up and starting to make waves inside of the situation. 14 teams are still alive, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, 14 teams still alive in this game. 48 players still remaining. And about the next 50 seconds, the blue zone is going to start to close in. We will try to figure out where the fourth zone takes us. I think it might just be a shift towards the hills south of Chumacera, but if that happens, it's going to be a big challenge for teams like Vibes to move up, Clue Esports to take control of that hill area. But ready for domination. They spot out the lads from One Hive Veterans down in the compounds below. And it's Krag and Deva who have been spotted out by Nex. Although in the backlines, look at that, Ruler knocked out and ready for domination. Not ready enough.
I mean, their name is Ready for Domination, but we haven't really been seeing that domination from them. Well, you know what? Let's stop roasting that team. Let's hope that they're actually going to be able to perform or do something better this time. Enforcers, a team that got enough limelight in the previous game of Miramar that we witnessed, but inside of this game so far, they're taking things a little bit slow. Snail pace approach, and sometimes that can actually work out.
Yeah, in the previous game, I think it was Rudra Jord who just played a phenomenal match. And of course, with Rudra Jord and Panther surviving in the end, two players, both of them got picked off by Xpark, but unfortunately, weren't really able to take those fights together. They were isolated. First one picked up by Sarang, and the next man falling down to Ninja Jord in that previous game of Sanhok. This time, though, they still have 3 more players left in the game, so there is an opportunity for them to recover. But Neon X Esports on our screens, they've gone for a wide rotation. They were still on that southern highway, Necro, that in fact wraps the entirety of the map of Miramar, but finally, with their buggies, they make the climb uphill, looking to breach the zone from that southwestern edge. But this is where you run into the players of Claw Expirat, who have laid out a brilliant trap towards the edge of the circle. Look at this. They were waiting, and now they start shooting.
There we go. Spray unleashed. A lot of bullets also injected in the opponent's veins. But so far, Thakur is actually able to stay alive. He's also trying to patch himself up, and he's on the other side of this entire ridge. Phoenix cannot even go for the peak, considering there's some insane amount of pressure being built up, even on the players of Claw. As even Claw, they lose out on one of the men. PMWI IGL knocked out for now. Phoenix still, he's quite eager to take that fight. And Zod's going to be the man to distract the players in the front. Neon X, they're taking so much damage. Phoenix, he finally finds the knock. PMWI IGL still knocked out in the open. He's trying to back away, do the safety. And look at the players of Neon X. This terrain they're playing on is quite weird. They need to move up a little bit more. Go for the fight, and the DBS to the face this time. Zod gets capitalized on easily. Nicely done by Goku. The man's now starting to surpass his limits, and he might just reach the ultimate form.
It's down to a 2v2 this fight. 2 players remaining from the side of Neon X, and I think Saurav has some information about where Zeref was. The flanker, and Zeref, he gets sandwiched, takes down one, instantly traded out. Down to a 1v1. Zeref, he's still standing though. Saurav looking to go for a big play, but gets shot in the face. No recovery allowed for Neon X. And Claw, they still managed to hold their ground. A brilliant recovery for this team. But Necro, I have to say one thing. This one needed to be clean. They needed to survive with all 4 players in this one.
I would say it's still fine. Looking at the terrain in the future, too, and looking at the breaching point that Claw's going to find, it feels like the breaching point's going to be quite easy. Look at that.
Yeah,
I mean, we've got the map feed in front of us, right? It feels like it's quite clear.
It is going to be clear for the next few moments. I think they will be quite easily be able to break into the top 6.
Yeah.
But it's Claw. This is a team that we were expecting to be in the top 3 at the end of the day.
Honestly speaking, though, Neon, they have been a little bit annoying. Because they have been a part of a lot of the fights, and they've been doing those individual damage to a lot of these teams.
True.
So they are sort of putting in that dent that's hurting the teams in the later stages.
That is very true. I mean, annoying to whoever they go up against.
Yeah, I mean, they have been taking at least the individual man down, right? So they're doing some sort of damage. So it's like, if our game's spoiled, we're even going to try to spoil your game.
Yeah, we're not going down for free. We're taking someone down with us. Could be Claw in this game, but Rich up against One Hive. Nade lob, but it just goes up on the rooftop.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was that accuracy. But yeah, man definitely needs to work on the accuracy a little bit. Look at the amount of smokes that are tossed. The entirety of that team just wants to cross on over to the opposite side, which is understandable. Rich is another one of those teams that has been struggling throughout the entire day. And Rich now finally makes that push happen, considering they know the opponent does not really have the man number to sustain all the damage they can inflict on them. And DHV for now, considering it is the players of One Hive Esports. One Hive. Oh, the man spots him out in the front. Initial shots missed, and this might just be a big blunder, but then no, he gets things back into control, but the opponents, their backup is quite quick. One Hive Esports. Yeah, now just down to this one last man, Dave OP, and I don't think he can do a lot.
Yeah, Dave, it's going to be a big struggle. He has been hiding on the same spot for a long time now, not moving a muscle, and not giving away any information to the players of Rich. But it was a brilliant play from Crag, to be honest, over there. Tried his level best, and of course, as you mentioned, that one small misstep, and it all slipped out of their hands. But look at that shift of the zone. Claw still holding a prime spot and so much map control, but it's going to be difficult handling that wave that is about to head into in their direction.
The only team that's going to be a big problem is going to be Mysterious.
Yeah.
Considering they're going to be rotating from the northern side, and they're also going to be having a little bit of a high ground, if I'm not wrong. So Mysterious can definitely be a bit of a problem for the players of Claw to deal with, but it's up to the players of Claw as well how they're going to play this entire scenario, right? Considering they have got some heavy hitters.
I mean, of course. But you know what would make the situation even more interesting or intense? And I think there's a probability or possibility that might happen is even Clue rotating from the northern side. If they join the mix, oh, then it's a big fiasco towards that northern edge. But we move outside the zone, ready for domination. Well, they were ready for a fight. This time going up against the Enforcers. Although Tox, he was knocked out. Rudra Jord gets traded out. Still 3 players left from the side of Enforcers in this fight.
Enforcers, 3 players in the back, 1 man knocked out. I'm not really liking this stance from them. They should instantly try and press on the charges, considering they know the opponent has the lower ground. And for them, it's going to be an uphill battle, but still Enforcers not really enforcing that dominance against the opponents. Cole finally creating that off angle, getting the confirmation instantly scooped up in the back. So that's like 1 point secured right there. And look at what Beast is trying to pull off. These shenanigans we witnessed a lot of the times in the past. And Beast, he might just go unchecked.
Well, let's see for how long, though. Because I have a feeling even Enforcers are going to get distracted. You see on the radar, right? It is Matrix. They were quite close and they heard all the commotion from that fight. But they have repositioned themselves to take control of the edge of the circle. And now will turn into the gatekeepers for Enforcers. Shots fired. None of them connect. Well, a few of them did on the vehicle, but not enough damage to pull off anything significant in this fight.
Joey inside of the shack. And he can hear so many shots around him. The players of Matrix too, even they want to be part of this fight. They know Enforcers on a big world of trouble. Considering it's going to be an uphill battle for that opponent, they just want to take the advantage in their hands instantly and press upon the charges a little bit more. Reynald, even he's taking some damage from the blue, finally backs inside of the safe zone. But you talk about the amount of shots that are happening around him. It's really getting these players paranoid and unsettled.
I would be paranoid if I was in this lobby as well. So I can't blame them, Necro. And at this point, the more paranoid you are, the better you will do. Mysterious closing in on Clue. And Clue Esports, oh look at that, they're sandwiched.
Yeah. I mean, I was just looking at the player of Vibe. And Breathe.
Last man.
Yeah, the last man surviving in. There's so many foes around him. And as we say that, Breathe, he's being taken out of the lobby too. So that's going to be it for Wipes. But looking at the prime positioning for now, it's going to be the players of Claw right in the smack center. They're looking really good, but they can also be the center of attraction this late inside of the game. You're not supposed to be in the center. You should play in the outskirts. But for now, Mysterious, they've got their own troubles brewing up against the players of IC.
Well, an infinite catalyst. It's gonna be the catalyst for chaos. Aryan though spotted out, and it's Matrix this time. Chase from the side of Matrix, who was trying to take a few shots, but Mysterious, they go for a push, and the trade is gonna be good. Worthless traded out for Aryan. It is going to be, in fact, a quick recovery from the side of Mysterious, but they still need to take control of the circle. Only 8 seconds remaining before the blue zone closes in.
Infinite Catalyst, they've got their own troubles to deal with. So many teams around them do not exactly know what decision to make. And Mysterious Esports, they're constantly applying that pressure. Meanwhile, we've got the players of Matrix 2 just sending it inside of the zone. I'm not sure what they're doing, not checking the surrounding. There's a team right behind him, and it's the players of Enforcers. It's complete fine, though. Things are back into control. It's all good in the hood.
I mean, I wish I could say the same because I am concerned about what the fate will hold for Matrix now. They are on the edge of the blue, but look at this Mysterious. They make a push, and Rich Esports all of a sudden have lost one individual in the back lines. It's going to be difficult for Jord to recover as well, but Fake Pro and Psych Star, it's a 2v4 they have to handle for the next few moments.
The only way Claw survives or win this game is if Mysterious Esports gets eliminated right here, right now. They need to cross their finger and hope that Mysterious Esports is going to be eliminated, but then Rich, they're somehow swinging back to life, and I like that. Utilities being tossed in the front, but the man still gets spotted through the smoke. Good shots. And the man gets found and caught. Another man trying to make that flank angle happen, but even he gets exterminated from the lobby. And that's going to be it. Even Claw now, they're taking a lot of damage from the side of Matrix. And Claw, they've got nowhere to go. This is why I said it's not good to stay in the middle of the entire zone this late inside of the game. It's better to play in the outskirts.
Especially when you have no cover available smack in the center. And well, Claw, they do eventually get clobbered up by the side of Matrix. But it is down to Mysterious and Matrix now. 2 teams remaining, 7 players still alive. A 3v4 that the players from the side of Matrix are running towards. But it's not going to be easy to win this one. Dragoon, he has a flank available. And I think they have spotted Chase out as well.
Chase, yeah. But I mean, considering it is still a 3v3, right? There's an equal chance of anyone coming out on top. But then what just happened? The first knock being found. 3 players from the side of it, Mysterious in the front, 1 man in the back lines providing that cover fire. So I like this tactical split they've got for themselves, but Matrix, yeah, at this point in time, it feels like it's next to impossible to squeeze this chicken dinner away, because even the utilities, they're just adding on that extra bit of pressure. So yeah, for Mysterious, they've got all the stars aligned. It's their time to strike.
Again, I mean, we began with a 4v3, now it's been cut down to a 4 versus 2. And Matrix, they're looking to go for a revive on their knocked player, but it's not going to be easy. Chase, just a few pixels inside of the blue. And, well, that's a big mistake. What is going on with Matrix? They had to give up on that man, and they didn't. And they get punished now. Yuhai, he knows where the last individual is. And Renault, even he is going to get finished off. And Mysterious, a team that we were worried about, like, what's the mystery, what's the code? Well, they found the answers, and all mysteries are solved. The chicken dinner is there, and it's a nice one as well. I believe 9 eliminations secured in this game.
9 eliminations secured and 6 points at the top. That's going to give you 15 points in total.
Yeah.
In my opinion, that's quite a good one. And yeah, talking about the players of Matrix 2, even they had quite a decent finish. Even the players of Claw had a decent game. So in general, teams are now slowly and steadily moving up with the consistency. As soon as we saw X-Spark getting wiped out in the initial phase, now we knew the cutoff is going to be increased after this game.
Definitely. And again, I mean, even though it was just 9 eliminations and the chicken, it is still a good game. This is what the ideal situation needs to look like. What X-Spark have been doing was just something else. And those were unrealistic numbers that we witnessed. But again, the team is built different. So this was a wonderful game. And as you mentioned, it does help Mysterious bounce back. So it also helps Matrix sort of enter the picture. We weren't even considering Matrix when the day began.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Matrix was one of those teams that we did not even think is going to be able to perform.
Yeah.
We have seen a lot of teams with this same name. And from the past itself, the teams with the name of Matrix, they haven't been able to perform. So we sort of had the same expectations, but Matrix waking up a little bit late inside the tournament, but I'm not sure how far this is going to be taking them. They've definitely got the wind in the sails. It's up to them to maintain the consistency, though.
Of course, and I mean, they just have 2 more matches left. Although, with how, again, the leaderboard, it will always go back to the vacuum created by X-Spark. With how that thing is working out, how the numbers on the leaderboard are working out, I think one more performance like this and you guarantee yourself a qualification. So this goes for both the teams that were there in the top 2 of this game. One more finish in the top 2 with like 6 to 7 eliminations in that particular match, and I think you're good to go for round 3.
That is true. I mean, 7 points per game still counts. But now, considering if you missed out on the first 3 games, then you would need 12 points per game. So that the average has just been increased out, right? And considering you've only got 2 more games to go for today's day, the pressure is just going to be amped up even more on the teams that were not able to perform. Talk about vibes, right? even they are going to be having so much pressure moving in the upcoming game. But looking at the overall chicken dinner moment, this is exactly how the fight executed. You mentioned the players should have given up on the fallen man, but they still somehow went for that res. I'm not sure what was going through their head.
Me neither. I mean, they should have given up. It's not... You don't always need to go for a revive on your teammate.
It's
if
obvious
they fell
at
in
that
an awkward
point.
position, yeah, they need to go out. And Chase as well, I mean, over there, it was in the blue zone. They tried to go for a revive in the blue zone. Even the healthy player took unnecessary damage over there.
That's what I'm saying, right? It's obvious. You should not be going for a revive that late inside of the game, especially when even the Wall of Death is forcing you to move inside of the circle. That's just a rookie mistake. Maybe he thought that if he was able to get the res back up on the fallen player, things can be a little bit better, but no, the revival was just not there, and then the problem just started stacking up on top of each other. But yeah, soon enough, even the upcoming game is going to be bringing up a lot of mysteries, considering X-Park is going to be back in the lobby. And there's a chance they can start dominating once again, so we might just need Clue Esports to wipe them out again.
What do you mean there is a chance? We are owed a chicken dinner on Sanhok from X-Park. Necro, why are you forgetting that?
That is true. I mean, once it got denied, so X-Park, they're probably going to be on the path for redemption. The way they were farming, I mentioned this as well, right? Of course, I wasn't there to cast the game as Sanhok, but I mentioned this. Now it's just going to be farm fest.
Yeah, it will be. I mean, they were so comfortable. They were running around the map, just annihilating everyone. I think it's the same thing as you mentioned. Once they are back in the lobby, it's going to be the same process, rinse and repeat. But the problem is this time they will be a little bit more focused because they need that win. Imagine. So as of now, it's only Carnival Gaming who have gotten that hat-trick for themselves, right? X-Pac had an opportunity, and I feel like we were robbed on Sanhok.
I would say the opportunity for the hat-trick is gone.
Yeah, it's gone now.
Yeah, so, I mean, at this point, X-Park probably just does not even care.
All right, they weren't there in this game, so let's stop this conversation. Let's talk about the individuals who did perform in this map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look at the MVP of the game.
Exactly, and it's going to be a man from the side of Rich. It's going to be Fake Pro YT. Interesting, he's a fake pro.
Yeah.
Names himself that. And the finishes are going to be 5 wrapped up with a finish contribution of 45% and the map impact of just 8%. But finally, we're seeing someone from the side of Rich, right? It's been a while. Rich was completely deactivated throughout the day.
Yeah. And again, I mean, Rich Esports, I think they handled the pressure quite brilliantly, especially during the late game stages. But Mysterious, now this was a win that Mysterious were looking for. And I'm quite glad it came right when the day was starting to turn around. We are heading towards the second half of the day. So from here on out, I think we can still expect Mysterious to recover. But Necro, some of the biggest names that we were expecting to pop off did take an early exit. Vibes was one of them, although we do see Preet there with 3 eliminations.
That is true. 3 finishes wrapped up with a finish contra of 75%. So yeah, in general, I mean, Vibes, just feeling the vibes in that game, but still the vibes aren't too strong. That's the problem. Because it's already too late to wake up inside of the lobby, and if the vibes are this weak, then it's still a big point of concern. Vibes, they need to start taking a lot of the fights, because if you remember yesterday, I think it was Sinners or T7 who was just going all out in the last game, but it was a little bit too late for them to wake up.
I think it was Oi Papaji yesterday.
Oh yeah, it was Oi Papaji, yeah.
It was Oi Papaji. And that is actually true. They went all in and they missed out. How? 2 points. They missed out because of 2 points, and they had such a big map of Erangel at the end of the day.
That's what I'm saying. You've still got 2 more games to go. Just go all out in the last 2 games.
Yes.
Just hope for the best. Cross your fingers, because clearly the strategy that you're trying to use right now, it's not working out inside of the lobby. But yeah, we've got the point standings. Mysterious Esports coming out on top with 19 points. Rich Esports on 15. You've also got Matrix with 11. Clawx Parat with 10 points. In general, the top 5, once again, looking pretty solid. And then you've got Clue Esports with 8 and Forcers with 6.
Yeah, but those 8 points, those are big 8 points for the side of Clue Esports. And of course, those 7 finishes, 4 of which are the players of X-Park themselves. So I think after this run, after a game like this, Clue Esports, they need to be a little bit more motivated, need to be a little bit more confident jumping into the next map of Sanhok. Of course, your strategy of avoid X-Park and win the game still does hold true. But the problem is, again, Sanhok, smaller map, so it's much easier for all of the death squads to run around.
Honestly, speaking of Sanhok, you can just go for the med strat. Try and rack up as many first hits as possible. Of course, it's not going to be as effective as it was back in the day.
True.
But still, you can try to tank up as much damage as possible in the early phase of the game. Just stay in the blue, and then let the players of X-Park just clear out the entire playing field, and then move in.
I think that, again, it's a theory. We never know. We won't know if it holds true right now until someone in this lobby tests it out. But I do agree with that. Sounds like a very stable game plan as of now.
Yeah.
And again, I think till stage 4, you can still stay inside the blue with those first aids, with those boosters running, still play for survival. But again, it won't be as easy as we make it sound, to be honest. Although looking at the second page of the ranking, again, 2 points for Ready for Domination. Neon X taking 2 points. Xbox still with 1. That is how they exit the game. Explosive Esports with 1. Gladiators with 1. And the last 3 teams with nothing.
Now, once again, X-Spark is going to be that necessary evil for a lot of these teams. The teams that are not able to perform, they will hope that X-Spark clears out the lobby so that they can at least secure some decent positioning. But some of the teams that are believing in themselves that they can be the one to come out on top, for them, they would hope that X-Spark is being eliminated.
Yeah.
So it's like a double-edged sword right now.
I mean, it definitely is, and you need to keep a track of whether they go down and exactly when they go down. Because as soon as X-Spark is out the gate, they're outside of the lobby, the floodgates open up for everyone else to rack up those finish numbers. This was the main problem. This is the main discussion we had in the first 3 games, right? If one team takes away all the finishes, what is left for everyone else? Nothing.
Of course, I mean, X-Spark, with the way they were able to also clear out the final few zones in the game of Sanhok, in the end, there was just not a lot of elimination points to be grabbed up because it was just Bray God going all out. But ladies and gentlemen, there's so much to talk about this game of Sanhok after this short promo. Man, Ignis X-Suit. Of course, we do see a lot of fire in that X-Suit. And right now, X-Spark is the one to just sort of incinerate the entire lobby, right?
Of course, sparks cause fire. I mean, that's what we've learned at least. But
who's bringing in the fuel, though?
I think it's the bodies that are being committed to fighting against X-Spark.
The other teams, probably. The other teams are the one to sort of feed that spark and just convert it into a complete fire.
Exactly. You see a purple Bentley inside of the game, run for your life. I think that needs to be the rule in Sanhok as well. But I don't know. I think a lot of expectations. I do expect Claw to bounce back in this game, and I really hope they do. Because otherwise, it is going to be a big struggle going into the last map of the game.
Even I'm waiting for Vibes, right, to wake up finally, because Vibes is one of those teams we had so many expectations from the round 1 to the round 2. I'm mentioning this over and over again, but we're just not seeing the same performance being replicated from the side of Vibes. And also the same thing can be said for a lot of the other teams. Shoot at side, finally they redeemed themselves on the map of Sanhok, but once again they have a chance to secure this chicken dinner. And all Shoot at side did was not be a part of the majority of the fights that were happening around them, which was really smart. And that's probably going to be the only viable strategy once again moving in this game of Sanhok. And now Fixes, considering you're back on the desk once again, you're probably watching that map of Miramar, right?
Uh-huh.
You got some thoughts about it?
Of course I do. Because this had to happen, right? You cannot really let Team X-Spark walk over you. I loved how Clue engaged in that one. They got that revenge. And now kind of notching down Team X-Spark. This is where I wouldn't really want to see how they approach this Sanhok, because the previous Sanhok was supposed to be their chicken. They threw it out of the window. That's fine. They still qualified. But now the battle is about kind of breaching that 113 points record, for which I'm really excited.
I mean, a lot of these teams are just playing really underconfident, and I'm not a big fan of that. Matrix was a prime example. Claw was a prime example of that. Vibes, of course. For them, the confidence just hasn't been there throughout the entire day. Even Explosives, they have been making some rookie mistakes from the start of the day. So in general, so many teams, they're just panicking, considering X-Spark has been able to perform really well. And once again, if X-Spark gets eliminated from this game of Sanhok, there's a chance the cutoff can go even higher.
Exactly. That is where I was getting at, because considering the fact one game did not go their way, just that one finish point secured, that's it for X-Spark. But now if they get taken down early on, this kind of sets the ball in motion, right? Now other teams have a chance to make a comeback, and we are getting to witness that from the rest of the pack as well. I think we saw Mysterious, they are grabbing a couple of finishes. In fact, Infinite Catalyst, they also managed to secure 10 points out of the previous game. So now teams have realized that, yes, maybe, just staying scared from X-Pac, that's not going to make the cut. We have to go all out, we have to answer back, and now they're starting to accrue those points.
Well, what did you think about my strategy, right? Let the players of X-Pac clear out the playing field, and then later on breach inside of the save zone and just try and secure some leftover scrappy points. What do you think?
You were pretty late to that. We already had this conversation with Johnny previously, and we knew that that was the way to go. But I'm loving how teams have been responding and answering back. As, ladies and gentlemen, we take it back to the skies once again. It is going to be the rainforest of Sanhok. As fasten up your seatbelts, because you are in for some thunderstorms.
We are in for a ride, ladies and gentlemen. The plane's going to be high up in the sky, and the plane flat path starts all the way from Camp Alpha towards docks. Once again, it's the map of Sanhok. The plane flat path really does not matter. You can easily extend wherever you want, but Team X-Pac going towards that Camp Alpha island. Once again, starting things off on that note. And I'm just looking forward for the circle to pop up once again. I want to see the circle a little bit on the offsides this time, catch every single team off guard.
Look at this. The entire Camp Alpha Island vacant. You could see, right? This is the terror of Team X-Pac, that wormhole that they've created. Nobody wants a part of that. They're like, you know what? Just deny Team X-Pac all those finishes. But right now, hold on. Clue find themselves in a little bit of a trouble.
Always.
And again, it is against Gladiators. Previously, it was a different team. But now, let's see what can they conjure.
And yeah, talking about Gladiators, man, this team has also been left out for a while. After that first game, Gladiators, they haven't been really able to get a lot of points in their pockets. And yeah, the man from the side of Clue is trapped inside of this closet room, eventually gets snuffed out. And Gladiators, they kick things off. Clue, what a big blunder that was. Always Clue is the one to sort of engage inside of these early game fights, and it just never works out. Last time it did, considering it was the players of X-Pac charging against them. But yeah, Clue, they really need to be a little bit more careful, man. Now they're taken down to a three-man squad. It's even worse. It's better to just back away, considering the man advantage is in the hand of the opponents.
The memory is quite vivid. We remember Liability did manage to get 2 out of the players of Gladiators in the previous round. But this is what I love about this particular team, right? Now they've been conditioned. Now look at the changes that Gladiators have made in this particular map of Sanhok. What they've done is they've stuck onto each other. They're kind of trying to replicate what Team X-Pac have been doing, right? Do not go for those 1v1s. Rather, always stay in packs. What could happen at the very worst? You just get exploded from that one grenade. I mean, considering how they're going right now, they would love to fancy their chances on this one.
It's still the early phase of the game, though. Utilities is not going to be that big of a concern.
Exactly.
So yeah, you can definitely pack up if you want. But talking about Gladiators, I mentioned this, right? They have been a little bit deactivated. It's been a while. Gladiators as well, and they need to start racking up the points because cutoff has been increasing slowly and steadily at snail pace approach. And Gladiators, if they do want to be a part of the top 7, or even if they do want to be a part of the overall top 16, they need to perform well. They need a big game right here.
Especially with how they started off in Erangel. The concerns were still allowed. But for Team Enforcers, I think this has been one of those teams that has been low-key, getting so much of those points done. But now, look at this, find themselves in a little bit of a pickle as Enforcers, one of their players, Wolf, he's already been picked off. Cloax Pirat, it was such a good team in the previous game of Miramar. Could have secured a chicken dinner, but still 10 points, not too shabby. But now, they need to get a good start in this one. Already having gotten that, eyeing out for the second knock.
I love what Claw's doing finally, amping up that aggression a little bit, bringing that heat inside of the lobby. 2 players already knocked out. Cloax Pirat thinking quite freely, and this is what I like. Claw getting a massive advantage inside of the fight. Upper hand already secured, and PMWI GL, of course, going for that pin. Yeah, a little bit of salt on top of the wounds. It's completely fine. Just making sure the man's going to be staying dead on the ground. But yeah, Cloax Pirat, great way to kick things off. 2 points already accumulated. They're going to be happy with some smiles on their faces. Maybe some evil smirks, if you'd like to say.
Yeah, I mean, the IGL, he's carrying the torch, and seems like the rest are following. 2 finishes already to his name, and that sets them for success. now would instill that confidence I feel like was lacking in the previous matches. Did find some ground in Miramar, but hold on. We've got another team and it is explosives. And I've always been feeling that they have been the ones who have always been exploded. But this time, they have something else to say. Vibes completely clueless of Chiron's presence. And he's gone unchecked.
Oh, the man might just find the right moment to strike. What is Vibes doing? I'm not sure what exactly is going on with the players of Vibe, but they need to buckle up a little bit more. Be quick. More time wasted, and the Proms are just going to keep on knocking on the door. So Vibes, they're already taking a lot of damage. They're on some critical health. And you can see the players of EXP too, which is explosives. For them to move around, it's getting tougher as well, considering they're lacking on some loot. Even the armor's not looking too great. So in general, the loadout that they have, it's rough.
I'm really finding it difficult as to how explosives are going to piece it together. Considering how they are positioned at, it is a 3-1 split. But you know, they've been missing out on that confidence. And whiffing those shots surely should have taken down one of the players of Team Vibes. Now, Vibes having all that information already relayed to them, because it was not Chiron that fired those shots, right? It came also from the sideline. So they have a slight idea as to where the players of explosives are. Now, Team Vibes, they're left with that other option. That is to get the hell out of there. That's not a fight they want to pick. But still, every single time, they will be having that tingling sense that tells them that somebody's watching them from the backlines. So it's going to be a very tough choice they have to make.
Life is filled with tough choices.
Surely.
And these players, for them, X-Park is making life even tougher.
No denying that.
It's that one person, right, who's always making things worse. And right now, it's the team of X-Park for all these other teams. Just wipe them out. Things will be okay. But who's going to take the charge? No one. So it's better to just be a rat.
Just let Team X-Park do what they've been doing, whilst you could focus on the bigger picture. In Sanhok, we've always been advocating just try and take the center and hope. The gods of BGMI, they're benevolent. But look at R4D, ready for domination. Coming into today's matches, we really felt like they could have done so much more. Kind of gives you that Oi Papa G vibes, right? Especially in round 1, getting so much of those finish points. And they've been struggling with getting either of the finishes or a good position in any given game. Still, you know, remembering what Oi Papa G or the tracks that they were walking on, we saw them recovering towards the latter half of the game, hoping R4D could try and get something going in their favor.
You really got to bring in Oi Papa G, right? Every time.
I love them.
I'm not sure why, though. I mean, they're not inside of the tournament anymore.
It's all right. I mean, you always need one of those interesting prospects who just plays the game because they're having fun. And in round number 1, that was quite visible. But come at round number 2, you could see the tension building up. And as a matter of fact, they fell. What's going on? Now, this is exactly what I was talking about. When I felt like the players of explosives, they were lacking that structure. What on earth are they even trying to do?
I mean, taken down to a 3-man this late inside of the game, they do not even have enough loot. The loadout's looking quite scrappy, too. Yeah, explosives. It just feels like deja vu to me. Remember the first game?
Yeah.
Towards Milta? Same thing. Happening on the map of Sanhok. And yeah, OHV, one hive. I mean, even they start things off for themselves, but that's not going to be that big of a pressure subsider. One hive has been one of those teams that hasn't even been the part of the conversation because they're just not really getting a lot of the spotlight.
Yeah, and they have not even really given us those moments to talk about them. And the same could have been said for Matrix had they not gotten a really good game in the previous one. A little bit of a comeback story for these lads as well. But for one hive, they've been languishing at the very bottom. But look at this. Team X-Park, they're out on the hunt as Deoxy gets a beautiful knock on Sarang. Opens him up. But now the trades have also come in.
Shadow 7 is going for the patch up. He's scraped up quite a bit. Finally gets the confirmations too. I mean, it's Team X Spark at this point. They just do not even care even if they do get eliminated from the game completely. But there's a foe inside of the water. Or maybe you can't say a shark in the water for now. Team X Spark, if they want, they can definitely be the stronger fishermen's over here. And try and scout out the man in the water lines. But I guess he's going to be having a clean rotation out of that spot. No issues. X Spark, they've got no clue there's a man in the water lines.
Shows what they're really up to, but we're going to talk about that a little bit later, because now One Hive, they're going after the players of Team Matrix. Jay is already being put down on his knees, and now they're just driving by, trying to collect as much information as possible. Now for Team X-Spark, you know, that is visible, right? They're sticking together. Even if one of the players gets knocked, instantly the trade comes in. And for Clue, I don't know what they were doing. Last we saw them around Tambang. We're taking a fight against Gladiators. Now they come inside searching for Team X-Spark. And seems like they're going after the Sharks. And Team X-Spark, one of those teams that packs so much of that punch. It's going to be a matter of seconds before you get turned into Nemo.
I mean, Matrix, with how things have been looking like for them, the previous game was quite decent. So you can't say they've sort of got that wind in the sails. They just need to continue on forward with that similar type of game style. But considering they're taken down to a two-man squad, that too on the map of Sanhok, it's just even worse. So I'm not sure how much of that consistency will be replicated over here. But Matrix, all they need to do now is just play as safe as possible, play for the positioning points. That's all they can do. There's so many deadly teams around them, right? You've got One Hive, you've also got Mysterious, then you've got Explosives. Yeah, they're surrounded with a lot of teams. So they've pretty much got nowhere to go. And you talk about the center of the circle, slowly and steadily, even that's starting to get filled up. The players of IC up against the players of Team X-Spark. And already X-Spark, they've found the spark. They push up. It's Ninja Jot up close and personal with the DBS. And finally the push happens. First man knocked out. Team X-Spark, they already get the death crate looted up as well. That's too quick. And X-Spark, they just do not really want to waste any more time. They're here to wrap up the elimination points, and they will do so easily without any trouble.
Confidence is the key. The two mottos that Team X-Spark have applied, and getting all those finishes, infinite catalyst, also being put down to their miseries. Now, this is what I'm trying to tell people. You know, they've been kind of replicating what Aiku Soul does, right? Stick together, hit like a wrecking ball. One of the player gets knocked out, it's fine. Just get those quick trades, and 5 finishes already racked up.
Honestly speaking, though, to counter this strat, it's not that hard.
You need to be positioned otherwise.
Where is the cover fire from the other teammates? It's like everyone's just hiding for their life. It's the terror that's being instilled in their heart by the players of X-Spark. And that's really keeping the players of X-Spark in an advantage inside of every single fight they enter. As soon as they get the confirmations, the player find out it's X-Spark. And yeah, it just goes downhill from then.
No, the only counter is to try and knock out the first player and create the flank angles like you just said. But Claw Expert loving what they're doing over here. Have Beast completely surrounded. He's got no cover. As the cavalry does arrive, he needs to buy a little bit more time. But look at them. Just hounding like hyenas already as IGL gets a little bit of a different angle. Rex goes down. Phoenix opens it up.
Okay!
Claw, they decimate the squad for R4D.
Yeah, they dig their claws in the chest of the opponents, and they make sure that the opponents are going to bleed to death. Claw Expirat finally waking up and starting to make waves when it matters the most. And this is exactly what we're talking about. 7 finishes wrapped up this early inside of the game. Claw, I'm loving this wave so far. It looks pretty strong. And hopefully they're not going to let the confidence come down. This is when the real deal starts to happen, right? When you've got nothing to lose, when you know that you're almost on the verge of being kicked out from that top 7, that's when you tend to let loose of all the emotions and all the pressure, and you just start to perform freely. And that's what the players of Claw are doing. They're taking some nice fights, and they're actually coming out into the top as well.
Well, they certainly are, and this is what we anticipated. Like you just said, right? One of those teams from the grind who managed to establish that top 64 position for themselves, by the virtue of which they qualified. But still, those chinks in the armor were clearly visible. The biggest ask for them was try and engage in those fights and win them. And finally playing like a cohesive unit. This is what we wanted. But for Rudrajod, I think it's been a rainy day. Quite gloomy perhaps. He's decided to take a dip, but little does he know that's a team ahead of him It's the team of X-Park who've been showing no mercy to anybody whatsoever.
Rudrajad. I mean, this single man from the side of ENF, he knows it's done for. He's got nothing to back him up. Look at the kit that he has.
No meds.
No armor, no helmet. That's even worse. So yeah, he's done for. The only thing that's keeping him going right now are the positioning points that he can see just flash up in front of his eyes. And now X-Park, they've found another team in the front lines. And already they've pushed up, this time knocking on the doors of Vibes. And Vibes, I'm not sure for how long they're going to be able to hold their ground against such a strong force. But they still do manage to find the initial knockout, but then X-Park, they return back with another one. Vibes slowly and steadily swinging back to life. There's a chance they can actually close things off. It's all down to Spray God. A 1v2 in the makings, maybe. Spray God pulls out the gun. This is getting a little bit too awkward. Wow. But then Vibes, they keep their ground strong against the players of Team X-Park.
They needed to tread in those punches, and that is exactly what they did. And this is what I was talking about, how you need to counter Team X-Park. Knock down that first player, create that frenzy, get those flank angles, and deal with them. And this will set the ball rolling for the players of Team Vibes. Loving how they countered Team X-Park over there. The shoot it side seems like they're not out of the woods yet. There's another fight right in front of us. It's going to be the players of Neon Esports trying to light up the players of Vampire. They take a couple of shots though. Still, they go unscathed.
Neon, all the four players at the top, and Vibes now another third party comes in, and it's also knocking the doors. Vibes, the players already hurt. Leader still knocked out. The man really hasn't gotten a revival. It's been a while. And the players shoot at sight. They're just making things even worse. But then shoot at sight, even they're facing a lot of the problems themselves. The players are getting hit down, shoot at sight, slowly and steadily, even they're swinging back to life. Vibes now taken down with a two-man squad. One man's knocked out in the left. And this two-man, I'm not sure how well they're going to be able to defend their ground against the players who shoot at sight, who are knocking on the doors and who really want to breach in and shut down the players of Vibes. Explorer quite close. And every single player, they've got their hands on the shotgun. The first peek comes out. Lucy finds the knock. And just look at the players who shoot at sight. They're getting shot at from everywhere else. Lucy, all by himself, left to hold down the ground. I'm not sure for how long he can do so.
Indeed. Just taking his final breaths over here right now. Lucy needs to reload that DBS, needs to play on the front foot. Needs to get out over there. Does not have the HP to work around with as shoot at sight. They did manage to win the previous game of Sanhok, and now, considering the fact that Team X-Park are out of the lobby, they are going to get unleashed. A beautiful fight nonetheless, but look at that. Look at the minimap. They're also being hunted. And look at it. Liability and Kakaboy starting to close in on the distance.
10 teams still alive. Man, this compound seems cursed for now. A lot of teams, they've got their eyes just locked in on it. And Clue 2 now might just be the other one to third party this. This is going to be the fourth party. Utility tossed in. It's not going to be able to do any damage because all the players are inside of that closet room. But if a nade sails in that closet room, then things can definitely be really awkward. Nade tossed in. Maybe the confirmation as well can be there. The knockout's there though. Pulls out the DBS now. Liability is probably going to be the one to be on the aggressive footing for now. And he instantly does so. Aggresses in forward. He's found that little bit of a crack in that wall. And maybe for shoot outside, the defense is not going to be as strong as you expect. Two players knocked out. Things under control for now once again. But then Clue Esports, even for them, it's going to be a 1v1. It's a pill that will be a tough one to swallow. But in the end, it's the players who shoot at sight to come out on top.
Exploser doing all that heavy lifting for his team. Just when we felt like the time was done, he came rising from the ashes, got those live to tell another tale right now as Matrix. Beautiful performance in the map of Miramar. Again, now being pushed at by the players of Team Rich Esports as Renault. He's been dealt with. Momo from the downlines. He comes in. Who am I? He's been dealt with again. And now for Kid, needs to patch himself up because he's got so much to do right now.
Rich Kid, considering Fake Pro IT's being knocked out, his teammates bleeding to death. Rich Kid's got so much trouble around him. He does not exactly know where to reposition, and that's why he eventually gets incinerated. or maybe you can't say evaporated into thin air. VPE up against the players of Neon X, and Neon X is one of the most annoying teams to be facing off against. They always do tend to scratch the opponent up quite a lot, to the point where they just do not really stand a chance to win the game anymore. But Vampire Esports' Ripper will actually rip things apart for that man. So yeah, for now, things are okay. Criminal's knocked out, though, for Vampire, so they need to get the fallen player back up.
Oh my god, it's a story and a half for Shoot It Sight. Look at all the misery that they're facing. Still living up to the task. The ask this time was just too high, as one of their players, Jar, does fall down. The last surviving member, Catalyst, is the only one surviving, and he has to march inside the circle. In fact, holding the door against Neon. Fraggy being dealt with. Shoot It Sight. Oh my god, this team is making it really special.
Stage 6 of the game, my friend. And now the zone's going to be chunking out damage. You cannot afford to stay outside of the zone if you do not really have a lot of first states to keep on patching yourself up. So you can't say the problems are going to keep on stacking up on top of each other. Especially for Ruthrajot, considering he's barely playing on the edge. And even his position seems quite compromised. For Claw, though, Claw is going to be another one of those teams that stand a solid chance to win this entire game. Phoenix finds Ruthrajot, so that's it for the side of Enforcers.
Indeed. Now with just 3 teams remaining, I think Claw, they have their workout out, as another one being also put down on the ground. One IV spots in a whole world of trouble. And now Claw, they will be putting those fangs into the hearts of their enemies as they keep marching ahead. Phoenix trying to relay all that information to his teammates. He knows exactly where the remainder of the 2 players are. Does go in for the drop shot, but this time he fails as he's been answered back by Akul.
Oh, the amount of shots Claw's taking right now against the foes. And considering they know that the situation's down to an equal ground, but look at the player Shoot at side, what he's doing. He's playing the spoiler inside of the sport. Catalyst from the back. Even he's going to be the one to backstab the foes a little bit more. And already for the players of Claw, they have received that unwanted help. And for one Hy-Vee Sports, the game that could have been the chicken dinner has already been ruined by this man, Catalyst. And Catalyst for him, even he's playing for the survival. But luckily enough for Catalyst, he's also got the zone right on top of him. So he's got the advantage. He can actually be the one to come out on top.
But look at this. Ravan, I think he holds a very key position right now. Considering the fact that Catalyst, he has his entire attention towards the players of Team Claw. If Ravan can backstab him, this could be really deadly. It's a trifecta situation, a Mexican standoff going on. A 2v1v1 position. As Catalyst, he knows exactly where Zod is. That smoke giving away all that information. But look at that. In 3 seconds, the circle starts closing in. That is where the pandemonium occurs.
Zod closing up from the left. Claw creating that flank angle. I like the thought process from the side of Claw too, considering they know there's 2 individual players around him. And Claw's the only team with the man advantage. Now Zod's going to be the main playmaker here, considering his teammates slowly and steadily inching inside of the zone. And already, you talked about Robin. He's going to be the key player. He's outside of the zone. He's in the blue. He's tanking up that damage. He's constantly going for the med strat. But for how long can he keep on tanking? He's only got 1 first aid to back him up. Shotgun pulled out from Catalyst. There's a man wrapping up from the back as well, and that's going to be it. Claw! They put that nail in the coffin, and now Robin all the way from the blue is trying to do something, but it's next to impossible to do anything because the zone's doing too much damage, and he's going to be dealt with.
Yeah, Claw missing out on the previous chicken. This time, they bring it home. And in style with a lot of those finish points and answering back to all of their critics, raising fingers at them. We loved what they did right from the very beginning. They went in for that fight. Once they won it, they kind of knew that this is their game, especially considering the heavy hitters. Team X-Pac was sent out of the lobby. And from here onwards, I think Claw had it all pieced together. For a moment, there were those minor hiccups, but they were prepared. They were set for the task. They've managed to get this victory, and I feel like their qualification is also confirmed.
Yeah, even I think after this game, they're probably going to be in top 3, somewhere around that spot, because it was quite a solid game. And Claw, before this as well, they were getting the constant points of 5 or 6 points per game, so Claw were not doing too bad. Now we're just waiting for a couple of more teams that made the promises moving in from round 1 to round 2 to perform. Vibes, a complete letdown from that team, too. Once again, the same thing is happening. Mysterious, the overall sustainability that we talked about, the overall consistency that we talked about from Mysterious, it's just not there.
Yeah, for Mysterious, I think it was just that one game where they went all out and we suddenly had our hopes high that they're going to be delivering. Or maybe that is one of those games by the virtue of which they would have some more successive games. But that was not the case. Could not really have the ball rolling. But in the grand scheme of things, I think I'm now kind of enjoying myself because initially the first half of the evening was pretty much dominated by X-Park, and suddenly the others are finally finding some footing.
I mean, I was having fun throughout the entire day, I'm not going to lie, because watching X-Park roll the lobby like that, it was definitely something that got me excited too, because it's something I always dream of, right? Even I want to roll a lobby like that myself, but unfortunately I just do not really have those type of teammates. But yeah, I mean, moving forward, right, another team that got eliminated quite early inside of the lobby was also Clue Esports, and Clue Esports, for them, I'm not sure what exactly is going on.
You know, we'll just put Clue Esports aside. Do you realize that why do you not get teammates? Because you're so much of a narc, and yeah, watch out when you're playing with him. He's going to be solo pushing on the others, and then eventually will come with the blame. But now bringing the conversation back, Necro, and he's also accepting. Look at how shameless he is. But again, now bringing the conversation back to Clue. Now this is one of those teams, right? Had really high expectations from, but don't you feel they've always been itching for a fight? Now, considering the fact they had a really good start against Team Gladiators, the next thing, what they do decide? They go after Team X-Park. And suddenly, all they could muster up was just one knock. And they get traded right after, and poof, they vanish.
I mean, what do you expect when you go up against the players of X-Park, right? That's what's pretty much going to be happening.
But luckily enough, why?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at this point in time, a lot of teams are desperate. Maybe that's why they're probably trying to rack up some more points. They were trying to go for the elimination points as well, and they ended up facing off against X-Park, which was a big kryptonite for them, of course. But talking about wipes, though, with the way they stood that ground against the players of X-Park, I like that defense that they played.
Oh, for sure. We loved every bit of that. And this was one of those conversations, Necro, even you and I were having, right? How do you counter a team like that? How do you counter a team that has all the players pushing in together? You need to get that first knock, put them into that mad frenzy, which Team Vibes did, right? As a result of which won that fight, but the happiness was quite short-lived. Shootside came hunting after them.
Yeah, the third parties after third parties on that compound. The compound was just cursed at that point. Even Shootout was not able to stay alive for too long, right? In the final few moments, we did see one of the players getting taken down by the players of Claw. But yeah, I mean, soon enough, the MVP of the previous game is also going to be in front of us. And I think so it should be someone from the side of Claw. It's really tough to know, though.
Yeah, Zod. I think he's one of the old dogs of the game, and Claw Esports, I think I've been seeing them from quite some time. But now joining forces, Claw Pirat is what they're called as. But 6 finishes is what he's gathered for himself. And I think after this game, you kind of see them going all out, right? One last game remains in Erangel. Surely they will be in for some shenanigans.
They will be in for some shenanigans, hands down. I mean, for Claude, the last game is definitely going to be bringing in a lot of hopes. Once again, if they do want to win that game too, that's just going to keep them even higher in the top 3. But now the real focus should be on the latter half of the board, right? The teams that were able to make the promises. Even One Hive Esports actually was doing quite good in that previous game, right? Being able to sustain their ground till the top 3, I would say that's not bad.
I think the only thing they did was survive. Because the moment push came to shove, they got absolutely hammered down. But for Shootside, I think a really good game, especially look at Exploser. Now, those 5 finishes are quite important, but it was a Claw show all around, right? The usual suspects, and this is what we've been talking about. Just spreading their wings a little bit and getting those finish points on the board. And this pretty much confirms their qualification, considering even Miramar, they managed to get around 10 points, if I'm not wrong.
Yep. So Claw pretty much have all the 4 players in the top 5 performers right now.
Yeah.
So one thing is for sure, this was a mega performance being dropped by these players, and once again, for Claw, they do not really need to worry about their clarification to the upcoming round. They are probably made it. Now, the real question marks still really do pan up on teams like Ready for Domination, who still haven't been able to wake up, where we had so much conversation about this team because Ready for Domination back in 2023 as well, they came in with a lot of promises, but then just poofed in thin air.
Yeah, I mean, for Ready for Domination, they've kind of been missing inside the lobby. Now, once we take a look at the point standings, really, the question now goes, has Team X Park just gassed out, or is it just them being too reckless? I think the
Yeah, it's
latter
too reckless.
should be the answer. But for Claw Expert, these 26 points, I think easy peasy qualification for them. But now we know for sure that two teams have already qualified. Now,
Yep.
who's on that third spot? Because Enforcers, regardless of even if they're not getting those finish points, they're constantly getting those 10, 12 points. You know, they've been quite consistent on the block. I think they might be in the race for the third spot.
They might be. Enforcers, slowly and steadily, yeah, definitely moving up a little bit,
Been
right?
so
You talk
consistent.
about the snail pace approach, and Enforcers is definitely there. Yeah, the consistency's there. The same thing can be said even for the side of Neonix Esports. Even that team is moving under the radar.
I think even Shooted side, I think we really cannot
Oh, yeah.
ignore them
Hands
anymore.
down.
They did manage to get a chicken dinner. I think the two games of Sanhok have pretty much been a boon for this team, right? Previously, in that first game of Sanhok, it was a 2v1 situation in their favor. This time, went against them, but a second position not too shabby either. But even for Matrix, really felt they packed a punch in Miramar. But pretty much that was just that one match success that they could get.
Latter half of the board in front of us, right? All the teams that completely bombed this game. Ready for domination. Clue Esports, Explosive Esports, Infinite Catalyst. Another bomb of a game. Infinite Catalyst, they've always been getting that limelight, but for some reason, the conversion is just not there. Moving on forward towards Team Vibes with only 4 points accumulated. Even for them, their survival inside of the top 7 is looking really mysterious. And even Mysterious Esports with only 4 points.
You know, for Infinite Catalyst, the biggest mistake they made, Necro,
Yeah.
was trying to stay at the center of the circle, because Team X Park just went hunting after them, and they just got pummeled. But moving on ahead, right, we had the other teams. I think the big question is, how is Gladiators going to play, considering how good their first Erangel game has been? And ever since then, they've been on a steady fall.
I mean, Gladiators, they've just been inconsistent. Let's be honest, right? One good game, then another complete bomb. One good game, then another complete bomb. Before them, that good game was just one. After that, Gladiators just has been completely deactivated. And I'm not sure what's going to wake them up. But ladies and gentlemen, something that's definitely going to wake you guys up is this promo that we've got lined up.
Make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins. Catch unique emotes. Collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default. Wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
And I hope that promo woke you guys up, because that Royal Pass looks quite nice. I'm not going to lie. The skins inside of that Royal Pass too, trust me, I went inside of the game myself. I've checked it out. It looks pretty nice.
It certainly looks pretty nice. All you've done is just checked it out, because when I gifted him those UC, he spent it on opening those packs. And how else do you think he's been opening those 10 UC spins for those Ignis and for the Luminous Muse? Yeah, you've been doing that. I did check your account.
I mean, I've just been grinding a lot, man. You know, just
That does not earn you UC. I hope you realize that, Necro.
I know. You need to buy UC, but I'm talking about like, you know,
I
just
gifted
opening the
you
random
UC.
crates.
You wasted it.
You did not gift me any UC. But you know what? Let's move on forward, right? Last game of the day, just like the cycle, we're going to go back towards the map of Erangel, and I just want to know yours and the viewers' expectations from this game.
Yeah, my expectations at this point is I just want to see a good game. I just want to see Team X Park being clobbered down, because they've been doing majority of the beating, and that would be a nice, sweet ending towards this bittersweet love story that we've been having throughout the day. So far, yeah, I think WSP record still stands strong. I don't feel like Team X Park can beat that anymore, unless and until they go berserk in this one. But now the storyline is set. Who are those top 7 teams that are going to be making the cut? Because after Team X Park started off with a bang, Johnny, you're back on the desk. Welcome back.
Thank you.
I need to know that we had this conversation after the second game, right?
Yeah.
Now the cutoff is going to be pretty low. But now Team X Park, they haven't really been performing. Seems like we are again charting that 28 to 32 point marker.
Yeah, I think In the mid 30s. In the mid 30s is where I
Going
expect.
beyond 30s
Yeah. Mid 30s, 35, 34-ish, where I expect the cutoff to be, and that should be fine considering even though X Park has started to stopped performing. Let's not forget the first 3 matches, the heavy lifting they've done. It still was a big blunder on everyone else's part that no one else was able to catch up, and that will come back to haunt them for sure once we have the overall rankings in front of us after this last game, of course. But then again, you look at the other 2 matches we have just witnessed, match number 4 of Miramar, match number 5 of Sanhok. You see it's different teams stepping on the board and stepping up every single time, and I think that will lead to a very chaotic overall ranking at the end of the day. But this game of Erangel is the last opportunity for one of these teams to bag that slot for round 3, so it's going to be super intense.
Yes, the last dance, as we could call for a certain few. And kind of feels bad sometimes, don't you? Because you've been grinding throughout the year, but again, your future depends on how you perform and on that one given day. And there could be a lot of those names, right? You talk about team vibes. Kind of gave you that T7 vibes like yesterday, you know, such a beautiful team. They had been so good in round number 1, come with round number 2. They have been on such a fall.
Yeah, I mean, the fall has been quite drastic, and to be honest, we did not expect that, but again, opportunities are running out, so you need to realize how desperate you have to be in this last game. And of course, when you are in that mindset of desperation, all right, what if we fail? What if we lose out on one finish? What if we miss out on round 3? With that sort of a mindset, it becomes difficult to keep your thoughts clear and make clear decisions out of the game. So heading into the last game, understand it's the final opportunity. So it's very easy to fall into that all or nothing mindset, but that is what these younger players have to resist now.
I think sometimes it really acts in favor. You know, just that all or nothing. Yesterday we saw, right, towards the latter half, even T7 or OA Papaji, all these teams who had it in them, who were kind of doubting themselves, they kind of went all out. But it was just, they kind of barely missed by an inch. I think 2 points. Yeah, that is something that teams need to realize, and that is what you have been talking about, right? It's
exactly
haunt them. But when you talk about the others, really felt like shoot at sight in the second half of today's games, really stepped up.
They have started to step up. I think that win on the map of Sanhok actually gave them a good confidence boost and gave them an idea of how to go about doing things, right? If one team is creating immense amount of pressure on everyone else, all you have to do is avoid that one name and keep yourselves protected. And even in the previous game, Clue, with how they have been playing, I think they have also started to figure it out. Like, you just hold your opposition, let the others fall into your trap, and it's all going to be good. But let's see what is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. Last game of the day for Group 3. It is about to begin, and the plane is about to hit the skies of Erangel. There it is. Let's see where the flight path begins from. It starts from, well, the northeastern edge of the map, from just under Kameshki, and it looks like it's going to head towards the southwesternmost point of the main island of Erangel towards Query.
The map being dissected into 2 halves. Now, this is one of the default flight path trajectories. And the teams should not have any reasons to complain whatsoever that this time we kind of were threw off by the flight path. However, the circle has a really good role to play. Now imagine we get to see a southern one in this one.
Oh wow.
You know, even the viewers shall be later, and would love to know your opinions for the ones watching this broadcast. Where do you think the circle is going to end? And I want a southern one. What about you, Johnny?
I would like a southern one as well, but maybe towards the shoreline of the military island. That would be fun.
The left one or the right one?
Any shoreline between the 2 bridges.
It's okay, you just need a shoreline.
Yeah, I just want a shoreline circle. As long as there's a beach for me to enjoy the action on, I am a happy man. If that isn't possible, then I've been begging for Stalber Hill circles, man, for ages. I rarely get to witness them, and that's going to be the second option for me. Stalber Hill is what I want.
Johnny, you've really entered into your vacation mode, right? Get your glasses on, get your shots out there, and sit down, sip on some pina colada by the beach. But no respite, no vacation for all these teams as explosives. They finally decide to open up, and look who they have gone after as the dagger stabbed in the hearts of Phoenix as he perishes.
You know, you'd really need some cojones if you have a shotgun and yet you choose to take the fight with a pistol over there. But how does it even matter? They come out on top. And now, Explosive, they have a man advantage in this fight, but Claw Expirat, they have bought themselves enough time to get a decent loot on 2 individuals. One has an Uzi, the other has an M4 and finds a shotgun as well. Zod, he's the only man looking for a weapon. And now he has a shotgun to work with. Perfect for close quarters.
All right. I mean, at least as of now, Claw Expirat should not be really concerned They aren't really sweating.
Take that
They're
shot.
enjoying themselves. But yeah, Aryan, I don't think he's got any sights on that M24. And it's been a while we've seen that bolt action in play.
Yeah.
During the grind, we did see Daljit though, when he used to play for RW officials. But nice answer by the IGL of Claw.
Needs to be careful. Spots out the second player. Avoids the line of fire. Runs behind cover. Knock has been secured, but it will be a very difficult conversion into a finish. Although Claw can utilize this time to wrap around the buildings and gain a better angle against the players of Explosive. They have done exactly that. Oh no! That is a big whiff. Should not have happened. It happened. Although the finish is secured and now the numbers are equal.
Alright, so Claw's really not going to back out without a fight.
Oh, of course.
And for Explosives, I think with every passing second, the pressure just keeps mounting as now Zor finds another opener with Frost getting the second most player down. Just the final one remains. Does not have a lot of HP to work out with. Comes out in the open, gets shot from two different directions. And that's all she wrote for Team Explosives. Their journey in the BGIS seems like has finally come to a daunting end.
It wasn't an explosive end as well. It was just a simmer at max. And again, this is why everyone growing up was told never poke the bear. This time it was Claw Expirat who were the bear in the fight. 4 elimination points early in the game. Phoenix has been lost though. But considering they are still in control of Lipovka, it's a big city and they've just gained an all-access pass to all the compounds. I think they should be okay, especially considering they are in a much more safer, well, relatively safer position inside of the circle, to be honest.
Look at this. Clue Esports. Old habits don't die hard, do they? Again on the hunt. This time against the Enforcers. Now for Enforcers, they've pretty much been quite a stable team, right? Quite stoic in their approach. They've been garnering those points every single time, at least averaging around 7 to 8 points.
Yeah.
And this is a team that knows how to defend the compound.
I mean, they definitely do, but Enforcers in front of their eyes. And Clue, I think they are looking for clues as to how exactly their opposing team is positioned themselves. So gathering that information before you engage is advisable, but now you have completely revealed the surprise attack to the opposition, because there was one player from the side of Enforcers who was holding a flank, and he did see 3 individuals from Clue Esports on that ridge. So the element of surprise has been taken away from this fight.
Now again, you know, for Team Enforcers, considering both of these teams are aware of each other, I think the good decision right now is to just back off, get inside the circle, especially considering it's way far from where they are. Now the big hurdle for Team Enforcer is going to be about finding those vehicles. Looking at the mini-map, I'm pretty sure everybody spotted that. Team X-Pac, they've gone in for a little bit of a substitution. They've gotten in Mogambo. Really excited to see who has he replaced though. Sarang is still there. Who's sitting out?
That's a big mistake from Rich right there. Ghoul, he spotted out one individual hiding behind that US, but it's going to be difficult to escape the moment you get inside that car. Your head is going to get exposed to the players of Enforcers. And oh my goodness, there's the push. Wolfie's waiting for his prey to step into the compound, step into his cave. That's not going to happen. A preemptive nade to dish out some damage at least does not work out. And now it's a full-on commitment from the side of Rich. They're going for the isolated fight, a 1v3 inside that red house against Wolf.
Yeah, Rich anticipating and understanding the situation. Enforcers in dire circumstances. As look at this, Fake Pro just goes charging in, gets the better out of Wolf. He's been dealt with, and this is where the alarm bells are tolling. Ghoul has no other option, but somehow needs to defend his compound. But look at the way Rich Esports, they're pushing through. As Kid, he's found one more man, and Ghoul against the entire world finally gets taken down as well, leaving the players of Enforcers in shambles.
Yeah, it was much safer at the rooftop, man. Why would you run down the stairs like that? Ends up giving away a free frag for Rich Esports. And Rich, this is actually quite impressive because it's not just the Enforcers they are engaging with. They did secure a knock against the players of Flu as well.
Wow.
So they've deterred that third party before it even happens. And now there's an opportunity for them to actually reset and re-engage against whoever they want. If they want to charge towards Flu, they can do that. If they want to finish off Enforcers completely, they have the luxury of, well, timing their push as slow as they want.
Look at this. The floodgates have opened. Right, with Enforcers, 2 of their players already being dealt with. Has given that access to the players of Clue Esports really march in, get the better of them. But even Clue needs to understand the players of Rich. They've decided to go all out.
Yeah.
And that sort of is quite concerning. If they do not really hit the nail in the coffin right here, right now, once the iron is hot, look at this. Liability still opens it up against Panther. And now they're searching for the final survivor of Enforcers.
Ooh, lost man. He's being hunted down, and I believe he's already done for. And there it is. An early exit handed out to the Enforcers. I guess if your name starts with E, it's unlucky in this game. Because we have Explosion Esports and Enforcers forced out of the lobby.
Even for Explosive, things were looking so bad right from the very start of today's games. But look at this. One Hive Esports. They haven't really found any success though. But this time still want to fight it hard. But Sarang says, shut up. Puts him to sleep. And there you have it. Team Xpark. After having just Ninja Jot being taken down, Mogambo, he's leading the charge for God's sake. And is still succeeding in this lobby. However, alright, Sarang, what is he up to? How on earth did he get knocked like that?
I have no idea from where the shots came. But luckily he's right next to Spray God, so it should be an easy revive. Ninja Jodi is back on his feet, and yeah, what is Mogambo doing here, by the way?
Shadows just decided that, you know what, guys? We've already done the heavy lifting. You guys play. I have no interest.
Everyone gets some practice time in this lobby at least. Everyone gets those few hours needed. But yeah, I just feel bad for Akul now. Nowhere left to run, and he's being chased by Ninja Jod and the rest of the Xbox squad.
Almost connected. No, misses.
He's still in the line of fire. They can still take him down.
Stop it, Ninja.
They can still take him down. Just one more. Ooh, no. Did not well, I believe. Did he go beyond 300 meters? Yeah.
But tell me something. You know, once your vehicle is in smoke, if you kind of dip it inside the water, does it fix the problem? Because seems like for One Hive Esports, just got in the middle of nowhere. I mean, I'm feeling good for Akul, but look at this. Ramin comes in the push, and now Clue, they have to defend it with all their lives. And there you have it. Who am I? Opens it up against Ujjwal.
Oh, things kicked off in a nice manner, but as you mentioned, still reset opportunities for both these teams are available. Richie Esports, they definitely had a big advantage, but with Ujjwal and Kakaboy taken out, Clue down to 2 players. Liability, he has been an important fragger for his team from the start of the day till now. Although Deoxy, he's the man who needs to lead the charge. He is the one who is getting pushed upon by the players of Rich Esports. Liability, he's in the outer building. All he can do is provide some cover and some pre-damage before the fight happens through the windows. That is it.
Oh, look at this. Team Xpark, they're slowly but surely starting to lose out on those numbers. And Mogambo, I really want to see, what does he say? Got a really famous Hindi dialogue.
Mogambo is happy.
Yes. Let's just say it in Hindi. Or maybe not. We'll refrain from doing so. But Sarang, first time he gets knocked down by falling down.
Yeah.
This time he blows himself up with a whole grenade that he was cooking. And now Mogambo against the world still finds a knock on Criminal. And now in a 1v1 situation, no, maybe Spray God still alive as Vampire. They've got that last player completely surrounded, and Spray God, he cuts like a hot knife through butter. And Team Xpark, they continue on their merry run.
I think they have a plan of losing one player every fight just to make the game more even.
That could be.
They've destroyed 2 teams as of now. And Rich Esports against Clue still at a standstill all the way in hospital. It's been a while, but finally the push comes to shove. And it is a brilliant move coming in from this man. Liability again stands up tall. Look at that. 5 frags secured by this man. And all of a sudden, Rich Esports, they are eliminated from this matchup. I really thought there was no way he could be a part of this fight, but he still closes in, joins Deoxy. And well, the result, it's right there in front of our eyes.
My way or the highway, that was the idea that Rich Esports came in, because they knew that the lights were fading out, and what they needed to do was go big in this game. Get a couple of frags, early on. But for Clue, I think now let's talk about the others, right? Because today's day has been overshadowed by how good Team X Park were. Individually speaking, I mean, I've been liking Liability.
Yes.
Even in the previous game, from Shoot side, Exploser was another one of those players that did so much for his team. Individually, I think these are some very interesting prospects.
Yeah.
Now, we do not know if Clue is really going to make the cut, but I want to see him in round number 3.
I think they will. I think they've had a few decent games here and there, and of course, they've been getting those frags. So that was important. They've been getting those finishes, and I also agree with you. I hope to see more of Liability. He has been very impressive, and not just him, to be fair. It's not like he has been pulling the weight all alone. Clue Esports overall, they have been quite decent. I think it's just a lack of experience where they struggle with adaptation, but it can be fixed with more performances or picking up a few things from Team X Park. But now we do see the players from X Park on our screens.
Yeah.
The purple Bentley switched up for the... Right, there's the color of the Bentley has changed, and then there's the other Bugatti.
I kind of like the silver one, though.
Yeah.
But again, quick look at... this is the thing with the DBS, right?
Oh.
The first flick, if you miss, then you're going to be punished. And Liability knew that he did not want to miss. That just goes charging through, gets every shot connected, and poof, poof, poof.
So in that final 1v2, he actually got very lucky. I'm so glad that the production showed his POV, because he was shooting at one individual. The other player just lined up on the flank, and the pellets from the DBS actually connected. But my goodness, Magambo, well, Magambo goes down. Spray God, he's going to try and cover for his teammate. Doesn't matter, gets finished off. Last man left standing for X Park, and I think this is a fair conclusion to their run of the day. Even in a match where they have been struggling, losing players every single fight, they walk away with 7 eliminations. If they get one more, I think they still do maintain an average of, well, quite a lot of points every single game based on those first 3 matches. But I think overall, it doesn't even matter. They are definitely sitting at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and uncontested, undisputed. Yeah. But look at Team X Park, right? Mogambo comes in. I don't know how much he's been playing with the roster. We've seen him grinding through those classic lobbies, the rank pushes. That has all happened, right? He's got 3 finishes to himself.
Yeah.
Highest so far for Team X Park, at least in this game. And Spray God.
Yeah.
Now it's his turn to shine. Clearly could be one of those players who gets the highest frags throughout the evening. I think one game he managed to secure 10, the other he had 13 to his name. So clearly, you know, even with this game, look at Liability. This is what I was talking about, right? 5 finishes already, and seems like he's hungry for more.
Yeah, he takes full advantage of the opposition getting distracted. I've noticed this. Liability always patiently just waits in a corner for the perfect opportunity to strike. And whenever you feel like, yeah, there's no one around me, that is when he's going to pop his head out of a corner and just say hello with his weapon. You're going to say hello to his friend as well, the DBS that he's armed with. The shift of the zone, well, interesting move, takes us back towards School Rozok and Yasnaya Fields.
Alright, so the Volcano compounds, that's going to be such an important position, especially where the players of Team Matrix are. Looking at the splash of colors, majority of the team still positioned at the northwestern side. Gladiators, we know the previous game of Erangel was really a good one for them. Made it to the 2nd position, and if they somehow want to edge in through, I think they have to go big, get a chicken dinner, at least with 10 to 15 points on finishes.
Yeah, and especially considering now, still now, even before the 4th stage begins, stage 3, we still have 12 teams, 37 players alive in this matchup. I think these numbers are going to start to dwindle down. What is happening over here? Akuli has been surviving for so long, but unfortunately he's run into the players of Ready for Domination. And that nade from Ruler just does the job, gets the job done. Final nade in the coffin to the side. 1 and finish for Ready for Domination though.
Oh yeah, at least for Ready for Domination. I think this is one of those teams I think you and Necro both were rooting out a lot for. And yeah, round 1 was amazing for them, but Vibes, look at them. Claw, they're on the chase, and Vibes, they need to react. Leader, he's got a little bit of that high ground, but Claw, they are going after Preet.
Oh my goodness, they've cut him from the rest of his team. They forced his vehicle, forced his buggy to swing towards the left-hand side, but now Preet, he's leading them in a trap, or maybe it's the other way around. Leader almost dropped. BMW IGL whips a few shots, but Leader stays out for too long, and that's a big mistake. The first knock in this fight, and fixes, my friend. The numbers are now equalized. Preet is still cut off from the rest of this team. What a brilliant move coming in from Claw Esports. Now, this is an actual 200 IQ play.
Oh, this certainly is. No second thoughts on that. They will get the revive on Leader, but look at them. They've been pincered, surrounded from every single direction, and now Claw, they're going to be playing it the way they want. Right there, right now, as you see, Zod, he lobs that grenade in. Does not find any success though, but this time, the IGL of Claw, he does not fail as the Leader gets taken down. Just the final two remain.
The last two players left, and Claw, they are out on the hunt as well. Runs out into the open sword. Failed drop shot over there, does not matter. HP on that last individual, barely any. Quite easy for Claw to wrap things up, but it is down to a 1v1. We do see Lucy in the back lines going for the heal. Claw, are they confident enough that they do not need to go for a revive right now and just pick the fight? I think they are, or at least BMW IGL is. He's waiting for an angle, waiting for an opening. Take the shots, pre-fire shots on the window. Jump shot, expecting the man to peek. Switches up angles, takes a shot in the back. This is such a tough position for him to be in.
Takes two to tango, and that is exactly what these two are doing. Lucy, got that grenade. He's going to flush him out. He knows exactly where he is. Both these players aware of each other's position, but now he's gone in for that revive. Still understanding, though, the revives can be triggered. IGL, he decides to stick it through one last time, as Lucy's been running out of grenades. That one grenade enough to take Zod out of the picture. At least for Team Vibes, survival is going to be so important at this point. But for Claw, they've done majority of the heavy lifting. Surely they're having fun.
I think if the opposition has seen you clearly every single time you lob a nade, it's just utility being wasted. He's going to run out of those nades soon, but at this point, what else can you do? Lucy's going to stay hidden in that house for a long time. Time being wasted from both these teams. And Vibes and Claw, again, two big names that we were hoping to see in the top three. And Vibes definitely not having a great day. Claw, they have somehow managed to recover. So it's a big fight for the side of Vibes. But from here on out, I think the rest of the game as well is going to be a big challenge. Not a lot you can accomplish with just one man remaining.
It's come down to the meds. And Lucy seems to have none.
Oh, no.
Just those bandages to work with. And with the stage 4, that's going to hurt. He's found 2 though. But does he have enough time to trigger that? Yes, he does, I believe. And IGL, I feel like he's heard him. Look at the reluctancy. Both these players looking at the contingency measures.
Oh my goodness.
And he's found a lot.
Yeah, he's found a lot of nades to work with. And that is exactly what I believe BMW IGL was looking for. And this is awkward. Tossing a nade to the left, tossing a nade to the right. Have you tried going over the top of the house, my friend?
Oh my goodness. I mean, that's what remains, right? Go on the top. This grenade surely flushes him out. IGL with that S12K on his hands. But eventually it is going to be Lucy. That long-standing battle comes to its fruition. And Vibes, they survive to live for a few more moments though. But then again, in the grand scheme of things, Vibes, these 3 finishes, are they going to be even enough for them to qualify?
Yeah, I mean, big question over there. Although I think Trouble in Paradise, no time to celebrate for Lucy. We did see on the radar Clue Esports lurking nearby. And the Oxy is shown up right across the ridge. Should be able to spot Lucy if he just goes a few steps further, but misses out on an opportunity and a frag because of that. Look at how the zone is still split between the 2 islands. Liability, I believe, has taken a brilliant position to play for placement, but what is happening over there? Team Xbox, last man left alive, and he is still taking the fight. Spray God still in it to win it. Runs across towards the opposing player. Goes for the finishes. 8 eliminations racked up. And it is against the players of Shoot at Sight. So maybe a little bit of revenge for Sanhok Pixes.
Certainly it is. And now again, it's a 1v1 situation. And
He
Catalyst
runs away.
decides to tuck his tail and run. But Spray God, he's not going to spare anyone at this moment. But lets him live. Still playing from the peripheries, but seems like Neon, they've heard all that commotion, and if they've been paying a close watch at the finish feed, they know for sure that he is a lone wolf.
Yeah, he's a lone wolf, but there's the same wolf that took down the likes of Odin. Basically, someone who can cause Ragnarok in this lobby. And Spray God needs to be a little bit careful, though. There's Thakur who has been waiting across the road for a long time. And he's been quite patient, actually, hearing all of the commotion, as you mentioned. Neon, so they have information to work with. There's still one survivor at the gas station. But what is this shift? Middle of nowhere. Catalyst is quite lucky, to be honest.
I mean, I'm more happy for Gladiators.
Yeah,
They must
true.
be thanking their stars. The first Erangel game secured that second spot, but this time, to make things better, they have a lot of men. In fact, all of them still alive. Really helps in their endeavors if they want to qualify. But this is the point, Johnny, where they need to start racking up those finishes.
Yes.
As Spray God understands that he has to get inside the circle. He's already built up his smoky path, but Neon, they say no ID, no entry, Spray God.
Well, they're going to have to check him for that. I don't think Spray God makes it any further in this game. This is such a difficult position. Unless he takes down Thakur, of course. And he knows exactly where that isolated man from Neon is. Easy frag. Thakur tries to escape and ends up giving one extra pick for Spray God. Is he going to look for a few more? I think he's just lobbing those smokes to cover up the flank. Maybe after this, a run up north and then trying to enter the circle from the bridge just east of Rozok. Still a difficult move to make. Look what's happening over here, though. It's ready for domination against Mysterious.
Yeah, and one of their players, in fact, Ruler, already down and out, and Beast coming out in the open. Mysterious gave him a bashing that he deserved for such atrocious movements over there. As Mysterious, we've seen them. Second game of Miramar going really their way, but they now need a lot more. Still not even a single finish point to their name. This is where they surely have to start lighting things up.
Oh, of course, for sure. And I think Yuhai is actually trying his level best. Worthless knocked out. It's not going to be too difficult to get him back in the game. But now Deep has been taken out as well. We are in a 2v2 at this point. Completely even Steven between the two sides. And Mysterious, they feel the pressure of the blue zone moving in from the rear. Instantly rotating for the shorelines. Wait, Fixes, we at least get one shoreline in this endgame. I'm happy.
That's the silver lining for Johnny, in fact.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm really excited to see who wins this one out. Because Spray God is still alive. The last surviving player of Vibes is still alive. And I spoke too soon, maybe. Because now he's been put into a deep sleep. But still, good news for Team X-Pac. They will still be topping the tables regardless. But ready for domination. They have to get inside the circle. With Gladiators keeping a clean eye on them. But look at this. Infinite Catalyst out of nowhere. They decide to infiltrate. And Arcedius, he's done for.
Hey man, causing a chain reaction over here, Infinite Catalyst. And one after the other, I think they are going to start racking up those finishes. All they have to do is take care of the Gladiators first and foremost. Because that's the only team that is sharing these compounds with them right now. But overpeak from Hitman.
Oh,
Forgets about the flanks, forgets there are two windows in this room.
he just barely managed to survive. I don't know. Mere inches. And for now, Infinite Catalyst, they're marching ahead. Already racking a couple of finishes to their names. But for now, the circle still sticking to where the players of Gladiators are. Got so many participants over here, though. Gladiators a little bit split apart from each other. Infinite Catalyst sticking together. But for ready for domination, how do they carve their way inside the circle? The same can be asked for Team Matrix. Because, Johnny, I feel like they've been spotted.
Yeah, they have been spotted out completely, in fact, and the entry is being blocked by the players of Infinite Catalyst. The question is, how long can you keep firing just on that ridge, hoping for the opposing side to peek? You will run out of ammunition eventually. So they have to be careful, but look at this Clue. Still in it to win it. And Deoxy and Liability, they're doing a brilliant job working together in this game.
Oh, they certainly are. Especially Liability already racking up those 8 finishes. Goes on to speak about our story of finding these underdogs. Been trying to create waves. Liability certainly has made, and seems like he does not want to stop. Lights another one up.
Well, there is no stopping this man. Extremely talented individual, but Fraggy, he's going to showcase his talent. He sees Catalyst in front of his eyes from shoot at side, but Position was compromised. He lets him go down to the blue.
It's fine, right? Nobody gets the finish point, and considering how the games are getting so interesting, it could be that 1 point and the second that could create all that difference. But for Gladiators, good news. It's a 4v3, but now Infinite Catalyst, they have all the chances to get a chicken dinner back in, and maybe this one win could help them propel their way through the leaderboards, make them qualify for round number 3.
Of course, but we have seen a lot of teams drop the ball in exactly the same position. You have a numbers advantage in the end game. There's a team in front of you. Their information is compromised, and they don't have an extra player that you have to work with. And yet, one small mistake can change it all. Infinite Catalyst, the only thing they have to avoid right now is they can't give the first pick, the first knock to Gladiators. If that happens, it's all over.
I feel like it's all about the patience game.
Yeah.
It's all about trying to stay inside of the circle and find those unorthodox angles, those off spots where you can get that pick off and maybe capitalize on that. Because look at Nikhil. He has to make that first move, right? Surely Infinite Catalyst are well aware of where Gladiators are. And, you know, for Gladiators, if you love them, this is not a good story.
Yeah. But I mean, these Gladiators might just meet their inevitable demise soon. Alex was knocked out. They are going for a revive. There is an opportunity for Infinite Catalyst to commit for a push. Nikhil, though, this is a very interesting position for this man to be in. Either he takes down 2 from the side of Infinite Catalyst, or he just goes down and becomes the reason that Gladiators lose out on this game. He's too overextended over there.
Somebody has to do the dirty job, and seems
Also
like
true.
Nikhil, he's taken that helm, at least as of this point. Look at Infinite Catalyst. They're trying to keep the players of Gladiators at bay. And Nikhil, he's got that right loadout. He's got that P90, which could be really devastating towards those close-range combat situations. But for now, Fury, this one grenade could absolutely change everything if it hits the mark. But even Aman, he responds with one of his own.
Oh, a lot of utility exchange between the two sides, and Nikhil, he's done a brilliant job laying out
Nice.
that wall of smoke. But there it is. Nate from Fury takes down Aryan. And now the numbers are even. Infinite Catalyst with 3 players left to fight, and Gladiators, well, they are not going to back off from this opportunity. But crossing the road, Alex goes down. Again, the advantage swings for Infinite Catalyst. And with this, I think the push has come to shove. They are committing everything that they can, and yet it is not working out. Fixes, we're down to a 2v2 again. But unfortunately, it is Infinite Catalyst right now who are struggling in terms of those HP bars.
Throwing the entire utensils out of the kitchen over here. Gladiators, they're going the high road. And now it is a 2v3 situation. Gladiators flipping the tables, but still need to get that revive on towards Alex. As Suknoob, he spots one player out. Fury out in the open. That grenade surely should flush him out. And yes, he does. Gets taken down as now Infinite Catalyst. They want to put the final nail in the coffin. Go in for the push. It is going to be a fight of the DBS. And Suknoob, he still prevails supreme.
It's still a 1v2 though, the final fight in this match, ladies and gentlemen. The floor is lava inside that house. A perfect Molotov lobbed out by Infinite Catalyst. But that last man, he tries his level bet, and yes, he fails. It is Infinite Catalyst who create a perfect chain reaction in this game to secure an amazing winner-winner chicken dinner, of course. And it is quite impressive. 9 eliminations secured by the team. I did not really think they were going to walk away with the win. I thought Gladiators had that final fight.
Yeah, in fact, I thought the same as well, especially with how unfortunate Gladiators were, especially Alex. If you could see, the moment they were crossing, that is the point where the smoke sort of dissipated. And he was caught with his pants down right in the open. Had that not happened, because that kind of let the players of Gladiators a little bit of a defensive stance, especially after how they kind of got that first knock over there. And that is where Infinite Catalyst knew. Now this is where the frenzy is going on. This is where we need to strike. And they hit it at the right spot. And as a result of which, Infinite Catalyst getting this 19 points. I think I've seen a 10-pointer even in one of those games of Miramar. Should be cruising through round 3.
Yeah, I think they should be able to push through, as you mentioned. I mean, 19 from this, 10 you have observed before, so there's 29 points right there. And I believe in the other 4 matches, they have kept a decent average going. So it is going to be interesting to see what actually happens, what the end result for them is going to be like. Gladiators, though, I think it was a make it or break it move from their side. Alex getting knocked out, quite unfortunate. They did almost pull off a 200 IQ play.
Yeah.
When that push happened, the last push from Infinite Catalyst, I was worried that they might have miscalculated the fact. They would be thinking like, all right, we knocked down the same player that just got up, but it was Nick Hill. Alex was around the corner at that time, and he was able to recuperate his HP, was able to bring his HP back up. So it was kind of a fair fight, and they were able to isolate not liability, one of the players who was running from the right-hand flank from the side of Infinite Catalyst. And yet, jumping out the window like that, getting knocked out, small little mistakes, I think, will haunt them. But anyways, I think it was overall a good game from their side as well. They fought their hardest.
I think whatever you just said, I think it's better if we have a visual aid helping us out, right? Let's take a look at the winner chicken dinner moment right now as Infinite Catalyst, they came out of nowhere, and this is how the entire fight began. Fury getting that knock, and this is where you would see, right, Alex out in the open. This is where the smoke just goes out, and the moment the other smoke could come in, I mean, he was already taken down.
And there was one more point where the fight swung this nade, where Nick Hill gets taken out. We see the man in the backlines go for a push, and he secures the frag. It was a 2v2 at that point. He secures one player's knock, and then it's no revive happening. It's a 1v2. Both of us have shotguns. All we have to do is just pin that one individual down, and they did it perfectly. First a Molotov, and then the follow-up with the shots from the shotguns.
Yeah, and now this sort of has my heads racking, right? Because at this point, I'm starting to wonder which 7 teams are going to make the cut. I'm pretty sure even the viewers watching this broadcast, they are going to be confused as hell, because now we know for a sure fact that Cloix Pirat, Team X Park, now even Infinite Catalyst, they've qualified.
Yeah.
What about Clue?
Clue has made it. I think Clue has made it, yeah. Clue did quite well in a few of the matches, especially the game of Sanhok was quite decent for them. So I think Clue will have an opportunity to make it, but I'm not sure if they're going to be safe enough. I think they might just barely inch through.
What about Enforcer? Because they have been having quite a lot of consistent games, but this one last match of Erangel kind of really threw them off, and I'd be gutted, and even they shall be, if by the virtue of this one game they do not qualify. However, the MVP, I'm starting to wonder who it could be. I certainly think Liability deserves this.
Of course, I agree with that. Everyone agrees with that, Fixes. Liability deserves to be the MVP of this match. A brilliant performance coming in from this individual. And again, as you mentioned, these are the individuals we are always looking out for in a tournament like BGIS, ladies and gentlemen. The biggest grassroots tournament in the entire esports circuit of this country, and again, an opportunity for this man to showcase his skills. He did it perfectly. 8 eliminations, 80% finish contribution for the team, and 14% map impact. I think he has only been outdone by Sarang today.
Yeah, maybe Sarang and Spray God also. I think everybody from Team X Park, even Mugambo comes in and gets more finishes. But Exploser, another player from Shoot Side. I think Shoot Side is also one of those teams that I feel like has qualified. But a few more statistics in front of us, the top 5 performers. And I think pretty much barring Aman and Aryan, we've got some usual suspects, right? PMWI's IGL, even that fight, I think Claw Pirat against Team Vibes did. Surely, I think Lucy was the one who kind of swung out of that. He kind of stayed alive. But the big question is it going to be enough? Does that one game take them through to the next frontier?
I mean, it's a big question, and I'm not going to comment on that, Fixtures, for now, because, I mean, it's the last segment of the day.
But what do you think?
I think they might have.
They might have?
Yeah.
I'm really having a bad feeling for them. But let's take a look at the point standings and find for ourselves what's going to happen. Really tension building up for us. But Infinite Catalyst, by the virtue of that chicken dinner, 19 points, they're cruising through. Clue Esports, I think you're right, Johnny. They're also going to be making it. But for Team Gladiators, considering the fact that they had 2 good games of Erangel and all the other maps, they kind of really wet their pants. This is where they have me worried.
So I think from the top 8 of this game, a few names that I think have definitely pushed through is Cloix Pirat, X-Park, Clue, and after this game, Infinite Catalyst. I'm a little bit concerned about Neon X and Shoot at Sight. Yeah,
I think they've qualified. Shoot at Sight, I think they did exceptionally well in Sanhok.
Yeah, they had one win. Yeah,
one win and another second position finish. Should be enough to make them qualified. But for Team Vibes, oh my God, just 4 points. I don't think they've made the cut. Even for Mysterious Esports also, I feel like they've been missing out.
I think Mysterious might miss out on the entry into round 3. Vibes as well. Enforcer, I think you might be right. This might be the game that breaks all of it for them. But I mean, enough speculation now, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to make the big reveals of the day. Overall rankings on our screens right now, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. X-Pac, 107 points, secured 81 finishes throughout the day. Claw Expirard, they finish on the second with 61. We have Infinite Catalyst on the third with 43. Shoot at Sight on the fourth with 38. We have Matrix on the fifth, 34 points. Neon X Esports on the sixth with 33 points. And Clue Esports on the seventh with 33 points. We were talking about vibes quite a lot, weren't we, Fixes? Well, they're on the 8th position with 32 points, just barely missing out.
Exactly. Just by that 1 point. Has to be gutting.
Yeah, so I'm sorry to interrupt you, and this is one thing. Remember how the cutoff was 28 points yesterday?
Yeah.
Well, 28 points gets you on the 10th spot in this group.
But you know, I think hope's still not lost for Team White,
Yeah.
because again we have been discussing, and for all the new viewers, barring the top 7, overall after the round 2 is completed, the top 16 teams, they also make it to round number 3. And with Team Vibes getting those 32 points, we haven't seen a lot of those teams crossing that 30 mark.
True.
And even for Enforcers Esports, they had been consistent in the first half of today's evening. And even for Gladiators, Mysterious also getting that chicken dinner, still missing out. I think it was just that one game. Fluke, Rich Esports, I'm kind of disappointed, but really gutted with Ready for Domination. I really felt they could have done so much more.
So here's the thing why consistency is important and not necessarily winning one game, because as you mentioned, Mysterious, right? 10 placement points in 6 matches. With 1 win, that means you only survived in 1 game in the late stages. So that's not going to cut it for anyone.
Yeah.
So again, I mean, a lot to work on for the future whenever they return to the competitive circuit. There's a lot to be learned, but again, congratulations to the top 7 teams that have been able to push through. And what a brilliant group, I have to say today. I enjoyed the tough competition. In the early stages, they were dealing with the onslaught of X-Pac, and in the later stages, it got so close between everyone else when X-Pac faded away.
Yeah, exactly. What started off with an X-Pac storm, eventually the other teams finally managed to overshadow. But, you know, round number 2 is getting ever so exciting. Tomorrow, one final day remains.
Exactly. We have one more day of competition to go, ladies and gentlemen, in this round 2 of BGIS. And it is going to be an exciting one for sure. That is guaranteed. But for today, we're going to take a leave. Thank you guys for tuning in. Good night. See you tomorrow.
sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
अरे यार, कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। इनका आज का दिन कुछ टफ सा लग रहा है। Just like every other day. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
तुझे भी नसीब चमकाना है, बस स्पिन करता जा और फ्लेक्स कर गोल्ड स्पिन का ऑल न्यू लुमिनस म्यूज सूट, अपग्रेडेबल वेपन्स एंड एपिक सेट्स। पहली स्पिन कर 10 यूसी में और बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।